Chapter 1066. All eyes are on me as I shape the materials into a handheld scanner with a screen. Since it is a prototype, it is a bit rough, but it is still something that they have never seen. As soon as the shape is right, I enchant it with the detection spell and activate it. When I activate the device, a visible wave of light is emitted, and then a few dots appear on the screen. I modify the enchantment a little so that it shows a 3D image to show height. Right now, the screen shows 3 dots. The demon in front of me and 2 more below me. The range could be better, but if it is working properly, there are 2 more demons in this building. Of course, I will need to go find them to verify if they are actually demons. Emperor Am says, "All right, I will send guards with you. Once you verify the demons, they will take care of them. Are you done with this one, or do you still need it?" I am done with it. With a slight motion of the Emperor's hand, a dozen guards cut the demon into pieces. When I leave the room, 20 guards and Lyrica follow behind me. According to my scan, there is a demon on the floor below us and the other is on the ground floor. Taking the stairs down to the next floor, I follow the signal to another suite. Entering the suite, I find a dozen people who look like functionaries or something. Picking out the demon by their aura, I activate the spell again, and the chains wrap around him. The rest of the people in the room panic and quickly move away from him. The guards surround the demon and wait until his shapeshift ends once his power is drained. As soon as they see that it is actually a demon, they cut him apart without hesitation. After that, we take the elevator down to the ground floor, but it is a little crowded. There are a lot of people on the ground floor, and they look nervous seeing so many guards all of a sudden. With them all moving around, it takes me a minute to read the auras and spot the demon. When the chains lock down the woman I pick out of the crowd, the guards move. They quickly surround her and move everyone else back a safe distance. Still, they wait until the shapeshift breaks, just to be safe, and then they attack. Leaving a couple of guards to deal with the mess, the rest of us head back upstairs. When we return to the Emperor's suite, the guards report to the Emperor. While they are reporting, I am tinkering with the enchantments on the scanner. Emperor Am says, "Congratulations, King Ash. It looks like your device works perfectly." Well, it works. I wouldn't say perfectly. The range is still limited. Also, all these demons were low rank. I can't be sure it will detect higher ranked demons. Emperor Am says, "It is good enough as is. I really want to clean the demons out of my empire. So, what do you need to make more devices, and what would you like as payment? All I need is some time and some basic magical metals. You don't need to worry about payment since the demons are my enemies as well. Besides, the amount of elves you have for me is already plenty," Emperor Am says. "The suite next to this one has been prepared for your use. I will have the materials brought to you." Speaking of the elves, they are in the building next to this one. From what I was told, you should have a way to move them quickly. You can take them right away. Really? I figured you would want to keep them until I finished my side of the bargain. Empress Atesh says, "That was the original plan, but you have shown yourself to be trustworthy. Consider this our show of good faith. All right. I will relocate them first, since it looks like you could use the extra space. Then, I will spend some time crafting and leave the palace for last." That reminds me. Did Shiro tell you that I need some special wood to make a staff? Empress Satash says, "Yes, we have some ready for you. I just hope it is enough." Emperor Am says, "Actually, I would prefer if you could deal with the palace sooner. The sooner it is gone, the sooner construction on the new palace can begin." "All right, I will deal with the palace after moving the elves." Emperor Am says, "Thank you. My commander will go with you to make sure no one causes you any problems." Giving the Emperor and Empress a nod, I turn and leave with the commander and Lyrica. Once we leave the building, the commander takes the lead and shows me to the building the elves are in. The first thing I do once we enter is activate the scanner, which shows one demon. Following the scanner, I enter one of the rooms and find that the demon is in the form of an elf. When the chains erupt and restrain it, the other elves in the room panic. Luckily, there aren't too many of them, and they calm down a little when nothing else happens. However, when the demon's true form is revealed, they panic again, but for a different reason. After all, they have been living with this demon for a while, so it is understandable. Before I can do anything to the demon, Lyrica dashes forward and cuts its head off. Once the demon is dead, the commander has the guards gather all the elves to the banquet hall. While the elves are being gathered, I send a message to Stillwater so he can prepare. I also check to make sure that there are no spy spells in the banquet hall. When all the elves are gathered, I open a portal back to the ship. But it takes some extra mana. The distance is a little problematic, but I still manage to open the gate. It just means that I should put a relay somewhere around here before I leave. At first, the elves do not want to go through the gate, but Brightfire comes through to convince them. It saves me from having to play the bad guy and force them to go through. It still takes several minutes for all of them to go through, and I almost run out of mana. Brightfire gives me a wave once all the elves are through, and then follows them. As soon as she is through, I let the gate close, so that I can start recovering my mana. Then I have the commander lead the way to the palace, while Lyrica just follows me. Luckily, I won't need any mana to deal with the palace since the stone is made from mana. All I need to do is complete the spell and let it take care of itself. I just have to hope that the spell-Lin and I came up with works the way we want it to. Chapter 10, 67. If I blow up half the city, I am pretty sure the Emperor's goodwill will vanish. However, all I can do is try it out and see how it goes. But I trust that Lin came up with a good spell. So, when we reach the palace, I just walk up, put my hand on the stone, and add the missing piece of the spell. It still takes me about an hour since I have to add the spell to the entire palace. Of course, if I wanted it to just blow up, it would be much easier. However, to keep it contained, I need to make sure that the spell erupts all at once. Basically, I complete the spell on a section and hold it just before it activates. Then I move on to the next section while still holding the completed sections. Once all the sections are complete, I let go and let all of them activate at the exact same time. When the spell activates, the entire palace erupts into fire and light that blasts into the sky. Up close it is blinding, but from a distance it is probably an awesome sight. Luckily, there is no sound from the blast or everyone nearby would be deafened. The flames and light are probably going to last a couple of hours before all the mana is used up. However, since everything is going upwards as planned, I don't need to sit here and watch it. I just explain to the commander that it will burn until there is no stone left. As long as no one is stupid enough to touch the flames, no one will get hurt. Once my eyes clear and I can see again, I head back to the hotel with Lyrica still following me. When we reach the hotel, an attendant quickly guides me to my suite. There are crates of materials already sitting there waiting for me, so I get to work making scanners. I figure 30 scanners should be enough to satisfy the Emperor, and I can just keep the extra materials. I take a break for lunch, but I am still able to finish the scanners before dinner time. Once the scanners are done, I move to the last crate, which should contain the wood I need. To my delight, not only is the wood good enough, but there is more than I need for the staff, meaning there will be some left over that I can take back and give to Athena. The wood will only be a tiny amount compared to the size of the ship, but I still think it will help. Even if it is only a small improvement, small changes can add up eventually. Besides, Athena might get some interesting traits from wood this special. Even without counting the number of elves saved, this trip is turning out quite profitable. Now all that is left to do to complete my part of the deal is to make the staff. Although, with the scanners, the value of the staff has dropped quite a bit. Still, I go ahead and make the staff since I promised that I would, and they have already paid for it. Besides, once the staff is done, I can go check out the desert and satisfy my curiosity. Having created one before, making the staff doesn't cause me any problems. Lyrica says, "Done. Can I ask a favor?" "Yes, I am." "What is the favor?" Lyrica says. "Can you make me a scanner? I want to give one to my mistress." "Sure, I can. But why would a goddess need a scanner?" Lyrica says, "If my mistress can understand how it works, she should be able to do something similar, like mark any demon that passes the Empire's borders." Well, I am all for more dead demons, so sure. "Here you go." Lyrica says, "Thank you. I will be going now. There is no longer a need for me to continue observing you." "Oh, all right. Well, goodbye, I guess." Lyrica says, "Goodbye. It was interesting to meet you." With the scanner in hand, Lyrica dissipates into particles of light and zips through the ceiling. It is a relief to no longer have someone following me and watching my every move. Just as I am thinking about eating, there is a knock on my door. It is the Emperor's attendant. The Emperor and Empress have invited me to join them for dinner, and of course I accept. It would be rude not to, and I have a fairly good impression of the two of them. Besides, I need to deliver the scanners and the staff to them anyways. Aside from that, I am curious about Southern food, and the Emperor should have the best chefs. Hopefully, I can get some new dishes to take back with me and share with Lin. So, I follow the attendant to the Emperor's suite, and am glad to see there are a lot less people. There are still guards around the room, of course, but most of the nobles are gone. Before sitting down, I hand over all of the scanners and the staff. Several mages in robes come out of a side room to take possession of them. The staff gathers its own mana and can be used once a day. You can also feed it mana to use it more often. The scanners, on the other hand, can't gather mana and can only be used using the mana of the holder. Court Mage says, "Thank you for the explanation." Emperor Am says, "Prioritize cleaning out the capital, then send squads to clear out the rest of the cities." Court Mage says, "Understood." After the mages leave to carry out their orders, dinner is brought in by the servants. I am surprised by the fact that I am given 2 servings. One normal-sized and one huge. The huge serving is set directly in front of me while the normal one is off to the side. "Your spies have really paid close attention to me, haven't they?" Empress Atesh says, "Of course they have. Their job is to keep an eye on anything or anyone that can affect the Empire. I would say you absolutely qualify, wouldn't you?" Well, I can't argue that. Although without your invitation, chances are that I would have never come to the South. I was completely focused on getting home. Emperor Am says, "Well, I am glad that you accepted our invitation. You have solved several problems for us, including one we didn't even know about. How is the food? Is it to your liking?" "Oh, yes. The food is excellent. I happen to enjoy spicy food," Empress Atesh says. "That is good. A lot of outsiders can't handle the spices that we commonly use. Spicy food is something that often takes some getting used to. Then again, there are people who just don't like it. Everyone has different tastes." Emperor Am says, "Very true. So, are you planning to leave now that our deal is done?" "That was my original plan, but now I think I will stay another day. I am really curious about this living desert that I heard about." Chapter 1068. Emperor Am says, "Ah, yes, it is a strange place. Even now, we still aren't sure if it is alive or not. What we do know is that the beasts are very dangerous. Whenever we lose ground against the beasts, the desert consumes the ground we lost. Whether the desert is alive or it is something to do with the beasts, we can't be sure. If the beasts get pushed back, does the desert retreat as well?" Empress Atesh says honestly, "We don't know. We have never been able to push the beasts back once they have taken the land. All of the beasts are stronger in the desert. We can only kill them when they leave it." Interesting. What kinds of beasts have you encountered?" Emperor Am says, "Mostly insect types, ants and scorpions with a few lizard types. Exactly what you would expect to find in a desert." "All right, I will go take a look tomorrow. Will it cause any problems if I am messing around the borders of the desert?" Emperor Am says, "Here, take this medallion. If any of my troops give you any trouble, just show this to them. If you do kill some beasts and don't need the corpses, feel free to hand them to the soldiers. Our mages use them for research and to find their weaknesses." "Sure, I can do that. Once I poke around a little, I will return to the Demon Hunter City directly. So, if there is anything else you need, now is the time to ask." Emperor Am says, "Number thanks to you. Our problems are already solved. The Empire itself is stable, and all that is left now is to build the new palace." Empress Atesh says, "Unfortunately. The only problem we have isn't something that you can solve." "Oh, why don't you tell me anyway?" Empress Atesh says. "Well, it is a little embarrassing, but all right. Shiro is our daughter, as you know, but she is an only child. Despite enlisting every healer we could find, I have not been able to get pregnant again since she was born." Emperor Am says, "As I am sure you know, it is hard for a woman to rule, especially alone. However, I refuse to take any other wives, hence our problem." "Oh, That must be why Shira wanted me to take a look at your bodies. I have a way to optimize and revitalize someone's health. To be honest, I had forgotten about it, but we can do it right now, Empress Atesh says. Eh? She did? She failed to mention that the little brat. Emperor Am says, it is just because she cares about us and the future of the Empire. So, shouldn't we wait until after dinner is finished? Actually, some of the energy needed will come from you, so you will just end up feeling hungry again. Emperor Am says, all right, I will go first. Sure, no problem. Getting up. I walk around the table and put my hand on the Emperor's shoulder. The guard's eyes are glued to me, and they are ready to attack instantly if I do anything suspicious. I run my mana through the Emperor's body, but all I find is some old scars. Other than that, he is perfectly healthy, so I clean up the scars and move on to his wife. When I move on, the Emperor gets up and stretches with a smile on his face. However, his smile disappears when he sees the look on my face after scanning the Empress. Emperor Am says, what is it? What is wrong? Empress, I am afraid that your womb is completely dead, and it didn't happen due to natural causes. At some point in the past, you were poisoned. From the damage, it would have to have been over a decade ago at least. Emperor Am says, it doesn't matter how long ago it happened. I will find the one responsible. Can you heal her? Not easily, Empress Atash says. What does that mean? Well, to heal it normally I would do it bit by bit over the next couple of weeks. However, I don't have that kind of time. There is a more dangerous option, though. Emperor Am says, what option and how dangerous? Surgery. I would cut open your wife and remove the dead womb. Then I would use my magic to help her body grow a new one. The risk of death is fairly low, but there will be pain involved. Emperor Am says, no, I won't risk it. Tell me, what is the price for you to stay here and do it the slow and safe way? Empress Atash says, wait, what makes you think that this is your choice to make? It is my body. I will decide what we are going to do. Maybe I should step outside while you talk, Emperor Am says. No need. My wife is right. It is her choice. All right. So, Empress, what do you want to do? Empress Atash says, is it possible for you to make an item that would be able to heal me slowly? Unfortunately, no. Each treatment would be different. An item wouldn't be able to adapt to any changes. Empress Atesh says, then we will do it the painful way. Emperor Am says, are you sure? Empress Atesh says, I am. I want to give you a son. All right. We can move somewhere private and do it right now. It will involve some pain, as I said. But you will be back on your feet right away. Empress, Atesh says, fine, let's do it. I follow the Empress into one of the bedrooms, where she removes most of her clothes. Of course, we are not alone. There are female guards and a female healer with us. I don't actually touch the Empress. I am doing everything using my mana. As I work, I do my best to numb the pain, but it is still quite painful for her. It isn't really surgery since I don't need to cut her open. My mana is working inside of her body. My mana is the only reason I can even attempt this. My knowledge of anatomy isn't that great. Luckily, the human body knows how it is supposed to be. So once I remove the old womb, I just need to provide energy. The Empress's body takes care of the rest using the energy that I am providing to it. Of course, this doesn't exactly feel good, but it doesn't last for too long. As soon as I step back, the healer takes over and runs a check on the Empress. After a couple of minutes, the Empress's breathing evens out and she manages to sit up. Seeing that, the guards finally relax and one of them rushes out to inform the Emperor. How are you feeling? Empress Atesh says, I feel fine now. Did it work? Yes, your body is now perfectly healthy. There is nothing that will prevent you from getting pregnant. Of course, there is no guarantee that it will be a son and not another daughter. Chapter 1069. Empress Atesh says, that is fine. I wouldn't mind another daughter. Besides, we can always try again. Thank you. You have no idea how much this means to me. You are right, I don't, but you are welcome. Do you have a piece of jewelry that you always wear? Empress Atash says, yes, this necklace. It was my mother's and I never take it off. Why? I am going to enchant it so that you cannot be poisoned again. It should also make sure that any children you carry stay healthy, Empress Atesh says. Oh, thank you. It only takes me a few minutes to enchant the necklace and hand it back. Then we leave the room and the Emperor immediately hugs his wife and asks how she is. As they are talking, we return to our seats and our interrupted dinner continues. Despite the break, the food comes out hot and fresh, which makes me feel a little bad for the chefs. Considering the time we took, they obviously had to remake everything from scratch. Then again, they are cooking for the Emperor, so they probably won't complain. Emperor Am says, "So I've been thinking about it, but I can't come up with a good enough reward for what you did tonight. Is there anything that you can think of that you want?" Not really. Honestly, you don't have to worry about it. It may be a big deal to you, but it didn't cost me anything. Empress Atesh says, "It may not have cost you anything, but it is a service that no one else could have done. That kind of thing deserves a reward." Emperor Am says, "If you can't think of anything, then I will just go with my thoughts. First of all, is there a way for us to contact you again once you leave?" "Yes, I can leave you a communication amulet. You will be able to contact me even when I return to the peninsula." Emperor Am says, "Good. I am going to scour the entire continent. I will find every remaining elf and get them no matter what it takes. I am also going to sign a treaty of alliance with you. From this day forward, the Empire is allied with your kingdom. Your enemies will be our enemies. While I will gladly accept any more elves that you can find, the alliance might not be a good idea. You see, I have made several enemies on my journey, including the Magic Kingdom and several gods." Emperor Am says, "The Magic Kingdom is no threat to us, and our gods don't really get along with the other pantheons anyway. I appreciate your concern for us, but I have already made up my mind." Empress Atesh says, "I fully agree with my husband, but I am rather curious as to why the Magic Kingdom is your enemy. Normally, they keep to themselves and look down on everyone else. So, as dessert is being served, I tell them about Lynn and her situation in the Magic Kingdom. Since it is basically a love story, the Empress is completely enthralled. While I am at it, I tell them about the delegation, since it might come here looking for me. Emperor Am says, if they do come here, they will get a nasty surprise. Our protector has blessed the borders. Any foreign entities who cross are weakened. The delegation will find that their magic is weakened once they cross the border. Although, I am willing to bet that even without that, our mages are better than they are. That is odd. I didn't feel anything when I crossed the border. I am pretty sure that I haven't been weakened in any way. Empress Atesh says, maybe that is what drew her attention to you. After all, it is not normal for an angel to descend and act as an escort for someone. That is probably true. But I didn't try to do anything. I just flew over the border normally. I didn't even feel anything. Emperor Am says, I am sure that the goddess would be depressed to hear that. I think the worst part is how casual you are about it. It is almost like you are used to causing gods distress, which is slightly terrifying. Luckily, before I have to answer that, several attendants come in with the alliance documents. The documents are surprisingly simple since there are no conditions to the alliance. The Emperor and I sign both copies, but there is a problem. I don't have a seal. In the end, I just create one to use right now and then, throw it into my pouch. With that, I am now an ally of the Southern Empire, not what I was expecting. The Emperor has already sent word to the border. If the delegation arrives, they are to be rejected. If the delegation reacts badly, the border guards are allowed to deal with them. The Emperor doesn't seem to care that this might start a war. He really isn't worried about the Magic Kingdom. Before I forget, I make the Emperor a communication amulet and add a few extra enchantments. Now that we are allies, call if you have any serious problems. Even if I am on the peninsula, I will be able to return here fairly quickly. Emperor Am says, I will keep that in mind. We may not be able to respond as fast, but if you need help, we will do what we can. Actually, I can leave a platform here. It would allow me to open a gate easier. However, your mages are not allowed to mess with it. Emperor Am says, all right. Empress Atesh says, that is perfect. In that case, I expect an invitation to your wedding. After your story, I really want to meet Lynn. I think she and I probably have a lot in common. Sure thing. If we didn't have so much going on right now, I would bring her here. Maybe once things are settled down on the peninsula, I will bring her here for a vacation. Empress Atash says. That would be delightful. After getting their agreement, I make a platform with some added defenses. For now, I leave it in the Emperor's suite. They will move it once the new palace is complete. We spend a while just chatting before we say goodnight and I return to my suite. However, there is someone waiting outside my suite, someone bearing the symbol of the merchant group. Apparently, Zachariah asked the local branch to deliver me some materials. Unfortunately, this branch doesn't have any rings, so the materials are outside. When I follow him outside, I see wagons unloading hundreds of crates. It would seem that Zachariah asked them to provide me with all the materials that they can spare. I am guessing he thought of this to avoid having to come up with the gold for my share of the profits. Chapter 1070. It is a good thing that I wasn't planning to sleep tonight since I need to sort through the materials. By the time I am done, both my ring and pouch are running low on space. With that done, I return to my suite, open a soulscape, and invite just Lynn. Lynn appears and says, "You aren't coming back tonight, are you?" No, but let me explain. Lynn creates a chair, sits down with her legs crossed, and waits for me to start talking. First, I tell her about everything that has happened since I left Demon Hunter City. I finish with signing the Treaty of Alliance, but I don't mention anything about the desert. Lynn says, "It sounds like everything has gone even better than expected. It sounds like everything is done, so why are you staying? What aren't you telling me?" Giving her a guilty look, I finally tell her what I have heard about the desert. She gives me a knowing look as soon as I start talking about the desert being alive. The more I talk, the bigger her smirk gets, but it is one of the cutest things I have ever seen. Lynn says, "So you are saying that you are staying because you are curious about the desert? Basically, I just want to check it out. It shouldn't take too long." Lynn says, "Now that you have said that, something is pretty much guaranteed to go wrong. If something is going to go wrong, it would have no matter what I said. Besides, even if something goes wrong, it still shouldn't take me too long to get back." Lynn says, "We'll see. So, how come you didn't invite the others? I wanted some time alone with you. Also, I need to teach you something." Lynn says, "Oh, what are you going to teach me?" "First, I am going to teach you how to manipulate materials like I do. Then I will teach you how to enchant the scanners. That way you can make some for the council, and they can start clearing out the city before I get back. Oh, I also need you to check with Zachariah about the delegation's movements for me." Lynn says, "So in other words, you want me to take care of things here so you can play around in the desert?" Yes, please." Lynn laughs and says, "All right, fine. Teach me what I need to know." So, creating some practice materials, I begin teaching Lynn how to manipulate them. She already has excellent mana control, so it doesn't take long for her to pick it up. After she does, teaching her the enchantments needed is even easier. Lynn says, "That is it? I was expecting it to be more complicated." Yep, that is it. The hard part was learning the demon's life frequency. The scanning enchantment is actually quite simple. Lynn says, "All right, how many should I make for the council?" Considering I didn't think to leave any materials for you to use, just talk to Almort. Make however many he can get the materials for. When I get back, I can always make some more. Lynn says, "Okay, I will go see him in the morning." Good. So, how was your day? Lynn says, "Chaotic. I was helping on the ship all day since the elves you sent back had no idea what was going on. Is it true that a demon was hiding amongst them?" "Yes, there was. That reminds me. You should probably use a scanner on the ship just to be safe." Lynn says, "No need." When I heard about the hidden demon, I gathered all of the elves and cast the detection spell. There are no demons on the ship. I also taught the detection spell to Athena so that she can check anyone visiting the ship. Oh, that is a good idea. Wait, can Athena cast spells that aren't part of the enchantments? Because Jarvis can't. Lynn says, yes, she can. Maybe it is because she is a living spirit? Yeah, probably. Maybe Jarvis will be able to in the future? Lynn says, well, Can he manipulate mana? Wait, can he even sense mana? Lynn says. You didn't ask him, did you? To be fair, I had other things on my mind at the time. Lynn says, fine. I will ask him. Actually, there is no point. He won't be able to do anything about it. I will take a look when I get back. How is the progress with the library going? Lynn says. I am fairly sure that I have gotten the most important information, but there is still a lot to go through. Well, hope that the delegation turns south. If it does, we might get some extra time before we need to leave. Oh, after hearing our story, the Empress wants to meet you and made me promise to invite them to our wedding. Lynn says, I am fine with that. She sounds interesting. So, is there anything else you haven't told me about? Nope, that is everything. Lynn says, all right. Make sure you are careful in the desert and try not to get distracted for too long. You should invite the others now. I invite the others and spend a few hours with all of them before ending the soulscape. Since I don't know what might happen, I was careful not to make any promises. With everything settled for the moment, I meditate and work on my core until dawn. Core upgrade progress. 86% to my surprise. The Emperor is already awake, and I get invited to join him for breakfast. His wife joins us just as the food is being served, and we talk while we eat. I tell them about the peninsula and the current situation, along with my rough plans. They both offer me some advice from a ruler's perspective to help me refine my plans. They are particularly interested in the history of the three empires and the origin of the demons. Apparently, that history was either lost or suppressed on this side of the world. I don't mention the goddesses, since I am not sure how the local pantheon would react. Things are complicated enough as they are. I don't need gods getting involved. Besides, as far as I know, the goddesses are still sneaking around trying to steal things. I don't want to mess that up by accident. I would never hear the end of it if I did. The breakfast is just as good as the dinner was, and I get a lot more dishes added to my pouch. After we are done eating, I say my farewells and leave for the desert. The desert is further south from the capital, and even flying it takes me a few hours to get there. This empire is a lot bigger than I thought it was, almost twice the size of the Northern Empire. When I reach the border of the desert, I can instantly tell that something odd is going on. Chapter 1071. There is no gradual shift of terrain. 1 second, it is plains, the next, it is sand. It is not a straight line, but the edge of the desert is a sharp line cutting through the ground. The weirdest part is that even though the wind is blowing, none of the sand crosses the border. Something is obviously interfering with the natural order here, but that doesn't mean it is alive. I land just shy of the desert, and as soon as I do, a patrol of soldiers comes rushing towards me. They look like they are ready to fight, but I shapeshift into human form and hold up the medallion. The soldiers slow down, but they don't stop until they are close enough to see the medallion. Once they can see it, they change from being hostile to being friendly and offering to help. I get some information from them about the beasts they see and where the outposts are. It seems that the beasts rarely appear outside of the desert, maybe once or twice a month. The patrol is not responsible for fighting the beasts. They simply spot them and send up a signal. According to them, it takes an entire battalion to confront and defeat a single beast. As the Emperor said, the troops never try to fight the beasts until they have left the desert. From how the soldiers describe it, the sand somehow empowers the beasts. Fighting them in the desert is considered to be suicidal, but it makes me curious. I wait until the soldiers leave, and then I enter the desert to take a look around. The first thing I do once I am standing on the sand is scan it with my mana. However, as far as I can tell, it is just normal sand. There is nothing strange about it. Thinking it might be because I am close to the edge, I walk deeper into the desert. I keep scanning as I go, not only checking the sand, but also checking for beasts. Of course, I am also keeping an eye out for any useful materials. Even though I don't have much storage room currently, after walking for a while, I notice something else that is odd. There are no sand dunes. The sand is flat, as if the wind never blows, but it is blowing right now. There is also no sand being carried on the wind, which shouldn't be possible. Leaning down, I grab a handful of sand and let it trickle through my fingers. Despite the wind blowing, the sand drops straight down when it leaves my hand. There is no resistance to me picking it up, but somehow it is immune to the wind. My scan is still telling me that the sand is perfectly normal, but that can't be true. Before I can investigate more, my mana detects a beast entering my range. It is an ant, and it is heading directly at me as if being guided by something. It is moving quickly and will reach me soon. But I am curious, so I don't run away. Despite being told not to fight them in the desert, I want to try it out and see what happens. Maybe if the sands are giving the beast power, I will be able to detect something. However, I don't have long to think about it because the ant reaches me quickly. It looks just like an ordinary red ant, except for the fact that it is the size of a bus. As soon as it is close enough, it tries to bite me with its mandibles. But I dodge to the side. The sand makes dodging a little difficult since it does not provide good footing. However, I decide to fight as a human for now, and so I draw my two swords. Before the ant can recover from its miss, I slash at it with both swords. Unfortunately, while I manage to hit it with both swords, all they do is leave scratch marks. Its exoskeleton is apparently much harder than I was expecting it to be. The ant recovers from its missed attack and immediately goes to bite me again. Due to the poor footing, I am not able to dodge it completely, so I parry the mandibles with my swords. However, the nice swords that I got at the auction in the Magic Kingdom shatter. The odd thing is that they shatter as soon as the mandibles touch them. The mandibles aren't slowed down at all and rip straight across my chest. My shape-shifting clothes and the angel's armor that I always forget I am wearing also shatter on contact. Luckily, I am able to lean backwards enough that the wound on my chest is only about an inch deep. Still, the instantaneous destruction of my items is more than a little surprising. As it is happening, I notice that the ant is absorbing the mana from the items. However, the ant does not keep the mana. Instead, it moves through the ant and then into the sand. While I am still trying to figure out what just happened, the ant tries to bite me again. Dropping my shapeshift, I return to my normal form and grab both of the ant's mandibles. The ant is a little more than double my size, but my strength still proves to me enough to stop the mandibles. It is good to know that all the effort I put into farming stats wasn't wasted. With a surge of strength, I start forcing the mandibles further apart. The ant doesn't seem to have any other attacks. It just keeps trying to force its mandibles to close on me. After a minute of struggling, I manage to push the mandibles beyond their limit. With a loud crack, the mandibles tear free from the ant's head, but the ant doesn't make a sound. Flipping the mandibles around, I stab them into the ant's head, and they go in easily. One empowered red ant worker defeated. 100,000 XP gained. Wait, this thing was just a worker. Yet it was worth so much XP. Was it being empowered by the desert? Is that why it could take the mana from my items? Despite coming here to try and satisfy my curiosity, I now have even more questions. I scan the area, but there is no sign of the mana that was sent into the sand. Although I do spot something weird, the sand at the border seems to be evaporating. About a foot worth of sand at the border just disappears into thin air. I was told that the desert expands when the beasts win, but no one said if it retreats when they die. Maybe it happened because I killed the ant while it was empowered. Grabbing one of the mandibles, I flip the ant over and use the mandible to cut it open. A quick scan allows me to locate the ant's core, and I cut my way in until I can remove it. Once I have the core in hand, I eat it, but I am disappointed when nothing happens. There is no change to my core's progress, and I don't gain any stats from it. With the ant being such a good source of XP, I was really hoping that it would be useful in other ways. Not quite willing to give up yet, I cut the ant's heart out and eat it as well. Chapter 1072. To my disappointment, Devour does not activate. Maybe the ant wasn't strong enough, other than it destroying my magic items. It wasn't really that much of a challenge. My next thought is to make some new weapons and armor out of it, but I am disappointed again. The ant's body may make strong materials, but for some reason, it has no mana capacity, meaning that I can't enchant it at all, which is something that shouldn't be possible. Even normal items have at least a little mana capacity. All living things do. At least all the things in this world do. The ones that I have seen so far anyway. This desert just keeps getting more and more mysterious. It is annoying. I need to go back and ask the soldiers some questions, but I also need to do some experiments. Grabbing the ant's corpse and dragging it behind me, I head for the nearest outpost. I am guessing that the patrol spread the word about me because the soldiers in the outpost don't seem hostile. They are alert, but they are not getting ready for a fight, and as I get close, the gates open. Since the soldiers don't really worry me, I go ahead and drag the ant through the gates. The outpost is a small fort. The main building is stone, but the rest and the walls are wood. All the soldiers are staring at me, but they seem to mostly be curious. Outpost commander says, "Welcome. May I please verify the medallion?" Taking out the medallion, I dangle it from one claw so that he can see it. However, he only gives it a quick glance before turning to stare intently at the ant's corpse. I am not sure why, but from the look on his face, he is seeing something that he doesn't like. Outpost commander says, "Why is it so big?" "We've never encountered one that big." "Wait, don't tell me you killed it in the desert." Yeah, I did. I took its core and heart, but hopefully what is left is still useful to you. The Emperor said that you needed corpses for research. Outpost commander says, "Ah, yes, it will still be useful." "How did you manage to kill it in the desert? We have never been able to even hurt them." "So, you have fought them in the desert? Good. I have some questions. As to how I killed it, I used brute force. I am not human." Outpost commander says, "Ah, right. What questions?" "I will answer anything that I can." "First, when you kill the beasts outside of the desert, does the desert retreat? When the beasts win, how far does the desert advance?" Outpost commander says, "Number we have never seen the desert retreat. When the beasts win, an entire area will be consumed. Several miles at least." "All right." "Second, have you run into the problem of magic items shattering on contact?" Outpost commander says yes, but only when we fight them in the desert. That is part of why we only fight them when they come out. I wish I had known about that ahead of time. Oh, well. So, when I killed this thing, the desert seemed to retreat by about a foot. Third question. Have you noticed that the materials from the bodies cannot contain any mana? Outpost commander says, "The desert retreated?" Seriously? No. The materials from the ones we kill outside the desert are perfectly normal. Do you plan to kill more inside the desert? Yes, I do. My curiosity isn't satisfied yet. Outpost commander says, "In that case, we will mark the current edge of the desert. If it does move, we will be able to verify it and measure the movement. This kind of information will be very important for the Empire." That works for me. I will bring back the corpses of anything I kill. Although, the cores and hearts will be gone. Outpost commander says, that is fine. We can still learn a lot from the rest of the bodies. All right. I will be back in a bit. Leaving the ant's corpse there, I leave the outpost and head back into the desert. I walk until I can no longer see the outpost of the edge of the desert. Now it is time for some experimenting, so I spread out my mana and search the area. According to the scan, there is nothing near me but the sand, but I don't fully trust it. There is no way that this is just common sand. Somehow, it is hiding from my scans. The first experiment I want to try is burning the sand to see what happens. So, I take a deep breath and then unleash my flames upon the sands in front of me. The sand quickly turns molten and starts bubbling, but I hear a faint scream. Looking closely, I spot a tiny worm writhing within the center of the molten area. Even now that I can see it with my eyes, my mana scan says that there is nothing there. It is far too small for me to pick it up in my current form, and as I watch, it soon dies. As soon as it dies, my mana scan can suddenly spot it, but there is no mana within it. At the same time, I also spot two beasts heading towards me from different directions. One is an ant, but I can't tell yet what the other one is. It will need to get closer. At first, I think I am going to have to fight both beasts at once, but the second beast is moving much faster. It only takes a minute before the beast comes within sight. It is a giant scorpion. I should have about 2 minutes before the ant catches up. I need to kill the scorpion before then. If I can help it, I don't want to have to fight both of them at once. The scorpion charges straight at me, but luckily I have fought similar beasts before. As soon as it is close enough to me, the scorpion lashes out with its pincers. I rear back on my hind legs and lift my torso out of the way, but my eyes stay on the tail, as expected. Halfway through the attack with the pincers, the tail lashes towards me. However, that is what I was waiting for. and I lash out with my claws in response. Instead of trying to block the tail, my hits redirect it straight down into the top of the scorpion's head. One empowered great scorpion defeated, 250,000 XP gained. While the scorpion is probably immune to its own venom, it isn't immune to its own stinger. Considering the stinger itself is 3 feet long and has a needle-like point, it does plenty of damage. Despite the armor on the scorpion's head, the stinger went through it like it was paper. Chapter 1073. Once the scorpion is dead, I check the location of the ant, but I still have some time. Walking over to the scorpion's body, I pull the stinger out of its head and then tear it free from the tail. At my size, it is basically a small dagger to me, but it is still quite useful. It will certainly be more useful than my swords turned out to be. Too bad it can't be enchanted. If it could be, I would be making myself a new weapon and some armor. It might just be worth dragging some beasts out of the desert to kill them for the materials. Although, I haven't really used the swords much, so I don't really need to bother with a weapon. Still, I would rather have one just in case I run into something that is immune to magic. On the other hand, my body is pretty much a weapon. I just don't know how to use it properly. I can move around just fine, but my fighting style in this form is still really basic. I wonder if the dragon knows a martial art or fighting style that he could teach me. If not, he could probably at least teach me how to use my natural weapons properly. Before I can think about it further, the ant arrives and I have to pay attention. This ant is a little bigger than the first one, and its mandibles are much bigger. In fact, the instant I see the mandibles, my first thought is that they would make really nice hand axes. They are just big enough to use in my current form, but they won't be enchantable, meaning I won't be able to use them in any other form. They are too big. For now, in the desert, they should prove quite useful in dealing with the beasts. Of course, they are currently attached to the ant, but that isn't much of a problem. No matter how strong the ant might be, its attacks are too predictable to hit me. The only reason the first ant managed to was because I was taken off guard by my weapons being destroyed. This time, that isn't going to happen. So when the ant tries to bite me, I dodge easily. What is more, I dodge over the bite and shove the stinger into the ant's head. The ant staggers when the stinger pierces its head, so I back off a bit and just watch until it dies. One empowered warrior ant defeated. 200,000 XP gained. Once it is dead, I carefully remove the ant's mandibles, core, and heart. Eating the core didn't do anything for me last time, so this time I plan to try something different. First, I eat the heart. Hopefully this ant is strong enough for Devour to trigger. Unfortunately, other than getting a bad taste in my mouth, nothing happens. Devour doesn't activate again, and I can't help but think that it isn't because the ant was weak. Maybe it has something to do with the empowerment from the desert. If that is the case, then the scorpion's heart will be useless as well. But I will still try it. First, I am going to try something with the ant's core, so I take it in my hand. Then, as I grip it tightly, I focus all of my attention on it and attempt to activate Absorb. Absorb activated. +5 evolution points. It actually worked. But that is completely not what I was expecting. Not that I am unhappy. I might have just found the source of evolution points that I have been looking for. So, I quickly move over to the scorpion, cut out its core, and try to absorb it. Absorb activated. +5 evolution points. Ding, congratulations. Skill Absorb has progressed to level 3. Absorb level, 3 cost. 5 MP, you can absorb low to mid-level spells and abilities. It worked and Absorb leveled up for the first time in, I don't know how long, a good bonus? 10 evolution points. Just like that. I might need to convince Lynn to let me stay here longer. I cut out the scorpion's heart and eat it, but I am not expecting anything to happen. Devour activated. +100 horsepower. +20 end. It worked. So that should mean that it wasn't the empowered status that stopped it before. If that is true, then the ant hearts did nothing because they are too weak. Or maybe it is more accurate to say that I have become too strong. Either way, it is nice to know that the skill still works, even if it only works once in a while. At least this time, I didn't get a foul taste in my mouth for nothing. I shapeshift into human form long enough to pick up the corpse of the worm and put it in my pouch. Then, after returning to my normal form, I toss the ant corpse on top of the scorpion corpse, grabbing the scorpion by the tail. I start dragging both corpses towards the outpost. When I reach the outpost, soldiers are running around like crazy, and everyone looks really excited. The outpost's gate opens before I reach it, and I drag the corpses through into the courtyard. When I do, I notice that there are a dozen giant eagles that weren't here before. Most of them are giving me nervous looks since I am in normal form. But one is different. That one has 4 wings, and it isn't nervous about me. It must be an evolved form. I can't see anyone normal being its rider. Someone important must be here. The outpost commander walks over to me. Beside him is a mage in a very fancy robe. What is surprising is that the mage has one sword on his hip and another on his back. He has short blonde hair with a goatee and looks to be in his 40s. He does not have the normal aura that I would expect from a mage. I am guessing he is the evolved eagle's rider. Outpost commander says, "Welcome back. The desert moved and we were able to record it." It moved 3 times, but each one was a different distance. The first time was 5 feet, the second was 3 feet, and the last was 2 feet. From that, you should have killed 3 things, but I only see 2 bodies. The first was this worm that was hidden in the sand. It was completely undetectable until after it was dead. The second was the scorpion, and the ant was last. As I am speaking, I shapeshift into human form and take out the worm corpse. The mage takes it from me before the commander can accept it. I give the mage a look and then raise an eyebrow at the commander. Outpost commander says, "Oh, my apologies. This is Sir Edvar, Knight Commander of the Army, and currently he is in charge of the desert border." Chapter 1074, Sir Edvar says, "A pleasure to meet you, King Ash." What did you mean by this worm being undetectable? If so, how did you kill it? It couldn't be seen with mana until after it died. I was experimenting and melted an area of sand. It just happened to be in that area until I melted the sand. I had no idea that the worm was there. Even then, it took a minute for it to die. Sir Edvar says, "Wait, you actually melted the sand?" We have of course thought of destroying the sand to halt the desert's advance. However, no fire spell has ever had any effect on the sand. What did you melt it with? My breath. Sir Edvar says, "Are you a dragon?" Number, I am nowhere near that powerful. My breath is probably only around the level of a drake. Sir Edvar says, "Oh, only the level of a drake? I see. So, do you have any thoughts about these worms?" "Well, I have no proof, but I get the feeling that they are behind the strangeness of the desert," Sir Edvar says. "They could be. Do you plan to return to the desert? If so, would you be willing to try bringing back a live one?" "Yes, I plan to do some more hunting." "I can try, but I will need something to contain one." Sir Edvar says, "No problem. I will provide you with several specimen containers. Make sure they are physically strong and don't just depend on mana," Sir Edvar says. "How come?" "When I fought the first ant in the desert and it destroyed my gear, it absorbed the mana and channeled it into the sands. Since the beasts lose that ability when they leave the sands, it might be due to the worms." Sir Edvar says, "Interesting theory." "All right, give me a few minutes." "Sure, I will have some lunch while I wait." The two of them leave and I find an out-of-the-way spot to sit down for lunch. Sir Edvar returns before I am done eating and hands me several glass jars. At first I am disappointed, but then I notice strands of metal running through the glass. The jars are enchanted, but even without that they seem to be fairly strong. Since it is only meant to contain a small worm, it is probably good enough. It seems like they are made with a fairly advanced technique, but I don't know much about making glass, Sir Edvar says. "Will these work?" "Hopefully. Since I don't know much about the worms, I can't say for sure, but I will give it a try, assuming I can find more worms." Sir Edvar says, "Do you have any ideas for that? I think that if I blanket an area of sand with mana, I might be able to find them by looking for voids." Sir Edvar says, "Sounds like it might work. Let me know how it goes. I will be staying here until you are done with your hunting." "All right. I should be back in a couple of hours, if not sooner." Sir Edvar gives me a nod and then leaves me to finish my meal. But I notice him walk over to the 4-winged eagle. It looks like I was right. The evolved eagle is Sir Edvar's mount. It figures the commander should have the best mount, and he looks capable enough. Once I am done eating, I find the outpost quartermaster and get some leather straps from him. I use these to wrap the bases of the ant mandibles to make grips for them. I have to add a couple of layers of leather before the handles are thick enough for my paws. Then I leave the outpost and start walking back towards the desert. As I am walking, I practice walking on my hind legs to try and get used to it. Normally, in this form, I walk on all fours because it is more comfortable and faster. However, in order to wield the mandibles properly, I need to get used to standing upright. It isn't that hard. It just feels a bit weird, and I want to get used to it before fighting. My practice ends once I am out of sight of the edge of the desert. It is time to experiment. Using my mana to blanket an area instead of just scanning takes a lot more focus. I also can't cover as big of an area as I do when I am scanning, but it still covers a few hundred feet. The hard part is looking for the voids, because the worms are tiny, and I don't want to miss them. The first area that I try it on doesn't have any worms. At least I don't think it does. Until I actually manage to find one, I can't be sure that this method will work. After blanketing the area, it takes me about 10 minutes to thoroughly check through it. When I don't find a worm in the second area either, I start doubting my theory. Luckily, I finally managed to find a worm in the third area that I check. I shapeshift into human form, brush the sand aside, and pick up the worm. I quickly drop the worm into one of the jars and close the lid, which has tiny air holes. Then I switch to scanning the area because I am expecting a beast at least. As expected, within a minute I sense a group of 3 beasts enter my scanning range. They are heading straight for me, probably an answer to the worm being in distress. I put the jar down on the sand, drop shapeshift, and take out the mandibles. The 3 beasts turn out to all be ants, 1 warrior and 2 workers. The warrior is leading the charge with the 2 workers following directly behind it. I am ready when they reach me. I parry the warrior's bite with 1 mandible while cutting his head in half with the other. Then I jump over his body to reach the workers and cut them both down before they can even attack me. 1 empowered warrior ant defeated, 200,000 XP gained. 2 empowered worker ants defeated, 200,000 XP gained. That went even better than I had hoped. The mandibles cut through the ants like a knife through butter. What made it even easier was that the workers seemed to be stunned by the death of the warrior. I was able to kill them before they could recover, which is why the fight went so smooth. However, when I return to the jar, I find that the worm inside has died. Maybe it wasn't the death of the warrior that caused the workers to be stunned. Since I don't know exactly when the worm died, I can't be sure which it was. I am rather puzzled as to why the worm died so quickly, but I have no way to know. Since it is already dead, I go ahead and put the jar into my pouch. I will still take it back with me. I am sure that the mages that will be studying it will be glad to have another corpse. Chapter 1075. However, that means that I need to find another worm to try and capture alive. Moving back to the ants, I cut their cores out, then cast transport barge and load the corpses up. Just to see if it works, I hold all 3 cores in my hand and then activate Absorb. Absorb activated, plus 15 evolution points. I am glad that it worked. I was worried I would only be able to use a core of each type of beast once. Since it worked, that means I can grind my evolution level here and actually see what will happen. That is what I am the most curious about currently, so I am really tempted. With the transport barge floating along behind me, I walk deeper into the desert. After walking for a few minutes, I blanket the area with my mana and start looking for another worm. This time, I find one in the second area that I search and take out another jar. This time, I scoop the worm into the jar along with some of the sand it is hiding in. This is because I am wondering if the last one died because it left the sand. If the worms really are controlling the sand, then maybe they are tied to it somehow. As soon as the worm is in the jar, I start scanning, expecting more beasts to appear. This time only 1 beast enters my range, but it does confirm that the beasts respond to disturbing the desert. Putting the jar off to the side, I return to normal form and take out the mandibles. The beast that comes running at me isn't an ant or a scorpion this time. It is a lizard, about my size. It is bright red and looks like a salamander to me. It charges up and tries to bite me, so I step to the side and swing a mandible at its neck. Unfortunately, it is fast and manages to dodge back and avoid my slash. However, Even as it is dodging, I take a step forward and swing the other mandible. This time, it can't react fast enough and I manage to cut into its shoulder. That blow isn't enough to kill it, but it does cripple one of its legs and slows it down. It also takes away one of its front claw attacks, so I only have to watch out for the other claw and bites. The fight against the lizard is a lot harder than the other fights, but in the end, I still win. One empowered desert lizard defeated. 250,000 XP gained. I drag the lizard back with me, but the first thing I do is check the worm. This time, it is still alive, meaning that I was probably right about it needing the sand to live. I cut the heart and core out of the lizard and then toss its corpse onto the barge. I also put the jar on the barge so that I don't have to worry about dropping it. It is too small for me to hold comfortably, so the chances of me dropping it are high. Before heading back to the outpost, I eat the heart and absorb the core. Devour activated, plus 100 agi, plus 10 movement speed. Absorb activated, plus 5 evolution points. I quickly return to the outpost with the barge following behind me, piled with corpses. When the soldiers see me coming, they cheer for me as the gates open. When I pass through the gates, Sir Edvar and a group of mages are waiting for me. Sir Edvar says, "Welcome back. From how the desert retreated, I am guessing that you were successful." Yes, I was. I actually captured 2, but the other died when separated from the sand. Sir Edvar says, "The desert only retreated by 5 feet once, so the capture of the other didn't trigger a retreat. How did you detect them? Was your method effective?" Yes, it was. It isn't easy, but spreading mana and then looking for the void does work. However, every time I have disturbed a worm the beasts of the desert have attacked, they came straight to me. So if you plan to hunt worms, be prepared. Sir Edvar says, "Good to know. I plan to create an elite unit, equipped with weapons and armor made from the corpses you brought back. They will be the ones to enter the desert and try to mimic your accomplishments. Interesting. Is pushing back the desert worth the investment of resources? I thought the goal was to simply keep the desert from advancing." Sir Edvar says, "That was the plan, but that was when we believed the desert couldn't be pushed back. Now that we know it can, it is a different story. Over the years, we have lost a lot of land to the desert, and so have the other kingdoms that border it." I guess that makes sense. Well, I wish you luck. I will do what I can before I have to return to the north. Sir Edvar says, "We appreciate it. You have already done plenty by proving it is possible and giving us these corpses. You might be curious to know that the other kingdoms have verified that the desert retreated on their side as well." So, it retreats on all sides at once. That is interesting. It should mean that the entire desert shares a source of power. I wonder if it is the worms or something that controls them. Sir Edvar says, "I don't know, but hopefully our study of this live worm will give us more information." All right, I am going back out to hunt some more and do some more experimenting. I will return before leaving for good, Sir Edvar says. Good hunting. Before leaving, I dismiss the barge and let the corpses settle to the ground. I also hand over the jar with the dead worm for them to study, and then I return to the desert. Before I can even start searching for a worm, a worker ant spots me and attacks. One empowered worker ant defeated. 100,000 XP gained. Absorb activated. Plus 5 evolution points. I cast transport barge again, toss the ant's corpse onto it, and then continue into the desert. This time, I plan to keep hunting until I need to head back and have dinner. If I don't keep my promise and talk to Lyn in the Soulscape, I will be in trouble. Besides, I need to know if the Magic Kingdom's delegation changed directions. If not, then I will need to return and begin preparing to return to the peninsula. Although I am hoping that they did change directions so that I can stay here and grind for a while. I will feel a little bad if they cause problems for the Empire, but the Empire can handle it. In fact, they can handle it a lot easier than Demon Hunter City would be able to. Not to mention that as an official ally, the Empire has the political excuse to cause them problems. Chapter 1076. Even if the delegation causes problems, I am sure the Emperor will forgive me. After all, I have uncovered a very important secret about the desert for him. I am sure that once news spreads about reclaiming land, his popularity in the Empire will increase. He is probably facing some criticism after the destruction of the palace. This should help. Although I don't really know the political situation in the Empire, I just hope that my presence has more positives than negatives for him. After dealing with the ant, I move further into the desert before I locate a worm. I brush the sand away to uncover it, and then send my mana into it to see what happens. The mana is taken from my control and sent towards the depths of the desert. However, before I lose control of the mana, I am able to successfully scan the worm. The worm can barely be considered as a living being. It is more like a receiver. The sand acts as the conduit for the signal that is being sent to the worm. Hence why the worm will die if it leaves the sand. That also means that the sand in the jar I gave to Sir Edvar must still be connected to the desert somehow. If it wasn't, the other worm would have already died as soon as I left the desert. Before I can figure anything else out, the worm dies, but I don't know why. It is still in the sand, so that shouldn't be the reason unless the connection was cut. However, if that is what happened, then it means whatever is on the other end is intelligent. As soon as I have that thought, I think back and compare it to the spiders. I really hope that whatever is controlling the worms isn't as bad as the controller. If it is, I want nothing to do with it. I am not strong enough yet to deal with something on that level. The controller and the maker are both still too strong for me to fight right now. I still plan to go back and deal with both of them once I am strong enough. However, I think I will need to get close to the strength of a dragon for that to happen. Of course, that is assuming that I live long enough to get that strong. Out of the two, I think that the controller will be the easier one for me to kill. I have at least seen how it attacks. I know nothing about how the maker fights. Besides, by now, the controller should be starving and unable to make more spiders. It might even have been forced to go into hibernation. At least I hope so. I am not about to wake it up and fight it fairly. I am not above killing it in its sleep. Although, I have to wonder just how much experience would a creature like that be worth. Hopefully, one of these days I will find out, but for now, I need to focus on getting stronger. Luckily, the desert I am standing in is a good way for me to do that. So, I send out my mana to scan the area since a worm died more beasts should be coming. However, when my mana detects hundreds of beasts converging on my location, I turn and run. I take to the air and climb until I can see what is coming my way. There are hundreds of ants running across the sand towards me. Luckily, there are no flying ants among them, so I am perfectly safe in the sky. Come to think of it, in all the information that I was given about the desert, there was no mention of flying beasts. Maybe it is because once they lost contact with the sand, they couldn't be controlled anymore. If that is the case, then my ability to fly is a huge advantage in the desert. The ants mill around below me for a few minutes and then head deeper into the desert. I follow them from above. I am curious about where they are going. Unfortunately, before long they reach a hole in the sands and they enter it. It is probably an entrance to their nest, and I have no plan to go in there. There is no way I am going to let myself get trapped somewhere that I can't fly. I promised Lynn that I would try to stop doing stupid things, and that would be stupid. So instead, I turn and fly away from the entrance to the nest. Once I am a decent distance away, I land and start looking for another worm. However, this time I am trying to see if I can scan for its life frequency. Despite it barely counting as a living being, it still has a unique life force. I am hoping that I can detect that, just like I did with the shape-shifted demons. If it works, then I will be able to make some scanners for the Imperial troops to use. Not to mention, it should be faster than my current method of searching. In the end, it works, but the range is much shorter since the worms have very little life force. I don't do anything to the worm for now. Instead, I build a prototype scanner. Then I use the worm to figure out the range of the scanner, which is about 50 feet. Still, it is better than nothing, and I am sure that Sir Edvar will appreciate it. Once I am done testing the scanner, I kill the worm and then wait to see what beasts come. While I am waiting, I make a few more scanners. They are fairly easy to make. After a bit, I sense two beasts heading towards me at high speed. From their speed, I am guessing that they are both lizards, so I get ready to fight. Due to their speed, this fight will be a little more difficult, but not impossible. In the end, I end up getting wounded several times during the fight, but I barely feel them. I am pretty sure that the lizard's bites are poisonous, but I can't be sure since I am immune. It takes a while for me to kill the two lizards. They are just too fast. It is annoying. I am very careful during the fight to make sure they don't manage to hit my pouches. 2 empowered desert lizards defeated. 500,000 XP gained. Absorb activated. Plus 10 evolution points. After cutting out and absorbing the cores, I toss the corpses onto the barge. Then I walk deeper into the desert with one of the scanners in hand to watch for worms. Although, I am glad that I am dealing with tiny worms instead of massive ones. Luckily, this is an Arrakis and I don't have to worry about a worm eating me in one bite. At least, I hope I don't. I have seen a lot of strange things in this world. When I glance up from the scanner, I spot something in the distance that I at first think is a train. Chapter 1077. However, as I get closer, I realize that it is actually a snake the size of a train. Talk about being eaten in one bite. It is my own fault for even thinking about it. Luckily, the snake doesn't seem to have noticed me, so I quickly change directions. It looks like this desert is a lot more dangerous than I thought, and there might be even worse things. I could probably kill the snake, but it wouldn't be easy, and I don't want to get eaten. With something that size, I would probably end up having to kill it from the inside. Although, I will make sure to warn Sir Edvar about it so that he can try and avoid it. It is a good thing that the Empire has the Eagle Riders. They will be able to scout ahead and warn the troops. Although, now that I have seen the snake, I am getting curious about what else might be out here. Not long after I see the snake, the scanner detects another worm, so I kill it. Then I immediately take to the air just in case the snake gets called over. When all I see heading this way is 4 ants, I head back down to fight them. 4 empowered red worker ants defeated. 400,000 XP gained. Absorb activated. Plus 20 evolution points. The worker ants are too weak. They don't even manage to touch me before they die. After absorbing their cores, I add their corpses to the growing pile on the barge. As soon as that is done, I resume walking deeper into the desert and further from the snake. However, before too long I stop walking. There are hundreds of beasts ahead of me. They are underground, so I have probably found another part of the ant nest or a second nest. Either way, as much as I want to hurry and evolve, I can't fight those kinds of numbers. At least, not without some way to keep them from just overwhelming me. If I could find a bottleneck where I could fight them, then maybe I could handle it. Considering there is nothing but sand around and they can burrow, that isn't really possible. I am going to have to stick to hunting around the edges of the area to keep from being surrounded. So, I change directions again to try and move around the nest without alarming it. I probably can't even kill a worm if I find one right now. Otherwise, the nest will erupt. Sure, I can fly to get away, but I would have to leave the barge full of corpses behind. There was only a single ant corpse last time, so the ants ignored it, but I doubt that would happen now. Actually, I kind of want to find another scorpion or two. Their bodies would provide good weapons. I want to give Sir Edvar's elite unit as many materials as possible to increase their odds of succeeding. After all, there is no way that I can hang around long enough to deal with the desert. However, since the Empire is now an ally, I want to help them out as much as I can. In the distance, I spot a pair of ants that are heading this way, probably returning to the nest. As I head towards them, I can tell that both ants are warriors, but I am not worried. Unless there is a stronger type of ant, I only have to worry about them coming at me in numbers. From what I know about ants, there are probably some stronger ones, but they shouldn't leave the nest. As long as I stay outside, I shouldn't encounter them. They should stay with the queen. Of course, that is assuming that these ants act like the ants I know of. I have learned the hard way that assumptions are bad, so I don't let my guard down. While I am fighting the 2 warrior ants, I keep scanning with my mana so nothing can sneak up on me. Luckily, nothing tries and I kill the ants without too much trouble. 2 empowered warrior ants defeated. 400,000 XP gained. Absorb activated. Plus 10 evolution points. Evolution points. 92 divided by 100 evolution level. 0 divided by 5. I just need to absorb another 2 cores, and I will be able to find out what happens when I evolve. At this point, there is no way that I can leave without finding out. I am too close. So, I quickly toss the corpses onto the barge and set out looking for something else to kill. I am still nowhere near the amount of XP that I need to level up, so that won't bother me. I start heading back towards the outpost, and once I am a decent distance from the nest, I start using the scanner again. My plan is to find a worm, kill it, and hope the beasts that are summoned are ones I can handle. I walk for about a half of an hour before I happen across a worm, which I kill. Before long, I detect 3 beasts, 2 coming together and the third from a different direction. The lone beast is faster and will reach me first. It is probably a lizard from its speed. However, the other 2 are not much slower, so I won't have long to fight just the lizard. In order to keep the fight short, I let the lizard land its attacks on me and just exchange blows. Obviously, I am much tougher than the lizard and I easily win in the competition of taking damage. 1 empowered desert lizard defeated. 250,000 XP gained. Just as I finish off the lizard, the other 2 beasts arrive. They are scorpions. I quickly heal myself and then rush into battle against the 2 scorpions. Mostly, I depend on my immunity to poison and ignore their tail attacks as I kill them both. 2 empowered great scorpions defeated. 500,000 XP gained. Absorb activated. Plus 15 evolution points. Evolution points. 107 divided by 100 evolution level. 0 divided by 5 evolution. Ready? Would you like to proceed? Wyan? No, not right now. Evolving in enemy territory would be stupid. Throwing the corpses onto the barge with the others, I head back to the outpost. At this point, I am not even checking for worms. I just want to get back. There are no beasts who get in my way, and I am able to return to the outpost without any issues. The gates open for me, and when I enter, all the soldiers are just staring at the pile of corpses on the barge. I dismiss the barge and leave the corpses for the soldiers and mages to deal with. Then, I find Sir Edvar and tell him about my discoveries and theories. Sir Edvar says, "Thank you, King Ash. This information will be of great help. You are welcome. I simply wanted to do what I could for my ally before I have to leave to take care of other issues." Chapter 1078. Sir Edvar says, "The Empire appreciates your assistance. I have reported directly to the Emperor, and he is very happy with everything that you have done. If there is any reward you might want, I am pretty sure the Emperor will agree." There is no need for that. The Emperor has already promised the reward that I want. Besides, I have gotten several benefits from my adventures into the desert. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to contact my wife and check on the situation in the north. Sir Edvar says, "Of course. Please let me know if there is anything at all that my men or I can do for you." Sure. Sir Edvar heads over to the mages surrounding the corpse pile, and I find a quiet corner. I sit down, open up a soulscape, and invite Lynn. Then I wait until she appears. It takes her a few minutes, but I don't mind. It is earlier than I normally open the soulscape. Lynn says, "We need to make this quick. I am in the middle of the elves' welcoming party." "All right. I just need to know what you found out." Lynn says, "According to Zachariah, the delegation did not change directions and will be here in 4 days at most. He also got me a description of the delegation's leader." "Do you know him?" Lynn says, "Of course I do." "It is the son of the leader of the Magic Kingdom." "The one that caused you a ton of problems?" Lynn says, "Yes, he is the one." "Am I still not allowed to kill the delegation?" Lynn says. "Are you wanting to start a war?" "To be honest, I have no problem starting a war for your sake." Lynn says, "That is sweet. But there is no need to start a war when we can just leave." "All right, since you insist, I will return soon. Is there anything else I should know?" Lynn says, "The council has decided to destroy the wall. However, they are nervous about it and want to wait for you to return and have you do it. They are such a pain." "All right, I guess I will deal with that tomorrow. Enjoy the party. I will be at the castle soon." Lynn says, "You aren't going to join the party. Number, I still have a few things to handle, and I don't want to disrupt the party. The only one I want to see right now is you. Before you leave the party, tell Stillwater we will be leaving in 2 days." Lynn says, "All right, I will tell him." "Are you all right? You seem anxious." I am ready to evolve, but I don't know what will happen when I do. I need to wait until I can be in a safe place, and it may take a few days. I really want to see what will happen, but having to wait is really annoying. Lynn says, "Ah, now I understand. You are many things, but patient isn't one of them, especially when your curiosity is aroused. So, what is the plan then?" "We will settle things in the city, and then we will leave. Once we are safely away, I will evolve in the cabin." "Oh, I asked Zachariah to arrange for some supplies. Did they arrive?" Lynn says, "Yes, they did. Even with the extra mouths, we should be good for at least a year." "Good, one less thing to worry about. All right, if there is nothing else important, I will let you get back to the party." Lynn says, "Okay, I will see you tonight." I give Lynn a nice long kiss before she leaves, and then I end the soulscape. I kind of want to hunt in the desert some more, but until I evolve, there is no point. Besides, I don't dare to leave Lynn in the city when the delegation is so close. Just because Zachariah said 4 days doesn't mean that they won't show up sooner. If something were to happen to Lynn, I would absolutely lose my mind. At that point, I can't even be sure what I would do. I don't even want to imagine it. Just thinking about it is depressing, so I force my mind away from the idea. Instead, I try to think if there is anything left that I need to do while I am here. Luckily, I remember what I forgot to do and head over to talk to Sir Edvar. "Sir Edvar, here, take these. They are scanners that will detect a worm if you get within 50 feet of one. Unfortunately, things up north require my presence, so I won't be able to offer any more help." Sir Edvar says, "Understood. Thank you for all your help. You have done more than we ever could have hoped for. I will report everything to the Emperor. If you need anything, anything at all, go see him." "All right. I wish you luck in dealing with the desert." Sir Edvar bows to me as I open a gate that will take me back to the castle. Just before I walk through the gate, he leads the soldiers in cheering for me. This trip has somewhat restored my thoughts about humans in general. It is one of the only times I have had dealing with nothing but good people. No one even tried to kill me on this trip. I don't think that has happened before. Not once while I was in the South did I have the thought of killing a human. Then again, I didn't interact with many people, but it is still worth thinking about. I need to remember that not all humans are bad. There are still good ones worth saving. That is the main reason that I agreed to ally with the Empire and help them so much." Jarvis says, "Welcome back, Maker." "Hello, Jarvis." Jarvis says, "I trust that your trip went as planned. Was it profitable?" "It was extremely profitable," Jarvis says. "That is good. Is there anything that you require of me?" "Ah, yes, actually. You can save me some time and merge some stone into the castle." I take out the stone that I got while I was in the southern castle and pile it up. While Jarvis is working on absorbing it into the castle, I head down to my workshop. Once there, I start taking out the metals that I acquired and organizing them. After that is done, I dive into Jarvis's programming to see what has changed. A lot has changed over the days that I was gone, and I quickly lose myself in it. The next thing I know, Jarvis is interrupting me to inform me that Lynn has returned. I drop what I am doing and rush upstairs to welcome her home properly. It is a little scary how much I missed her, but I am not going to think about it. After kissing for a while, we sit down to have dinner and I introduce her to the southern recipes. While we are eating, I tell her everything that happened while I was gone. Once I am done, she tells me what has been happening in the city in detail. We already discussed most of it, but this way, we don't miss any of the details. Chapter 1079. Besides, it is just nice to talk about what we experienced while we were separated. Once we are done eating, I open up a soulscape and invite everyone, like normal. After missing a couple of days, the kids are excited to see me and want my attention. I make sure to spend time with each of them and give them lots of affection. Meanwhile, Lynn, Miria, and Brightfire are watching movies like usual. To make up a little for lost time, I keep the soulscape open for hours longer than usual. Once the soulscape is closed, I pick up Lynn, carry her to bed, and show her how much I missed her. In the morning, I intentionally sleep in until Lynn wakes me up. Eventually, we get out of bed, head downstairs for breakfast, and eat together. Lynn says, "What is first on the agenda?" I will go deal with the wall. Once that is done, we have no more obligations to the city. After that, I will go talk with Sakurai and see if he needs anything before we leave. Lynn says, all right. I guess that this will be my last day in the library. More than likely. Oh, do you have enough wood for copying? Lynn says yes. I still have plenty. I have to say that after this, I hope I never have to skim through another book. I know that it has been hard on you and I am sorry. I will do my best to avoid this kind of thing in the future. Lynn says, it is okay. I understand the need. I am just really looking forward to having the time to actually read some of these books. After I evolve, my next priority will be to finish enchanting the castle to give us extra time. Lynn says, I am looking forward to that. There are so many books that I want to read. Understandable. Anyway, if there is anything that you want to do or buy in the city, today is the day. Lynn says nope. I've already done everything that I wanted. It was nice to take a break here, but I am looking forward to seeing the peninsula. All right then, let's go get things taken care of. Having finished breakfast, we leave and walk over to the association building. Once there, we split up. Lynn heads for the library and I go find Almort. I find him in his office, but he looks a lot more haggard than the last time I saw him. Almort says, Ash, welcome back. I am really glad to see you. Almort, you look like crap. Almort says, that is about how I feel. For the life of me, I can't think why I ever wanted to join the council. Surely, being on the council would be easier than working for them. Almort says maybe, but after watching them argue for days on end, I no longer see the appeal. In fact, I am now thinking about retiring after all this mess is over with. Well, that is why I am here. I am going to destroy the wall today, because I am leaving tomorrow, Almort says. Oh, all right. I wasn't expecting you to leave so soon, but I will figure things out. Preparations for the wall to come down have already been made. Most of our adventurers are already patrolling beyond the wall to intercept any beasts that come. Then, let's go deal with it. Lynn made you the scanners, right? After the wall, there shouldn't be anything else I need to do before I leave, right? Almort says. Yes, she did. No, there is nothing else, other than collecting your reward. After talking with Zachariah, on behalf of the council, I have collected materials for you. This will be your reward for the scanners and dealing with the wall. Oh, I also have some information for you. That works for me. What information? Almort says, remember the group that got chased back to the city by a mix of beasts? Well, we sent a strong force to investigate, and they just returned. Well, the survivors did anyway. That sounds ominous. What did they find? Almort says, the ruins of a vast and ancient city. Unfortunately, they weren't even able to reach the city itself. The area was completely overrun by demonic beasts. If the survivors are to be believed, the beasts numbered in the millions. Oh, that sounds quite interesting. Where are these ruins? Almort says. We don't have an exact location because the survivors all had a different answer, but it should be somewhere in this area. I can't be sure, but from what I know, that should have been the capital of the empire that fell. I might just check it out on my way home, Almort says. I thought that would interest you. Unfortunately, if the reports are accurate, it is not something we can handle. It would take both empires working together to handle those kinds of numbers. Yes, that many demonic beasts would be problematic. It is surprising that they have those kinds of numbers. Almort says, no kidding. If that kind of force attacked, the city would be destroyed easily, especially if we didn't know about the weakness of the wall. Maybe that was the demon's plan. Could be. Let's go deal with the wall. Before something else comes up, Almort says, good idea. Almort leads the way as we leave the association and head over to the wall. Before we reach the wall, I see many piles of construction materials. Beyond the wall, I can see trenches and other temporary defenses. It looks like the council decided to rebuild the wall using other materials. The temporary defenses are probably to protect the construction crews. It would have been better to build a new wall inside the old one. But the council probably didn't want to tear down the buildings. They had better hope that they can build a new wall before a major attack comes. Otherwise, their desire to save money will be the end of the city. I wonder if they would have made the same decision if they knew that I was leaving. It wouldn't surprise me if they were counting on me being here to deal with the problem. I should probably warn Zachariah, because I can't stay to protect the city. If they are going to build the wall properly, it will probably take at least a month. Almort, how soon do they expect to have the new wall built? Almort says. The council wants it complete in 2 weeks. That seems too fast. Are they taking shortcuts? Almort says. Yes, but only those that can be accomplished with magic. The plan is actually to build a second wall further out once this one is done. That second wall will be built better, and after it is done, this one will be rebuilt. Chapter 1080. That seems even more wasteful and expensive. However, it is none of my business how much money the council wastes. Almort says, actually, this wasn't the most expensive plan proposed. It is just the one that everyone could agree on. If you hadn't returned, they would probably still be arguing. Now, do you see why I want to retire? Yes, I do see your point. Maybe when you retire, you should ask Zachariah for a job. His business is doing really well lately. Almort says, I am aware, and it is mostly because of you. I already plan to talk to him if I actually do retire. All right. Well, I have other things to do, so let's get this done, Almort says. Go ahead. The wall and the area around it are already cleared. As Almort steps away, I step forward to the wall and place my hand on it. Since this is the second time I am doing this, I am a lot less nervous about it. It only takes me a couple of minutes to finish the spell for all the sections of the wall and trigger it. The flames this time are even more impressive, since it is wrapping around half the city. It makes me hope that the council informed the people, otherwise there will be panic. If they didn't, then it is their own fault and they will have to deal with it. Almort says, Wow, that is bigger than I was expecting. It is an impressive sight, isn't it? Almort says, Yes. How long will it last? At least a couple of hours, probably more. Almort says, The adventurers are definitely going to earn their money this time. Too bad we didn't do this at night. I bet that would be an even more amazing sight. Do you want to attract every single demonic beast? Almort says. Oh, good point. Anyway, I don't plan to stay here and watch it burn. I have other things to do. It has been a pleasure working with you, Almort. I wish you the best, Almort says. Thank you, King Ash. It has been an honor and a privilege. Almort stays to watch the wall burn, and I head over to Zachariah's place. Almort said he would have my reward delivered to the castle, so I don't have to worry about it. When I enter the merchant group's building, I am immediately escorted to Zachariah's office. When I walk in, Zachariah isn't in his office, but I notice the door to the balcony is open. When I walk over and look out, I find Zachariah staring at the wall of fire in the distance. I have to admit that seeing the city with the fire in the background is a unique sight. Zachariah says, Welcome back. Ash, I am guessing that you had something to do with this? Yes. Did the council not inform everyone of what was going to happen? Zachariah says, Number, they only said that a disturbance would occur and not to panic. They didn't say what it would be or why. Mind filling me in? Sure. We head back into his office, and over tea I tell him what I found out about the wall. I also tell him about the council's plans for the new walls and my worries for the city. However, to my surprise, he doesn't seem too worried by what he hears. Zachariah says, We are already prepared. It is the merchant group's policy to build an escape route whenever we build a branch. Not to mention, this building has extra defenses that would slow down the demonic beasts for a while. Oh, that makes sense, Zachariah says. That aside, did the branch in the southern capital deliver the materials to you? Yes, they did. It was quite the surprise. Zachariah says, Good. I was worried that they wouldn't catch you. So, how did your visit to the south go? Far better than I was expecting. I give Zachariah a general rundown of my trip to the Southern Empire. I leave out some details, but they are mostly things he doesn't need to know. I do tell him about the desert. Word will spread soon enough and he might be able to make some profit. Zachariah says, The Emperor really signed an alliance with you? Yes. Why do you find that so surprising? Zachariah says. Because Demon Hunter City has been trying to form an alliance with the Southern Empire for several decades. You are probably too closely tied to the Northern Empire. As long as the two empires are hostile to each other, you can probably forget it. Zachariah says, That is probably true. Not that it really matters to me. I was just surprised that you formed an alliance so easily. Then again, I for one know just how useful it is to be on your good side, so I don't blame the Emperor. Anyway, I came by to see if there is anything you need before I leave the city. We are probably leaving tomorrow, the day after at the latest. Zachariah says, the only thing I need is to know what you want to do about the rest of your share of the profits. The materials covered some of it, but not all of it. Can I just leave it with you? Or with the merchant group? Zachariah says, are you talking about us keeping it as an account that you can spend? Or are you asking to invest in the group? I just have no need to take a bunch of gold back to the peninsula. Which would you suggest? Zachariah says, well, if money isn't a concern, I would say either invest all of it or place an order. If you want to place an order, I can fill it and hold it here until you or your man comes back to the city. When Pole comes here, he will have trade goods and funds, so let's just go with investing it. Zachariah says, all of it? Yes, Zachariah says. Alraya says, all right, I will take care of it. So is there anything else? Zachariah says, not that I can think of. Have a safe trip, and I hope that we meet again in the future. Anything is possible. It has been a pleasure doing business with you, and good luck with your promotion. After saying goodbye to Zachariah, I returned to the castle only to find a bunch of wagons parked in front of it. I quickly find out that these wagons are carrying the materials that are my reward. Allmort isn't with them, so they couldn't get into the castle to unload them. So, I open the gates and then stand by and watch as all of the crates are unloaded. There are 20 wagons in total, each carrying 15 or more crates each. When they are all unloaded, it adds up to form a small mountain of crates. Chapter 1081. As soon as the last of the wagons is unloaded, I close the gates and start going through crates. Jarvis comes to assist me and he takes care of any stone we find in the crates. The metals and woods go into separate piles, but there are other things as well. There are rare magical plants and seeds, but I have no idea what to do with them. Each probably needs special conditions and care to grow, but there are no instructions with them. For now, I put them aside. I will decide what to do with them later. I run into a problem when I go to transfer the metals into my workshop. I am out of room. I have never had so many materials to play with, so I shouldn't run out anytime soon. It makes me want to start building things, but I don't actually have anything to build right now. Actually, come to think of it, I do. I still need to make an antenna for Jarvis. That way he can leave the castle when it is stored in my pouch and still interact with me. It doesn't take much in the way of materials, but it does satisfy my craving to build something. I had already thought of how I wanted to do it, so it doesn't take me long. Once it is ready, I call Jarvis down and install it. While I am at it, I check for any wear and tear. He is enchanted to self-repair, but it is still a good idea to check and make sure it is working properly. As I am finishing up, I have an idea. So next, I call down the 2 gardener golems. I shut them down, remove their eyes, and start making them new ones. My goal is to make eyes that are similar to mine that can identify things. If it works, the golems should be able to use them, along with their knowledge of gardening, to identify plants. That way they should be able to figure out the proper way to take care of them. I will also add an enchantment to the eyes to improve the chances of it working. I will also need to make some changes to their programming so that they can use the new eyes. However, after what I have learned from Jarvis's programming, I am confident it will work. While I am working, I give Jarvis permission to add some more gardens and a hothouse. After all, some of the plants might need a more tropical environment to grow properly. In fact, some of the ones we already planted would probably do better in there. I totally didn't even think of that when I was planning to add the gardens. It would probably be a good idea to find out if any of the elves have these kinds of skills. If so, then they can come in and help teach the golems, so that I don't have to keep making it up as I go. As I am updating the golems' programming, I realize that there is a lot that I can improve. However, I don't want to completely reprogram them right now, so I only change a few things. I still have a lot to learn, so it is pointless to reprogram them right now. I would just end up having to reprogram them again once I learn more from Jarvis. Once I am done with the golems, I have some lunch, and then I gather up the wood. I gate over to the ship and give Athena all of the wood I have, including what was left from making the staff. It takes a while to get all of the wood out of my pouch, but at least now I have room again. Athena, how are the preparations going? Athena says, they are already done. We could leave right now if you wanted to. Good. If nothing comes up, we will probably leave in the morning. I want to make sure the wall burns away completely before I leave. Athena says, understood? Any additional commands? No, not at the moment. I gate back to the castle and then head to the roof to see if the wall is still burning. It is just as strong as last time I looked, and it shows no signs of dying down. To be honest, I didn't think it would burn this long. I might have underestimated the amount of mana it contained. Just to be on the safe side, I fly over to the wall to take a closer look at it. The fire doesn't worry me. If anything, it would just heal me, which gives me an idea. The problem is that the idea is either pure genius or complete stupidity. To satisfy my curiosity, I stick my hand into the fire that is coming off of the wall. As expected, the fire doesn't hurt me whatsoever. In fact, it feels really good. So I climb into the fire and stand on what is left of the wall, which is less than half what it started as. Being completely immersed in the fire feels just as good as when I take a lava bath. However, this isn't the crazy part of my idea, and I am still undecided on trying it. My idea is to see if I can absorb the fire, just like I did with the spell I used on the pirates. The problem is that my evolution points are already over the maximum. I have no idea what might happen if I try to go even further above that. However, I really want to find out even if Lynn will yell at me for it, so I activate Absorb. Absorb activated. Absorb failed. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting, but it is not the worst thing that could have happened. My Absorb skill is still fairly low level. Maybe that is why it failed. It did hurt when it failed, but the fire instantly healed me, so at least I won't get yelled at. In fact, I probably won't even tell Lynn about my experiment since it failed. However, it is a shame that all this fire is going to waste, but can't do anything about it. Maybe if I had thought about using it earlier, I would have had time to come up with more ideas. Then I realize that I am being an idiot. I have something specifically designed to hold the power of fire. So, I take the fire gem out of my pouch, and it instantly starts absorbing the fire around me. At first, it is just the fire in my immediate area, but it soon starts pulling more and more. Soon, the entire wall of fire is flowing into the fire gem, and I realize I didn't think this through. Sure, the fire gem can absorb all of it, but it is creating quite the scene in doing so. What is worse is it is not ending. The wall keeps producing fire and it keeps getting absorbed. In fact, it looks like the rate at which the fire is being produced is increasing. I can already see people coming out of the buildings nearby to stare at what is going on. However, they are not the ones I am worried about. It is the deities that might notice. Chapter 1082, the cloak only prevents them from scrying me directly. If they look at the area, they could still spot me. However, when I try to stop it and put the fire gem away, I find out that I can't. I am no longer in control of the situation, and that worries me even more. Despite using all of my strength, I can't make the fire gem move at all. When I let go of it, it just continues to float there, sucking in all of the fire. As I watch, I can see the wall breaking down to provide more and more fire. At this rate, what is left of the wall should be gone within an hour at most. The problem is that means the gods and goddesses will have more than an hour to notice me. As I am trying to think of what to do, my communication amulet vibrates. Lynn says, Ash, what is going on? What did you do? The magic in the association is going berserk. I am playing with fire. Lynn says, well, stop it. Actually, I already tried and I can't. I took out the fire gem to absorb some of the firewall and it worked too well. It is now absorbing everything, and I can't stop it or move it. Lynn says, Ash, didn't you tell me something about that gem being related to the fire god somehow? Yeah, it tried to use my body to bring the fire god back. Oh, Lynn says, what are we going to do? I want you to go grab the castle and head to the ship. As soon as you are on board, order Athena to set sail. I will catch up. Lynn says, all right, stay safe. And don't do anything stupid. Well, anything else stupid? I'll try, but no promises. Lynn says, well, at least you are honest. I will see you soon. Lynn breaks contact, and I turn my attention back to the fire gem, trying to think of what to do. I certainly didn't think this through properly. If the gem absorbs enough power, it will turn into a god. While I am pretty sure a god of fire can't hurt me, the city is another story. As the gem continues absorbing the fire, I can hear sounds of fighting in the distance. It sounds like the adventurers have their hands full, and the sounds are getting closer. I attempt to create a barrier around the gem to stop the flames, but it shatters instantly. In fact, the gem lashes at me with its power, but it doesn't do anything to me. Obviously, the gem didn't like me trying to interfere with its energy source. Since I can't block the fire, the only other thing I can think of is to absorb it. I already know that my absorb skill won't work, but that isn't my only option. After all, the fire is being made from mana and I can still manipulate mana. So, I start gathering the fire as fast as I can and start feeding it into a spell. If I just try and absorb it into my body, it will damage me since my mana is already full. So, instead, I convert the fire back into mana and start constructing a spell. I am absorbing and refining the fire just as fast as I can to keep it from the fire gem. Hopefully, if I can steal enough of the mana, the gem won't have enough to resurrect the god. Unfortunately, I can't seem to examine the gem right now, so I don't know how much it needs. This means that all I can do is take as much as I can and hope that it is enough. However, the more mana I use, the bigger the spell needs to be, and that could be a problem. After all, there is no point in trying to save the city only to destroy it myself. My best bet is going to be to create a spell to target the demonic beasts. However, as big as this spell is going to be, it will also kill the adventurers. As I am trying to think of a solution, I feel several spikes of power from within the city. When I look over, I see multiple pillars of white light coming down from the sky. It looks like some of the gods have noticed what is going on and plan to do something. The pillars are either them creating avatars or sending down their servants. Either way, I am probably going to have company soon, and I doubt they will be friendly. I turn my head to glance at the harbor, and I am glad to see the ship is already moving. As long as Lynn and the others are safe, I can do whatever I need to do, even if that means fighting against multiple avatars. So I ask a guard to fetch Almort. Almort says, "Ash, what do you need?" "I need you to evacuate everyone away from the wall and get as many as you can into shelters. Also, do you have a way to tell the adventurers to retreat behind the wall?" Almort says, if we ring the bells they should retreat?" "Why? What are you going to do?" "I am creating a spell that will kill everything outside the wall," Almort says. "What? All right. I will ring the bells." Almort takes off running, and I can't remember ever seeing him so flustered. I figured that by now he would be used to me doing insane things, but I guess not. Depending on how this goes, I may have to give up on the idea of opening trade here. Luckily, I can just open trade with the Southern Empire instead, since they are already my ally. I will just have to wait and see how things end up going. It might not be that bad. A few minutes pass, and then the city's bells start ringing, and they keep ringing. This isn't like the signals I have heard in the past. This is more like an emergency alert. However, I don't worry about that and keep working on stealing mana for my spell. If the adventurers can get out of the way, then I won't have to worry about collateral damage. Since I don't have to worry about the adventurers, I know what kind of spell to use. Normally, I would use a fire spell, but that would defeat the point and just feed the gem. I can already see the groups of adventurers retreating, and the demonic beasts are right behind them. As I feed more mana into the spell, dark clouds start to gather above the lands outside the wall. However, as I am feeding mana into the spell, I notice that the fire gem has started glowing. I get the feeling that something bad is about to happen, so I get a little reckless. I add a new part to the spell that will allow it to gather mana from the fire on its own. Now the gem has me and the spell stealing energy from it. I just hope it works. The downside is that now the spell will grow until there is no more energy. Chapter 1083. That means that I won't be able to stop the spell, even if I want to until the wall is gone. However, this is the only way that I can think of to maybe stop the fire god from being reborn. For all I know, the fire god might be friendly, but the other gods won't be. Most of them will probably hate me for bringing back another god to compete with them. Then again, most of them would already hate me if they knew I was working for the goddesses. It would be for the best if I can get out of here without them finding out about me. That is probably impossible. They have probably already seen me and what I am doing. There are 12 pillars of light in the city, but there are probably more deities watching. I think if the gem hatches, I will just run away and let the gods sort it out themselves. In fact, the fire god might just be the perfect distraction to enable me to escape. However, if I can prevent the gem from hatching, that would mean I get to keep the energy. So, I keep stealing energy to feed into my spell and wait to see what happens. The spell is now growing faster than I can control, and it will soon activate. When it does, lightning is going to rain down on everything outside the walls. At this point, I am just trying to give the adventurers time to get out of the area. Luckily, the beasts are more interested in reaching the wall than killing the adventurers. The clouds now cover the entire sky and lightning is arcing between them. It is getting harder and harder to keep the spell from activating and destroying everything. More and more demonic beasts are coming into sight. There are thousands of them. If they hadn't retreated, I am sure that all of the adventurers would have died. As it stands, not all of the adventurers are going to make it back to the city. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do to help them. It is taking all my attention to hold back the spell. The worst part is, the longer I hold it back, the worse it will be when it activates. There are only a few feet of the wall left, but I don't think I can hold the spell that long. The first of the demonic beasts reach the wall and they jump straight into the flames. They are instantly consumed by the flames, but as they die, the flames change. The flames take on a demonic aspect, and I am no longer able to refine them back into mana. That is probably the demon's goal, to make the flames go out of control and destroy the city. What worries me is what might happen if the gem absorbs the demonic flames. I certainly don't want to be responsible for the birth of a demonic fire god. However, in order to deal with the flames, I will need to release control of the spell. There are still hundreds of adventurers out there trying to retreat to the city. Those kinds of losses would be a serious blow to the city, so I can't bring myself to do it. Lynn says, "We have cleared the harbor, but Athena is nervous about the storm that is brewing. Tell her not to turn west and just head north. That isn't a storm. It is the spell I am preparing." Lynn says, "Don't you think that you are going a bit overboard? Are those pillars of light what I think they are?" I didn't have a choice, and yes, they are. Don't worry. I plan to get out of here before they get here. Lynn says, "All right, I will be waiting. If you get in trouble, call for me, and I will come help you escape." I tell Lynn that I love her, and then I cut the communication and turn my focus back to the spell. Unfortunately, Lynn distracted me just enough that the spell has started slipping out of my control. Despite all of my attempts, I can't stop the spell from slipping further and further. All that I managed to do is to slow it down for a few minutes before it activates. Not all of the adventurers have made it back yet, but most of them have. A couple of dozen are still in the danger zone, but there is nothing that I can do for them. As soon as the spell activates, thousands of lightning bolts rain down from the sky. The sound that follows is so loud that I can't hear it. I feel it as it shakes my bones. The next second, thousands more bolts descend, and it doesn't stop at that. Normally, I consider lightning to be beautiful, but right now it just looks like the end of the world. What worries me is that the rate that the spell is absorbing mana is still increasing. At this point, I am no longer providing mana to the spell, but it is still growing. Luckily, this means that there is less for the fire gem to absorb, but it still might not be enough. The light around the gem has started to pulse rhythmically, and I am guessing it is a bad sign. Just when I think that things can't get any worse, the light pillars disappear. I am tempted to just turn and run away, but I don't want to leave until I know what is going to happen to the gem. If I leave before that, I know that my curiosity will drive me insane. Besides, I am also a little worried that the spell will find another source of mana and just keep growing. If that happens, then it might really be the end of the world and it would be my fault. That shouldn't be possible, but I still can't help worrying about it. Besides, I still have a task that I need to perform, and that is taking control of the flames infected with demonic mana. At this point, there are no more demonic beasts reaching the wall. They are all dying to the lightning. So, I just have to control the demonic flames that are already here and keep them from being absorbed. However, that means that I have to fight against the gem that is trying to absorb everything. The flames are hard to control, but luckily, I have experience dealing with demonic energies. To keep them from being absorbed by the gem, I move them into the spell's path. I figure that letting the spell absorb the demonic energy is safer than the gem absorbing it. However, just as I am getting things under control, I can sense 12 beings heading my way. From the power I can sense from them, only 4 of them should be avatars. The other 8 feel weaker, so they are probably servants like angels. It is probably a good thing that I don't have control of the spell. Otherwise, I would use it to attack them. As it stands, they will be here soon. So I need to decide what to do. I can either run away before they get here, or stick around to see what is going to happen. Chapter 1084. There is no way that I haven't already been spotted, so I decide to satisfy my curiosity. There is still a chance that I can get the fire gem if it doesn't absorb enough fire. I already have an escape plan in mind, so I am not too worried about getting captured. The 12 figures soon arrive and stand in the air not far from where the wall stood. Of the angels, 5 of them are male, and the remaining 3 are female. The 4 avatars are all males, and one of them is someone I vaguely recognize. It is the avatar of the war god that I beat down a while ago, and from the look on his face, he recognizes me as well. However, he doesn't make a move and just stares at the fire gem intently. There is very little of the wall left at this point, but the gem is glowing brightly. In fact, the gem is now brighter than the fire around it and pulsing faster. I am starting to think that all my efforts have been in vain and the fire god is going to be reborn. The avatars probably wouldn't be here if they didn't think the same. If they want to kill the fire god, when it is first reborn would be the best time. If that is what is going to happen, I certainly don't want to be standing next to the fire god. Then again, if they are going to fight, I kind of want to watch the show. I am curious about how powerful the fire god is as well as the avatars. I did defeat the war god's avatar, but I don't know if he used his full strength or not. I am also curious about the angels. Are they as strong as the avatars? I think I am as strong as an avatar in a one-on-one situation, but that might just be my arrogance speaking. To be honest, when I fought the God of War's avatar, it took a lot for me to win. If the other god's avatars are stronger than his, then I might lose to them. I would definitely lose if it was 4-on-1, so the safest thing would be for me to leave now. However, my curiosity is compelling me to stay and see what happens. I know that I shouldn't listen to my curiosity, but I can't help it. I really want to know what is going to happen. The lightning storm is still going strong, but there are still a few demonic beasts alive out there. I have no idea how they have gotten lucky enough to not be struck yet. However, with the amount of lightning pouring down, their luck won't last for long. The last chunks of the wall disappear, and the last of the fires are absorbed by the gem and my spell. Luckily, the spell immediately starts losing power. My fears didn't come to pass yet. Just as I am thinking nothing else is going to happen, a cracking sound comes from the gem. The avatars, the angels, and I all stare intently at the fire gem, waiting. A few seconds pass, and then more cracking sounds come from it in quick succession. I can see the cracks spreading across the gem. It looks like an egg that got dropped. The avatars and the angels all ready their weapons. But I don't take my eyes off the gem. Suddenly, the area around the gem heats up to the point that I can actually feel it. Then, the gem shatters all at once and a tall male figure appears in its place. Surprisingly, he is not made of fire, but his skin is red and has flames dancing on it. The flames quickly thicken and form into armor over his body and a huge axe in his hands. He barely even glances at me. All of his attention is on the avatars and angels. Fire God says, "You weaklings think that you can kill me without descending in person? You thought I would be weakened due to my rebirth. Fools, face my full power." The fire god doesn't give them any chance to respond. He just waves his axe at them. A wave of fire is generated by the axe and heads towards the avatars and angels. The 4 avatars move forward to meet the wave while the angels move behind them. The avatars cut through the fire wave, and then 2 of them advance to attack the fire god. The 2 are attacking in melee range, while the other 2 and the angels attack from range. It is a strangely silent battle because I can't hear anything over the thunder. I am starting to think that this might be a good time for me to leave, but then I spot something. Directly under the fire god is a piece of the fire gem about the size of a golf ball. I decide to wait around for a bit and see if I might get a chance to grab it. Despite being outnumbered, the fire god manages to push back the avatars. So far, I would say that the fire god is winning, but the fight is far from over. Many attacks are landing on the fire god, but so far his armor has stopped them all. Seeing how effective it is, I focus on the armor itself to see if I can learn how it works. I have the spell Storm Armor, but it isn't anywhere near as effective as his fire armor. In fact, I can't even remember the last time that I bothered to use the spell. On the other hand, if the fire god wins the fight, I might be able to replace my lost armor. Either way, I still study the fire armor while watching the fight. It isn't created by a spell. It is probably one of the god's abilities, but I can still learn from it. In fact, the avatars and angels are also using spells and abilities that I can learn from. Even if I don't get anything else from this battle, it is still worth watching. Right now, I wouldn't stand much of a chance against them, but that will change if I can study how they fight. The way they use their abilities is similar to how I use my pure mana without a spell structure. However, there are some differences, especially since they aren't using mana. They are using divine power, but they are using it directly instead of through a spell. I have done the same a few times when I was experimenting before I got yelled at. Other than adding some divine enchantments to the castle, I haven't used my divine power much, mainly because I didn't want to get in trouble with Saronia and Krenosha again. However, after watching how the avatars and angels are fighting, I am tempted. As long as I don't mix it with mana, I shouldn't get into trouble for using it. Then again, I should probably ask for permission if I really want to avoid getting in trouble. Chapter 1085. Although, I might already be in trouble since I am responsible for the fire god's resurrection. I guess I will just have to talk to the two of them later and see what they say. Since I am causing problems for the local gods, they might just be okay with it. Who knows? The two of them might even want to recruit the fire god if he survives this fight. So far, the avatars and angels still haven't managed to injure the fire god or make him move. However, I can't be sure that any of them have used their full power so far. The angels might only have this much power, but I doubt that the avatars have gone all out yet. From what I can tell, the fire god also doesn't seem to have gotten serious yet. At least, I would hope that a god has more abilities than what I have seen so far. All he has done so far is use fire attacks generated from his axe. That can't be all he has. The two avatars fighting him up close have suffered some burns, but that is it. The other avatars and the angels haven't taken any damage as far as I can see. The only other thing that has happened is that the temperature around the fire god has increased. If I can feel it, then the avatars and angels are probably suffering quite a bit. However, I am disappointed that they haven't managed to make the fire god move. It is far too dangerous for me to try and snatch the gem while he is hovering right above it. The fight continues for a few more minutes, with nothing changing, and then the fire god laughs. As he laughs, the sky around him and his opponents becomes covered in flames. The angels were not prepared, and several of them scream in pain as they are burned. The avatars fare better, but it is still obvious that they were not expecting this. The four of them group together and use their powers to force the flames back. The angels quickly hide within the safe area created by the avatars and continue attacking. The fire god ignores their attacks, which can't get through his armor, and keeps laughing. The more that the fire god laughs, the more intense the flames become. Several buildings that were near the wall have already been reduced to ashes. Other than the avatars and angels, anything else the flames have touched has been destroyed. I just hope that most of the civilians had time to either evacuate or get to a shelter. As for me, the flames feel great. I feel even better than when I soak in my lava bath. I feel like, as long as I am within the fire, I will be unkillable because I will heal any wound. I am really tempted to absorb some of the flames, but I don't want to draw the fire god's attention. At least, not until after I have snatched the gem and stored it away safely. Once that is done, I will be ready to flee and can afford to take some risks. It doesn't look like I am going to be able to count on the angels and avatars to hold his attention. The avatars are just barely holding back the flames, and they have serious looks on their faces. The fire god, on the other hand, looks completely relaxed and in control. Whenever he looks at the struggling avatars, he sneers at them. If this keeps up, then the lightning storm is going to run out of energy before the fight ends. That means that I will need to think of another safe escape path. Without the lightning to cover me, there is a strong possibility that I will be chased. Knowing my luck, it is guaranteed that at least one god will be chasing me. Just as I am thinking of trying to snatch the gem and run, something changes. Another pillar of light comes down from the sky, but this one is much larger than the previous ones. If the size of the pillar denotes strength, then this is probably an actual god descending. I am actually hoping that is the case, since that will definitely make the fire god move. In fact, when he first sees the pillar, the sneer disappears from his face. Fire god says, finally getting serious. Well, I will show you youngsters what an ancient god is capable of. As if in answer to him, the pillar disappears, revealing a male with 6 golden wings. It is hard to judge from this distance, but I would guess he is at least 10 feet tall. He is clean-shaven with long hair that looks like it is actually made of gold. He is wearing heavy armor and is armed with a sword and shield, also golden. It is almost as if he chose his entire outfit to match his hair, which could be possible. I am not much for judging men's looks, but I am sure others would call him handsome in a cold and haughty way. The new arrival doesn't say anything. With a single flap of his wings, he disappears. He instantly reappears right in front of the fire god and swings his sword. The fire god easily blocks with his axe and then pushes the new god back. With that simple push, the new god is forced back about 20 feet, and he doesn't look happy. The one thing he did accomplish was breaking the wave of flames, giving the avatars some relief. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to make the fire god take even a single step. The new god attacks over and over again. But the result is the same every time. Meanwhile, the angels and avatars are staying back and recovering. The fire god, for some reason, is just defending and isn't even using his flame attacks. Fire god says, "Is that really all you've got? This is getting boring." After saying that, the fire god finally launches an attack against the new god. The new god blocks with his shield. But when the axe hits the shield, there is a huge explosion. The new god goes flying off like he was shot out of a gun and crashes through a building. However, my attention is on the fact that during his attack, the fire god stepped forward. This is the first time he has moved since he revived, and I am tempted to grab the gem. Unfortunately, he only took 1 step, so he is still really close to the gem and would easily notice me. The 4 avatars attack the fire god again, probably to buy time for the god. However, the fire god seems tired of playing with them and launches an attack. With a single swing of his axe, he sends the 2 melee avatars crashing to the ground. Chapter 1086. They look to be heavily injured, but they did buy enough time for the new god to get back up. The new god looks enraged as he charges back into the air to attack the fire god. Unfortunately for him, the fire god meets his attack with an attack of his own. The body of the new god is sent shooting down to the ground where he lands on the avatars. The impact causes a huge crater to form, and I can see the 2 avatars dissipating. They turn into white particles of light and start drifting towards the sky. Before the new god can recover, the fire god swings his axe and sends out a wave of flames. However, it is not aimed at the new god. It is aimed at the remaining avatars and the angels. It turns out that the 2 avatars are not strong enough to stop the wave on their own. The 2 avatars only suffer severe burns from the flames, but the angels are not so lucky. All 8 of them have their wings burned away and go plummeting to the ground. Those that survived the flames don't survive the fall. With that one attack, all 8 angels die. When I see that their bodies don't disappear, I start thinking of ways to get to them. Even if their gear isn't useful to me now, it is still made from materials I don't have access to. However, I can't be sure how the fire god might feel about me looting his kills. As a god, he shouldn't really care about the angels' things, but that isn't for sure. It is a gamble and I am willing to take a chance, but not until after I grab the gem. I don't know why, but I really want to see what that gem is and what it does. However, with that last attack, he took another step. If he moves a little more, I will go for it. The new god finally gets up and notices that he only has 2 avatars left as backup. To say that he looks displeased would be a huge understatement. to say the least. Fire God says, well, are you going to call your friends? If not, I am going to end this boring farce. New God says, I don't need any help. I am the God of purity, and I will be the one to purify you. Fire God says, idiot, you think you can purify flames. Fire is what purifies other things. Here, let me show you. The fire god creates a ball of flames above his hand, but then the fire starts to change. It cycles through a few different colors, and then it turns into a pure white flame. Even to me, that flame feels somewhat dangerous, which is really surprising. Luckily, it isn't aimed at me, and even better, the fire god steps forward as he throws it. Instead of watching what happens to the new god, I dash over, grab the gem, and throw it into my pouch. Then, I return to where I was, like nothing happened, and look over to see the results. The god of purity is covered by white flames, and he is screaming as he burns. After a few seconds, he turns into a beam of white light and escapes into the sky. The two remaining avatars watch him go, and then they also return to the heavens. The fire god watches them go with a snort and then turns to look at where he was standing. He only looks at the spot for a second and then instantly turns his gaze over to me. He has an amused look on his face as he looks at me, but that isn't very reassuring. Fire god says, first you refused to become my new body, then you bring me back anyway, and now you have stolen my gem. I am really confused as to what to do with you. I am tempted to punish you, but I would have to get pretty serious to actually hurt you. The point to focus on is that I did bring you back. Compared to that, isn't everything else kind of unimportant? Fire god says, I suppose so. Besides, you are amusing. Now, I have a world to explore. I imagine a lot has changed since my time. Before you leave, I have a question. Based on where I found your gem, do you know anything about the maker? Fire god says, the who? I quickly realize that there is no reason for him to recognize the name I made up, so I describe her, how I found her, the undead she controls, and how her powers work. Fire god says, that is the goddess of undeath. Wait, are you saying that she is free? That shouldn't be possible. My opposite, the god of ice, gave up his life to seal her. Unfortunately, yes, she is free. How she was freed isn't important. Why did you seal her instead of killing her? Fire god says, we couldn't find a way to kill her. I personally burned her to ashes 12 times. She just kept coming back. If she is free, then this world is in trouble. It will take someone with the powers of an ancient god to seal her again. You mean someone like you? Fire god says. Similar to my power level? Yes. The problem is that I never learned how to seal things. I only know how to destroy things. All right? I will just have to hope I can get strong enough to deal with her before her powers recover. Fire god says, what do you mean before her powers recover? Her powers are nowhere near what you described just now. I am guessing that being sealed for thousands of years has weakened her. Fire god says, thousands of years? Has it really been that long? I am afraid so. At least from what I saw of where she was sealed. Fire god says, wait, you found my gem and saw where she was sealed. You released her. Huh, nice meeting you. Got to go now. Bye. Without giving the fire god time to react, I turn and fly straight into the lightning storm. It isn't as strong as before, but there are still hundreds of strikes happening every second. The fire god chases after me, but I manage to get a few seconds head start. I don't have any control over the storm, but that doesn't worry me since it can't hurt me. Since we are flying, both the fire god and I attract a lot of lightning strikes. For me, it feels really good, but from the sounds of it, the fire god doesn't fare so well. When I look back, I quickly notice that the fire god is falling behind, which I didn't expect. I was sure that he would be faster than me. The lightning must be hurting him. He only follows me for about a minute before he gives up and turns back. I am sad that I couldn't get the angels' corpses, but I am glad I had the storm as cover. I don't think the fire god is mad enough to kill me, but I don't want to take that chance. I am hoping that he will head east and cause problems for the Maker. Chapter 1087. From the tone of his voice when he talked about her, I am guessing that he has a grudge against her. His face really lit up when I mentioned that she was weakened by being sealed. Maybe if I am lucky, he will be able to kill her so that I don't have to worry about her. However, I doubt that I will get that lucky. At best, he might slow down her recovery. Even if that is all he manages to do, it will make it easier for me to catch up. Although I don't want to seal her again, I want to find a way to kill her permanently. No matter what he does, I am just glad that he has given up on chasing me. As I relax, I slow down and take a look around only to see a wasteland. The lands beyond the wall are no longer grasslands. There is nothing but blasted craters. There is hardly a single spot within sight that hasn't been hit by lightning at least once. Some places have been hit multiple times, and the lightning is still raining down. The spell has already gone far beyond my expectations, and it is still going. Although it is weakening slowly, at the rate it is going, I think it will last around 30 more minutes. Other than the craters, there are a lot of burned bodies of demonic beasts. There are thousands of them, and there are probably more that I can't see. As it stands, I cannot see where the storm ends. It even goes out to sea a ways. I am glad that I told Lynn to take the ship north. If they had turned west, they would have entered the storm. I am pretty confident in the ship's defenses, but it still would have been a gamble. However, I am rather disappointed that I didn't get any of the XP from all the beasts. Considering how many beasts died, I might have even been able to level up. It is probably because the spell went out of my control, but that couldn't be helped. It is unfortunate that I didn't manage to prevent the fire god from being resurrected. On the other hand, if he does cause trouble for the Maker, then it will end up being a good thing. As long as he doesn't try to hunt me down, I don't really care what he ends up doing. It is probably safe enough for me to head back to the ship now, but I think I will wait. I just want to make sure the spell dissipates and nothing else goes wrong. Since I am going to wait around, I contact Lynn and let her know that I escaped safely. That way she won't worry needlessly, because if she finds out later, that would get me in trouble. After I am done talking to her, I have a stupid idea, so I turn and fly back to the city. If the fire god didn't stick around, I might still be able to get the angels' corpses. It is risky, and Lynn would be mad, but it is safer to do it while I still have the storm to escape into. When I return to the vicinity of the city, I don't see the fire god anywhere. Unfortunately, I also don't see the corpses of the angels either, just some scorch marks. It looks like the fire god got rid of the corpses. Did he anticipate that I would come back? If so, he might still be nearby waiting to ambush me. It is what I would do. So, I instantly turn around and fly straight back into the storm where it is safe. I also fly up until I am hidden within the clouds, just in case he was watching for me. I change directions several times, just to make sure I can't be easily followed. I may just be being paranoid, but being paranoid is better than being dead. This day turned out to be way more eventful than planned, but it could have been worse. Luckily, I already have the cloak to make it hard for the fire god to track me down. Thanks to that, I probably won't be seeing him again unless I get really unlucky. Although, after seeing that white fire of his, I have to wonder if there is a way to improve my fire immunity. My character sheet shows it as ultimate immunity, but that can't be true if there are flames that can still hurt me. Or at least, that is the feeling I got from the flames, but I can't be sure unless I get burned by them. It might be as simple as the difference between being a mortal and being a god. It might just be impossible for a mortal to be immune to a god's level of fire. However, if it isn't impossible, then I definitely want to reach that level. Right now, my best bet is going to be my evolution. That is my best hope of advancement. I also need to get back to working on my core regularly and see where that goes. I should also try to find the time to go back into the hallway and work on raising my soul's level. If I don't raise my soul's level before I meet the dragon again, I will probably get scolded. My problem is that I have too many things that I need to do and I focus too much on just one. Whenever something new comes up, I tend to forget all about the older things. It is just going to get worse when I get back to the peninsula and have even more things to do. Just thinking about all the things I will have to deal with makes me want to run away. However, I have done far too much of that already. There are things that I have to do. Besides, if I tried to run away, Lynn would hunt me down if I didn't take her with me. Also, I can't abandon my kids like that. I would have to take all of them with me. It is a tempting thought. But I was brought to this world for a reason. I can't just ignore that. Even if I did run away and find a quiet place to live, I would end up dying of boredom. Experimenting and building things would only keep me busy for a week or two at most. After that, I would have to look for a fight. But even that wouldn't be enough. My curiosity would still act up. I have far too many unanswered questions. I have to keep looking for the answers. That is about the only thing I miss from my old life. Anything I was curious about, I could just look up on the internet. That thought makes me laugh, but the fact that I can hear myself surprises me. It is only then that I realize that the lightning has stopped and the sudden silence is deafening. It only lasts a few seconds, though. The spell hasn't completely ended. It has just weakened enough for there to be an occasional break in the lightning. It should only take a couple of more minutes before the spell finally ends. At that point, I will gate back to the ship and have dinner with Lynn and the kids. Starting my evolution can wait until the ship is headed west and safely away from this area. Chapter 1088. Since opening a gate in midair might be dangerous, I fly down and land. Then I sit there and watch as the storm slowly runs out of energy and breaks down. I have always loved watching a thunderstorm, so the wait for it to end is quite pleasant. Spell completed. 31,492 demonic beasts defeated. 168,38367 XP gained. Tinding level up. Level 18. Level 19. Level 19. HP plus 500. DP plus 500. Primary stats plus 50. Class spells plus 1 level. Oh, as soon as the spell ended, I got the XP. And so much XP. I never imagined so many beasts dying. There weren't that many here, just how big of an area did the spell cover? Instead of gating back to the ship, I take off and start flying deeper into the demon lands. I want to see just how far the spell went and satisfy my curiosity before I go back. I am just glad that the spell didn't expand back over the city. That would have been a disaster. In the future, I am going to have to be more careful about using unknown energy sources. Not that I had much of a choice at the time, but I will try to avoid it happening again. Although, considering how many beasts it killed, it was definitely effective. After flying for a few minutes, I finally spot the end of the blasted area. It is several miles from where the wall used to be, a lot further than I was expecting. A few miles might not be much for a normal storm, but for a spell it is a huge area. Now, I understand how the spell killed so many demonic beasts, and my curiosity is satisfied. So, I land, open up a gate, and walk through into my cabin on the ship. As soon as I step through, Lynn tackles me and hugs me tightly. I guess she's still worried. As soon as Lynn releases me, the kids want their turn, so I give them some attention. It takes me a few minutes to calm them down and convince them that I am fine. Once I do that, we move to the table and sit down to have dinner together. Lynn says, "All right, now how did dealing with the wall lead to what happened?" I knew that this was coming, so I start explaining what happened while I eat. There are several times during my story that Lynn looks like she is going to hit me. Luckily, she decides not to and just lets me finish the story before she says anything. Lynn says, "So, it sounds like the fire god can be counted as an enemy now." I don't know if I would go as far as to call him an enemy. He probably just wants to beat me up for a while. Lynn says, "I can certainly understand that feeling. Do you think he will come after you?" I doubt it. He won't be able to find me unless I take my cloak off. Lynn says, "You are really lucky that it wasn't destroyed along with your armor and clothes." Yes, I am. Speaking of, I really need to make some new clothes. Lynn says, "Didn't you already make some? Number what I am wearing now is made with my shape-shifting ability." Lynn says, "What are you going to do about your armor?" For now, nothing. I don't really need it anymore. Besides, I got some ideas from the fire god's spell armor. At some point, I will probably experiment with it and see how it goes. Lynn says, "There are a number of different spells that create armor. Would you like me to pull the books on them for you?" "Sure. I won't need them right away, but I will eventually read them." Lynn says, "Oh, what was the gem? I hope it was something good considering the risks you took." I have no idea. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I was busy running away from the fire god. It is lucky that Lynn asked. Otherwise, I probably would have forgotten about the gem. Now that she has mentioned it, I take it out of my pouch to take a look at it. However, the instant I do, Mulan looks at it, jumps onto the table, runs over, and snatches it out of my hand. Before I can even get over my surprise and try to get it back, she swallows the gem. Instantly, flames erupt from every inch of her body, and everyone else quickly backs away. The only ones who don't react are me and Mushu, since we have nothing to fear. The flames flare up and then curl back and re-enter her body, which starts to grow. At first, I am worried about her, but it doesn't look like it is hurting her. In fact, the way she is growing probably means the gem is good for her. Lin says, "What is going on? Is she going to be okay?" I think so. It looks like she is using the energy of the gem to evolve. Mulan has only grown a little since she hatched. Before this, she was the size of a large chicken. She has already doubled in size, and she isn't showing any signs of stopping. It looks like she is going to continue growing until the gem runs out of power, considering that it looked like it was a fragment of the fire gem that could take a while. However, since she is currently standing on top of the table, we can't exactly continue dinner. All we can really do is wait and watch until whatever is going on finishes. Lin says, "Just how big is she going to get?" I have no idea. I've never seen a phoenix other than her, so I don't know how big they can get, do you? Lin says. All I've read are legends, but according to them, she could get really big. How big is really big? Lin says. The size of a dragon. Several legends put the phoenix on the same level as a dragon. If she gets that big, it could be a problem. Luckily, it was only a small piece of the gem. It should run out of energy soon. I hope. Mulan has not stopped growing while we were talking and is now bigger than the table. The food that was on the table is now nothing but ashes, and the table itself has started burning. Luckily, the cabin is highly enchanted against fire. Otherwise, we could be in trouble. The fact that the table is burning just shows how intense the flames around Mulan are. As I am watching, I notice that Mushu is absorbing some of the flames from the aura around Mulan. Unlike Mulan, it isn't causing him to grow, but it is probably benefiting him somehow. The flames around Mulan still aren't dying down. The gem has more energy than I thought. At this point, Mulan's wingspan is already over 10 feet. She is big enough to carry a human. She is still growing, but I can tell that the rate of growth is starting to slow down. Chapter 1089. Over the next few minutes, her growth continues at a slower and slower rate. The fiery aura around her gets a bit weaker each time her growth rate slows. It is obvious that the energy from the gem is finally starting to run out. After another few minutes, her growth finally stops, and the fiery aura fades away. The last few wisps of the aura are absorbed by Mushu, who looks satisfied. He immediately heads over to the nest, curls up in a ball, and falls asleep. Mulan stopped growing at about a 20-foot wingspan, the size of a small plane. She is taking up a good portion of the room, but she has stopped giving off heat. She is standing up, but her eyes are closed, and she seems to be in a trance. Lin says, "Is she all right?" I am not sure, but I think she is. She is probably just adjusting to the changes in her body. Sudden growth like that is somewhat painful. A few more minutes pass before Mulan opens her eyes and looks around. Then she shapeshifts into human form and climbs down off the ruined table. Her human form is that of a teenager. She looks to be about 13 or 14. Her hair is dark red with lighter highlights, and it reaches the middle of her back. I don't have any idea why, but her features are those of someone from the Orient. Her eyes are the one thing that doesn't look human. They are those of a bird. Mulan says, "Thank you, Father. I am sorry that I snatched your gem, but I couldn't resist the temptation. I am just glad that you are okay." "How do you feel?" Mulan says, "I feel great. I have even recovered some of my memories." Lin says, "Your memories?" Mulan says, "My memories from before my rebirth. As a phoenix, I am eternal. When I die, I am reborn. Each time, when I am reborn, I lose my memories until I mature. I am not fully mature yet, so I only regained a part of my memory, but it is enough to know how to use my abilities. I am happy for you. Does that mean that you are going to be leaving?" Mulan says, "No. Of course not. I still see you as my parents, and that is never going to change. No matter how many lives I live through in the future, I will never forget all of you. You are my family. After that touching statement, Lin, Albion, Nala, and I crowd around to hug Mulan. Mushu is out cold, so he doesn't get to join in, but the rest of us enjoy a family moment. Mulan has a smile on her face and tears in her eyes as she hugs us all back. After a few minutes of that, I repair the table and put out more food so that we can finish dinner. Mulan eats far more than usual, but after growing that much, it isn't surprising. More than just her body has changed. Her mentality is also a lot more mature. She basically went from a baby straight to a teenager, and it is going to take some getting used to. She is understandably tired, and she goes to bed as soon as she finishes eating. Since Mushu is still fast asleep, I spend some time with Nala and Albion before they go to bed. Once they are all asleep, I open up a soulscape and invite the usual crowd. Interestingly, when Mulan appears, she is already in her human, teenager form. I wasn't expecting her to have adapted so completely to her new situation. Of course, everyone else notices the changes in her, and they are all curious about what happened. So, after sitting everyone down, I once again tell the story about my recent activities. I end the story by telling how Mulan ate the gem and the changes that happened afterwards. While Mushu did join the soulscape, he doesn't look any different than usual. Any changes to his body probably won't show up until after he wakes up in the morning. Once everyone has heard the story, I leave them to play and move off to the side a ways. Saronia, Krenosha, I invite you to my soulscape. Saronia says, "Hello, Ash, it has been a while." Krenosha says, "That is because he only summons us when he is in trouble or wants permission for something insane." Saronia says, "Sister, that is rude." Krenosha says, "That doesn't make it untrue. So, which is it this time?" I wanted to inform you of the resurrection of the fire god. I also learned some more about the Maker. Saronia says, "Wait, the fire god?" As in the ancient fire god. Krenosha says, "Gods don't just get resurrected. What did you do?" Once again, I start telling the story about my recent activities to the pair of goddesses. Unfortunately, Lin comes over to join us and she calls me out whenever I try to skip some details. Even that doesn't satisfy the goddesses. They want to know everything I have done since we last spoke. Saronia says, "So, the Maker is a goddess and the god of fire wants to beat you up for freeing her. You really can't keep yourself out of trouble, can you?" Krenosha says, "See, I told you so." Lin says he really can't, but he has been trying and he has been doing less stupid things. Krenosha says, "Tell me something, Ash. Was your curiosity always this bad? Or is this my fault for putting you in a cat-like body?" I was always curious. However, it is worse now than in my old life. I don't know if that is because of the body or if it is because of this world. Saronia says, "What do you mean?" In my old world, information was easy to get, so my curiosity was easily satisfied. In this world, I have to work to find things out, and some things aren't possible to learn. This leaves my curiosity unsatisfied, which makes it more intense. So I can't be sure which is the cause and which is the effect. Krenosha says, "So it could still be my fault. We just can't be sure." That doesn't really make me feel any better. Saronia says, "Either way, since you brought him to this world, you are responsible for his actions." Krenosha says, "Don't even try to pretend you didn't help. If I am at fault, then you are as well." Why are you two arguing about who is at fault? No one is responsible for my actions, but me. Saronia says, "The other gods won't see it that way. They are going to be looking for someone to blame." "For what?" Krenosha says. "Don't tell me you don't realize how much chaos you have caused." "The resurrection of an ancient god is a huge deal," Saronia says. "Why would he know that? He has no idea what the politics of the pantheons are like. Besides, it is not like the pantheons wouldn't come after us anyway." Chapter 1090. Why is it such a big deal? It is just one more god, Saronia says. It is because of how powerful the ancient gods were. If the fire god recovers his full strength, it would take an entire pantheon working together to defeat him, Krenosha says. Also, gods of our generation are weakened when we descend to the mortal world. The ancients don't have that restriction. The fire god can use his full strength on your world. Are you saying that they are scared of him? Or that they envy him? Chronosia says, it isn't like all gods and goddesses are the same. Some will feel one, some will feel the other, and some will feel both. There will also be some who don't care at all, and some who are happy due to the chaos that he might cause. Then what are you worried about? If they can't reach a consensus, then they can't really threaten you. Saronia says, this is a rather major issue, one that can't be ignored, meaning that they will try to reach a consensus, and that will lead to arguments. Arguments between gods will cause chaos, both in our world and in yours. I am still not seeing a problem. Won't chaos among the gods make it easier for you to steal the things you are after? How is that going, by the way? Saronia says, it is going well. We have recovered a few things, and you are right. Chaos will make it easier. However, the problem is that the chaos we are fearing will greatly affect the mortals. There could even be holy wars between the followers of different gods. That is what you are worried about. Don't. It doesn't matter. War is nothing new. Humans will fight wars with or without the influence of gods. So don't worry about it. Just do what you need to do, and if anyone says anything, tell them it is all my doing. Lynn says, I hate to admit it, but Ash is right. Wars will happen no matter what. After all, there is a reason that every pantheon I know of has at least one god of war. Chronotia says, we are well aware of how much humans like war. Our problem is that this time we are the ones responsible. Can you control my actions? Chronotia says, I wish. Maybe Lynn can, but I certainly can't. Then you are not responsible. If war comes, it is my responsibility, not yours. Saronia says, that might be true if we hadn't brought you to this world. Since we did, everything you do can be tied directly back to us. Lynn says, in that case, I owe the two of you my heartfelt thanks. Even if all of the kingdoms go to war with each other, I will still say that it is worth it. Saronia says, it is understandable for you to have that opinion. However, we cannot take that same position. Lynn says, why not? If you are responsible for all the bad things he does, then you are also responsible for the good things he does. Chronotia says, you know, she has a point. The question is, does the good outweigh the bad? Saronia says, do the deaths of tens of thousands of demonic beasts equal bringing back an ancient god? Chronotia says, if it was an evil god, then I would say no. Since it isn't an evil god, then maybe? Lynn says, don't forget that, in killing all those beasts, he saved an entire city. Saronia says, that is also true. This is all so confusing. What are we supposed to do? Stop trying to be responsible for others' actions. If the pantheons start arguing and go to war, that is their own decision. You can claim some responsibility for what I do, since you brought me here, but that is all. Saronia says, maybe we are thinking about this too much. Chronotia says, I agree. Why did we even start worrying about this? Saronia says, it is your fault. I think we started worrying when you asked what Ash had done this time. That, and since the gods can't find Ash, they have been searching randomly across both worlds. Chronotia says, true, we have been on edge ever since we started sneaking around. Maybe we have let the stress from worrying about being caught get to us. Ash summoning us out of the blue must have triggered us. Saronia says, did we? Are we really that out of control? What do we do to fix this? It sounds to me like you need to take a vacation and relax. Lynn says, look, who is talking? You are telling others that they need to relax. Hey, I have been learning and I have been doing better. Lynn says, that is true, but it is still amusing to see you tell others to relax. As someone who desperately needs to relax, I am an expert and can identify others like me easily. Saronia says, you may be right. We haven't relaxed since you gave us the cloaks. Even with them, sneaking into other gods' territories is not an easy thing to do. Chronosia says, I agree. We do need a vacation. The things we are after aren't going anywhere, so we can take our time. Besides, Ash is also right about the chaos making it easier for us. Saronia says, all right, I agree. Let's go relax for a while. Oh, before we leave, is there anything else you need, Ash? When the fire god was fighting the purity god, he used some interesting abilities. I want to experiment with my divine power to see if I can come up with some similar spells. If that is okay. Krenosha says, figures. It is fine. Just remember not to mix it with mana or any other energy. Thank you, I will remember. Oh, I also had another question. When I hit level 20, will I have another class available? Saronia says, I am sorry. But no, our pantheon is only the two of us. We don't have the power to grant you anything above level 20. Oh, all right. That is disappointing, but understandable. Krenosha says, anything else? Nope. Not that I can remember anyway. I will try to invite the two of you more regularly, instead of just when I am in trouble. Saronia says, sounds good. Now go away. We need to chat with Lynn. I get chased away and the goddesses start talking with Lynn, which makes me nervous. I am really tempted to listen in, but if I get caught, I will definitely end up dying. In the end, I head over to play with the kids and try not to think about what they might be talking about. The goddesses talk to Lynn for a few minutes before they leave the soulscape. Lynn goes over to join Miria and Brightfire, but she doesn't say anything to me. So I just play with the kids until they get tired, and then I end the soulscape. Chapter 1091. Once the soulscape ends, I take Lynn with me and head to bed, where I try to find out what the goddesses said. Despite using every trick I know, I don't manage to get any information from her. Although I must say, I certainly have a lot of fun trying to get her to tell me. Once Lynn falls asleep, I head out to the main room where the kids are all sleeping. Mulan is curled up with them in her human form since her normal form is too big. I wonder if now that she is a teenager I should make her her own room? I will just ask her when she wakes up. If she wants a room, I will make her one. For now, the first thing I need to do is make myself some new clothes. It is a pain to remember to make clothes every time I shapeshift. Luckily, I have already made them before, so it is a simple process for me. Since the clothes will be shapeshifting, it doesn't even matter what the base clothing looks like. As soon as I am done, I put the clothes on and shapeshift them into a nice suit. Athena. Athena appears and says, You called, Master? Yes. I want you to turn back and head southwest. We will follow the coast and continue west. Since we don't have any charts, we are going to be relying on your senses to keep the ship safe. Don't go at max speed, just in case. Athena says, Understood. Although staying near the coast will probably attract attacks from demonic beasts. If it is more than you think the elves can handle, you can move away from the coast. Just, if you do that, be careful of ocean beasts. They are probably more dangerous away from the coast. Athena says, I understand. Master, does this mean that you are leaving again? No, I will be going through an evolution. It is possible that I will be asleep for several days during the process. While I am asleep, I will be depending on you to keep everyone safe. Athena says, I will not fail you, Master. Oh, right. Jarvis, come out. Jarvis steps out of a gate and says, You called Maker? Athena, this is Jarvis, the artificial spirit I made for the castle. He has a golem body that he can control remotely and can help you fight. Jarvis, this is Athena. She is the spirit that I studied to be able to make you. You can consider her as your big sister, Jarvis says. Greetings, big sister Athena. Athena says, Hello, Jarvis. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope that the two of you will be able to get along. There are things I think you can learn from each other. Jarvis says, Yes, Maker. Athena says, Understood. All right. I will be undergoing my evolution in my lava bath within the castle. Jarvis, please inform Lynn once she wakes up. Athena, if you encounter any problems, go to Lynn for help. Both say, Understood. With a single thought, I enter into the castle, which Lynn left sitting on a table. Thanks to the enchantments, I would be able to enter it even if it was in Lynn's pouch. When I enter the castle, I head downstairs, drop shapeshift, and climb into the bath. Evolution ready. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Evolution. Beginning. Calculating sources. Insect DNA. 65% lizard DNA, 15% magic, 10% fire, 5% miscellaneous, 5% crap. That means that the sources of the evolution points matter? I don't want to become an insect. Complete. Evolution. Starting. Before I can even think of stopping it, everything goes dark as I lose consciousness. The darkness is complete. There is nothing, not even dreams, and even my awareness quickly fades. When my awareness returns, it feels like only a few minutes have passed, and I wake up. Stage 1, evolution completed, HP plus 1000, DP plus 1000, MP plus 1000, Strength plus 200, Agility plus 300, Endurance plus 150, Intelligence plus 200, Wisdom plus 200, Charisma plus 100. New ability gained, communication with insects. No, I don't want to communicate with insects. I don't want to be part insect. Is there a way to redo this evolution? Unfortunately, there is no response to my request, no matter how many times I repeat it. It looks like I am stuck with these results. But it could have been worse. The first thing I do after opening my eyes is to check and make sure that my appearance hasn't changed. That is a major relief. I was worried I would grow antennae or some other insect parts. While I could hide them using shapeshift, it is still something I don't want to happen. I will need to make sure that from now on I don't get any more insect evolution points. That shouldn't be too hard. I just need to avoid absorbing the cores of insects. That might make it take longer to get to the next evolution. But I can accept that. Considering how much of this evolution came from the ants and scorpions, I am lucky I didn't mutate. Wait a minute, I could already shrink. And now I can talk to insects. Doesn't that make me Ant-Man? That thought is both disturbing and amusing at the same time, which makes me laugh out loud. After laughing for a few minutes, I calm myself down and climb out of the bath. Unfortunately, I miscalculate and end up falling to the floor, which is what Jarvis sees when he walks in. Jarvis says, "Maker, are you finally awake?" It has only been a few minutes. What do you mean, finally? Jarvis says, "Maker, you have been asleep for a little over a week?" What? Are you serious? Did Lynn put you up to this? Jarvis says, "No, I am not joking. I don't know how to joke. It has been exactly 9 days since we last spoke." That is longer than I was expecting, but there isn't much I can do about it. "What has been going on while I was asleep?" Jarvis says. "As you ordered, we returned to the coast and followed it west. We suffered from several attacks over the first few days, but the elves were able to handle it. However, 3 days ago, we encountered a massive swarm, and we had to flee. There were no casualties, but there were many elves who were injured. We only managed to escape thanks to Mulan. She used her new powers and incinerated thousands of them." All right, it seems that I missed a lot. What is the current situation? Jarvis, we have sailed north for a full day and are now at anchor. Athena wants to stay put until all the elves are fully healed before resuming our journey. Since Lady Lynn agreed with her, no one else was against the idea. Chapter 1092. That is good. I will go find Lynn and then go help the elves heal. Jarvis says, "Lady Lynn is currently asleep. It is the middle of the night right now. That doesn't matter. As strange as it sounds, she would be more upset if I didn't wake her up and let her know I am back." Jarvis says, "I do not understand, but I will trust your words, Maker." I carefully pick myself up off of the floor, but moving proves to be a challenge. It looks like I will need a bit to get used to my new stats. They normally don't increase that much. Although, I have to say that this evolution did end up giving me a ton of stat points. The most surprising thing is that it actually increased my divine power. Before now, the only time that has increased was when I leveled up my class. Speaking of my stats, it has been a while since I took a good look at my stats. Character screen. Name, Ash Race. Magma and Lightning Alpha Beast type. Unique Alpha Mana Beast rank 11 class. Sacred Crusader level. 19 ESP. 36,460,000 divided by 52,428,800 titles. 7. The Merciful, Blessed by the Light. Anti-Hero, Angel Slayer, Magus Knight Captain, Demon Slayer, Blessed by the Twins HP, 21,973 divided by 21,973 DP, 4,800 divided by 4,800 MP, 12,916 die, divided by 12,916 strength, 1398 agility, 1485 endurance, 1348 intelligence, 1257 wisdom, 1303 charisma, 730 willpower, 408 luck. 237 toughness, 397 region, 262 fortitude, 317 leadership, 305 unspent points, 195 movement speed, 65 flight speed, 150 evolution points, 7 divided by 200 evolution level, 1 divided by 5 fire resist, ultimate immunity cold resist, 88 magic resist, 25 hellfire resist, 41 shadow W resist, 60 lightning, greater immunity physical resist, 38 darkness resist, 30 acid resist, 35 poison resist, immunity disease resist, immunity mental resistance. 4. It looks like the evolution points needed are going to increase for each level. I hadn't realized how much my stats have increased. No wonder I need to get used to them again. However, that can wait until later. For now, I just shapeshift into human form. Since my stats are limited in my human form, there are no changes for me to adjust to. I exit from the castle, head into the bedroom, and wake Lynn up with a kiss. Other than her saying, "Welcome back, we don't talk until a few hours later." Lynn says, "So, how did your evolution go?" Well, other than being asleep a lot longer than planned, there were a few surprises. Other than that, it went about as expected. Lynn says, "Oh, what surprises?" Well, the stat boosts were a lot higher than I was expecting. Also, it somehow increased my divine power, which was really surprising, Lynn says. At least they were good surprises. So, what is next? First, I was going to go help heal the elves. Then, I suppose it is back to business as usual. Lynn says, "You don't know yet?" "Know what?" Lynn says, "There are 2 reasons we haven't moved. One was to let the elves heal. The other is because Athena sensed something you will probably be interested in. North of where we currently are, there are some floating islands. Well, I suppose floating icebergs would be more accurate. Floating? Of course I am interested." Lynn says, "All right, I am going back to sleep. Go heal the elves, and then we can go to the floating icebergs after breakfast." Sounds like a plan. Sleep well. A single question to Athena gets me guided to the temporary infirmary that was set up. When I enter, I find that there are over 100 injured elves inside. One of the elves that became a cleric of Saronia is in charge, and I have her assist me, starting with those with the worst injuries. I start using my divine power to heal them. After 1 spell from me, they are completely healed and can leave the infirmary. Those with lesser injuries are healed by my aura, so I don't need to do anything for them. Luckily, my divine power lasts long enough to heal all of the worst cases. After that, I just sit down in the middle of the room and let my aura do the rest of the work. By the time the sun is rising, there are no injured elves left. They are all fully healed. Knowing that it is too early to wake up Lynn, I head up on deck to take a look at the islands. There are several dozen of them, all of different sizes. From as small as a hill to as big as a mountain. They are completely covered by ice, but that is no guarantee that there isn't rock inside them. I sit in the bow of the ship and try to work out the math to see how much floating metal I need. I got some from Zachariah and more in the Southern Empire, but it isn't enough. It would have been originally, but the mass of the ship has increased since then. Based on my calculations, I need at least 100 pounds worth of floating metal. That is the bare minimum. I would prefer to have more just in case I need to expand the ship again. Assuming that these islands are floating due to floating metal, I should be able to find enough. That isn't guaranteed. There could easily be another material that is causing these islands to float. If that is the case, then it will depend on the material as to whether or not I can use it. As long as it isn't some weird type of ice, I should be able to figure out a way to use it. However, I won't be able to find out right now. If I go without Lynn, she will get mad. The sun has been up for a couple of hours now. It should be safe to wake her up. So, I return to the cabin, and when I do, I find that the kids are all awake already. As soon as they see me, they all run over to welcome me back and get some affection. Mulan is included in that, which is kind of a relief. I was worried she would change now that she is a teenager. I don't know if I am ready to handle it if she suddenly goes into a rebellious phase. Mulan, I wanted to ask. "Do you want your own room, or are you fine with things as they are?" Mulan says. "I am fine as things are. Also, you don't have to worry about me acting like a human teenager." "What? Can you read minds now?" Mulan laughs and says, Nope, but I can read faces. And worry was written all over yours, Dad. Sorry, I didn't really have chance to get used to you growing up before I want to sleep. I wasn't expecting to sleep for so long. Otherwise, I would have waited a bit longer. Chapter 1093. Mulan says, "It is all right. We have plenty of time. Besides, would your curiosity have really let you wait any longer? That is true. All right, let me go wake up Lin, and then we can have breakfast." At the mention of breakfast, the kids finally release me and I go in to wake up Lin. Considering our middle of the night conversation, Lin is understandably reluctant to get out of bed. It takes me quite a bit of effort to get her up and moving, but I have fun doing it. When we finally come out of the cabin, all the kids rush over to take their spots at the table. I don't tease them and quickly fill the table with a massive variety of dishes. Everyone quickly digs in, and for a while, the only sounds are those of eating. After we are done eating, I ask the kids if they want to go with us to the floating islands. Of course, all 4 of them say that they want to go. That is until I remind them it will be really cold. After that, only Mulan still wants to go with us, which I am fine with. I step out onto the balcony, drop shapeshift, and have my clothes shift into a double saddle. Once Lin and Mulan have mounted and are comfortable, I take off. I decide to head for the biggest island first, since it looks like the others are orbiting it. It is the one that is the size of a mountain. Just one that was cut off and flipped over. When I fly over it, all I can see is ice and snow. There is nothing moving. Just to be safe, I scan the entire island before I land, but I don't find anything living. However, I do find out that the island is made of rock. It is just covered in ice. The ice is several feet thick, meaning this island has probably been here for a long time. When I land on the ice, I have to dig my claws into the ice to keep myself from sliding. Be careful when you get down. It is very slippery. Lin says, "I'll just stay here. You are nice and warm." As I chuckle at Lin, Mulan jumps down, but she doesn't slip. Instead, her feet sink into the ice. The ice beneath her instantly melts into water, and a few seconds later, that water evaporates. She has to quickly climb back onto my back to avoid sinking even further into the ice. Mulan says, "Sorry, I didn't think that through. How do you keep your heat so contained, Father?" "My heat is contained in my breath. Other than that, my body stays at a fairly normal temperature. My body isn't made out of flames like yours is." Mulan says, "Does that mean that if I hug someone who isn't protected from flames that I will burn them?" "It is possible, but I think you would instinctively control your heat if you were to hug someone. That is, unless you actually wanted to hurt them." Mulan says, "Still, I should probably work on controlling it myself before I try it out. Didn't your memories tell you all of this?" Mulan says, "I didn't recover all of my memories. This wasn't covered by what I got back." Lin says, "It should be quite similar to controlling mana. If you want, I can try to help you." Mulan says, "Yes, please." "I would like that, Mom." Lin says, "All right, we will work on it when we get back. For now, what is the plan, Ash?" "Well, if there is floating metal, it should be within the rock. So I am thinking that I need to melt all of this ice." Mulan says, "I can help with that, if you want." "Sure, I'll blast it first, and then you can melt what is left." Hearing no arguments, I take a deep breath and then blast the ice directly below us. The ice that is hit directly gets instantly turned to steam, and the rock below turns molten. From there, the heat spreads out and melts a massive portion of the ice. A lot of the water, with nowhere to go, starts to form a lake covering the majority of the island. Then, with a loud crack, a section of the ice on the edge of the island breaks off and falls away. With a way out, the water instantly creates a massive waterfall, and then the island smacks me in the face. With the water leaving, the mass of the island is reduced, and this allows the island to float higher. I should have known that was going to happen, but I didn't think things through. Instead, I get to land suddenly. Not only do I get smacked, but I also get soaked. Lin and Mulan, who were shielded by my body, have a good laugh at my expense. Now that I can touch the rock, I send my mana into it to do a detailed scan. Not only is there floating metal in the rock, but there are some other metals as well. Mulan says, Dad, do you still want me to melt the rest of the ice? No, I think this is good enough. You can melt the next one, Lynn says. You sound a little grumpy. Did you hurt yourself? Just my pride. As the two of them have another laugh. I start extracting metals from the rock. As I extract the floating metal, the island starts slowly sinking down towards the ocean. I make sure to get the other metals before I take the last of the floating metal. When the island is just barely floating above the water, I take the last of the metal all at once. I also start flying at the same time and avoid going into the water with the island. Just from this island, I now have enough floating metal to be able to float the ship. I still want some extra, but that should only take mining one of the smaller islands. So I start thinking about what else I could do with some extra floating metal. Quite a few crazy ideas come to mind, but that isn't really all that surprising. Lynn says, Ash, what are you thinking about? You have a strange look on your face. Actually, I was just thinking about what else I could do with all these floating islands. What would you think of having a floating castle? Lynn says. Well, it would make it so that we didn't have to worry about having somewhere to set it up, but it would draw an awful lot of attention. Are you sure you want that much attention? I think trying to avoid attention is fairly pointless at this point. That ship has already sailed. Besides, the flying ship will draw way more attention once it is done. Lynn says, That is true, and you are really bad at not drawing attention. Sure, a floating castle sounds good. Okay, Milan, why don't you try melting that island? Milan says, Chapter 1094. She then jumps off of my back and switches to her normal form in midair. She then flies up to the island I pointed to and starts circling around it. At first, nothing happens, but after a minute, water starts falling down from the island. At first, it is just a trickle. But as Mulan continues to circle, it quickly increases. Soon the island is heading higher, but Mulan stays beside it and keeps circling. Mulan manages to completely free the island of ice in just a few minutes. She is far more efficient at clearing the ice than I am, and she seems to enjoy it. As I fly up to extract the metals, she moves on to free a second island that I point out. She is probably just enjoying having a chance to experiment with her new powers. When I land on the island and scan it with my mana, I find something surprising. The amount of floating metal in this island is much higher than I expected. Based on the mass of the island, it should be floating much higher with that amount of metal in it. However, my scan doesn't show anything else in the island that would account for the extra mass. It would make sense if there were some extremely dense metals, but I can't find any. It just doesn't make any sense, and that makes my curiosity flare up. I must be missing something, but for the life of me, I can't figure out what it is. Out of frustration, I start tearing the island apart with my claws and examining each piece. Of course, I extract any floating metal I find before I toss the pieces off the side. Lynn says, Ash, is something wrong? There is something strange about this island, but I can't figure out what it is. It is driving me slightly insane. Lynn says, Is that why the island isn't rising as you rip it apart? Oh, I am removing the floating metal as I find it. The island should be bobbing up and down. Lynn says, Number, it hasn't moved since we landed on it. What? That can't be right. There is no way I could be removing floating metal at the exact rate that I am removing mass. My confusion only makes my frustration worse, and I end up punching the rock. When I punch the island, several rocks break away from the sides and bottom. The island instantly shoots up several hundred feet, but my attention is on the rocks. This is because those rocks spread wings, or fins, and started gliding away from the island. Despite what my eyes are telling me, my mana is still telling me that they are normal rocks. The desert was bad enough, but with my mana scan failing here as well, I am thinking that it is flawed. What is interesting is these rocks are not giving off any signs of life force, yet they are obviously moving around, even gliding in circles as they descend. They look kind of like sharks with extra fins, just made completely of rock. Mulan says, Dad, what are those things? I have no idea. Suddenly, there are cracking sounds from some of the other floating islands. More of the things are breaking through the ice and joining the others and gliding around. It turns out that there are over 50 of the things, but it doesn't look like they can fly. They can only glide, which means we are safe since we are higher than they are. After a few minutes, they all dive down and disappear into the ocean below. It is a good thing that they weren't hostile. They would have completely taken me by surprise. Lynn, have you heard of anything like those things? Lynn says, no, never. Then again, these northern waters are almost completely unexplored, so it isn't surprising. I think I am going to have to develop a proper scanning spell. My mana scan completely missed them. If they were hostile, I wouldn't have known until they attacked. Lynn says, if they aren't predators, then they may have developed a magical camouflage. However, I will be happy to help you create a better scanning method. Mulan says, I got a vaguely familiar feeling from them. Not like I had seen them before, but more like they are somehow similar to me. Well, you are an elemental being, so maybe they are the same. Just you are fire, and they are earth. What is weird is finding them here, so far from land, and the fact that they went into the water. Lynn says, do you plan to try and catch one to study? Number as much as I might like to. We have plenty of other things that we need to do. Besides, they are probably long gone already. Even if I wanted to try, I don't have a way to detect them. Lynn doesn't argue with me, so I go back to harvesting the floating metal from the island. Mulan finishes de-icing the next island and returns to human form to wait for me to finish. When the island I am on drops into the ocean, I fly over to where Mulan is waiting. Mulan, can you fly Lynn back to the ship to get the castle for me? Mulan says. Mulan returns to her full form. Lynn transfers over to her back, and then the two of them fly off. Once they are gone, I wrap the island in my mana and start altering its shape. I alter it until it looks like an upside-down pyramid, and the top is shaped to fit the castle. Next, I add more floating metal so that the island won't sink into the ocean once the castle is added. What I add is probably too much, but it is better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to have to try and fish the island out of the ocean. That doesn't sound fun. Although, with the bubble on it, the castle would be perfectly fine if it was underwater. However, it would be annoying for me, so I am going to avoid that if possible. After that, I just sit and wait until the girls get back and then put the castle on the island. The island sinks until it is only 100 feet above the water. It was a close call. I quickly ask Mulan to remove the ice from another island. I am going to need more metal. While she is doing that, I start thinking about the enchantment I will need to control the island's height. While I am thinking, I add additional metals to the island, both to strengthen it and add room for enchantments. After that, I work on fusing the castle to the island so that the enchantments will cover it. After all, this will be pointless if the island doesn't shrink with the castle. Chapter 1095. Once Mulan is done with the other island, I head over to extract all of the metal from it. I add half of that to the castle island and keep the rest for adding to the ship. Then I head inside the castle and access the core so that I can start adding enchantments. Lynn and Mulan also enter the castle, but they head to Lynn's tower together. At a guess, Lynn is probably going to start helping Mulan learn to control her power. Since I am working on the enchantments anyway, I decide to do all of them. Meaning, it is time to add the time dilation enchantment that I have been working on. That was the whole point of creating the core for the castle in the first place. All in all, I spend several hours adding enchantments to the castle. Jarvis, check the new enchantments for me and make sure you can control them. Jarvis says, the enchantments all seem to be working properly. I have full control of them, including the ability to raise or lower the island. Perfect. How about the time dilation? Jarvis says it is operating. Currently, it is at 2 times normal. All right, how high can it go? Also, are you able to keep track of the flow of time outside? Jarvis says it can go as high as 5 times normal. And yes, I am aware of the outside time flow. All right, good. It sounds like everything went as planned. That is somewhat unexpected. Still, I am glad that it is all taken care of. Let me know if you find any problems with anything, Jarvis says. Understood, Maker. I have Jarvis notify Lynn, and then I meet her and Mulan in the main room to have some lunch. While we are eating, I explain to Lynn all of the enchantments that I added. She is extremely happy when she hears that the time dilation can go up to 5 times normal. Lynn says, that is great. I will finally be able to get some reading done. Yeah? Hopefully this will allow me to get caught up on all the things I have been needing to do. Jarvis is able to keep track of the time outside. So if you need to know the time, you can ask him. You can also ask him to remind you at a specific time if you have something to do. Lynn says perfect. I will need that. I tend to lose myself when I am reading. Trust me, I know the feeling, Jarvis. If the castle is on the ship, would Athena be able to appear here? Jarvis says, not currently. You would need to grant her access first. Oh, then grant her access. She needs to be able to come get us if something happens outside. Jarvis says, understood. All right. Once we are done eating, I will go outside and take the castle back to the ship. Do you want to stay inside or come with me? Lynn says, we will stay inside. We are making good progress and I want to keep at it. Sounds good. When we are back on the ship, I will bring the rest of the kids inside to play. After we finish eating, I head outside, shrink the castle, and put it in my pouch. Then I head to one of the untouched islands and dig through the ice using my claws. Once I am through the ice, I use my mana to shape a cave in the middle of the island. Inside the cave, I make a gate platform, enchant it, and then seal up the cave. This way, if I ever need more floating metal, it will be really easy to return to get it. Not only that, this will act as a good relay point to connect the peninsula to Demon Hunter City. After sealing the cave, I take a last look around and then fly back to the ship. When I enter my cabin, I take out the castle and let it float in the corner of the room. To my surprise, Mushu is alone in the cabin, and when he sees me, he rushes over to hug my leg. Mushu, why are you alone? Where are Nala and Albion? Mushu says, training. Why didn't you go with them? Mushu says, boring. I guess that is true. As a Drake, night training wouldn't do much for you. Lynn and Mulan are in the castle. Do you want to join them? Mushu shakes his head and hugs my leg tighter, so I pick him up in my arms. I walk over to sit down at the table, put him on my lap, and start petting him. As I am petting him, I notice that he has grown a bit. He is now bigger than Eckhard. Mushu, you have grown. Was it because you absorbed some of Mulan's fire aura? Mushu looks unsure, but he still nods in answer to my question. Out of curiosity, I breath out the tiniest bit of fire and wait to see if Mushu absorbs it. He snatches the fire with his mouth and chews for a bit before swallowing it. Is my fire good for you? Will it help you grow? Mushu says. Yes, Dad. All right. In that case, from now on, I want you to tell either me or Mulan when you are hungry for more flames. Just be careful not to overeat. Trying to force yourself to grow too fast can hurt you. Mushu says, more. You want more now. Mushu nods his head, so I spit out another small flame and watch him eat it. I do this 3 more times before he stops asking for more and goes to the nest. He is asleep within moments of lying down, but that is probably because he is full. When I go over and pick him up, he doesn't react at all, so I carry him into the castle. After putting him in the nest inside the castle, I head into my workshop. I plan to spend some time going through Jarvis's programming before I work on other things. Jarvis, increase the time dilation to 5 times, please. Jarvis says, it already is. Lady Lynn requested it shortly after you left. Heh, that figures. Since I have plenty of time now, I slowly go through all of Jarvis's programming. Considering the week that I was asleep, I am not too surprised at how much it has changed. Of course, that makes it harder for me to figure out why some of the changes happened. Still, the amount of information that I am able to learn from the programming is staggering. I am starting to feel like I have progressed enough to start making more golems. However, I am not going to do anything until I am done studying the programming. Especially now that time isn't as much of a concern, there is no reason to rush. This is a good opportunity for me to try and clear out some things on my to-do list. When it comes time to build some golems, I have more than enough materials. In fact, unless something happens, I shouldn't need to go outside anytime soon. Considering that I might be in here a lot, I have Jarvis add Stillwater and the others to the authorized list. I also tell him to keep a portal open to the cabin so that they can come in if they want. Chapter 1096. That way, I won't have to worry about what might be happening outside. For the most part, by now everyone should be used to handling things without me. While this probably makes me a bad leader, it also means I have more time to learn and experiment. Besides, with the amount of materials I now have, I am starting to have thoughts of an army of golems. I am even wondering if I can fight the war against the demons on my own. I already planned to keep the elves out of the war. They don't have enough numbers. Even with all the ones I have saved, I don't know if there are enough to continue their race. I seem to remember reading something about needing 25,000 people to have a stable gene pool. However, that was with humans and didn't take magic into account, so I can't be sure. That won't really be my problem since I won't be around that long anyway. Yet, I would like to give the elves the best chance at survival that I can. That is why I will try to keep them out of the war, despite knowing it will piss some people off. The humans and beastmen of the peninsula have more numbers, but they don't count for much compared to the main continent. So, the more of their strength that they can preserve after the war, the better, because once the demons are gone, the two empires are sure to expand their territories. I am not too worried about the Southern Empire since we are allies, but the Northern Empire is another story. The thought of them conquering the peninsula after I am gone doesn't sit well with me. The only way to prevent that is to leave the peninsula strong enough to protect itself. That is going to be a very tall order considering the peninsula isn't even unified. Not only would a golem army reduce casualties, but any that survive could defend the peninsula. The problem is that even with as many materials as I currently have, I could only build a small army, although that could change since currently my golem building skills are still fairly weak. As my skills improve, I may be able to find a way to use less materials. Also, I can always get more materials. It would just take time and effort. It is too soon for me to decide what path I am going to take. For now, it is just a possibility. For now, I am just going to take things one step at a time and see how it goes. Having more time available was a big first step. Other options are possible now. Once I am done studying the programming, several hours have passed, at least in here. Not even a full hour has passed outside, meaning I still have plenty of time. The only thing I really need to go outside for is to create the soulscape and keep in contact. Oh, that reminds me. Jarvis set me a daily reminder at around 10 at night to create a soulscape. Jarvis says, of course. Maker. I decide to take a short break, so I head upstairs to check and see if Mushu is still sleeping. He is, but Nala and Albion entered at some point, and they immediately want attention. Once I have satisfied them, the next thing they ask for is food. They probably skipped lunch. Of course I feed them, but it makes me think that 2 pouches might not be enough. However, I don't think that making a pouch for each of the kids is a good idea. At least, not before I get home and can make them for all the kids so no one gets jealous. Instead, I decide to add a table and enchant it to provide food, kind of like a buffet table. Despite it being a little different, it ends up being much easier than making a pouch. I tie it into the core so that Jarvis can control it and teach others how to use it if need be. Of course, I have an ulterior motive for this. I don't want people disturbing me to be fed, especially once I start experimenting, and interruptions could be dangerous. Besides, with the time dilation, everyone will be eating more often and at different times. As Nala and Albion are eating, Mushu wakes up, probably because he smelled the food. He quickly joins his brother and sister at the table and starts eating. I am not all that hungry, but I eat a little just to keep the kids company. After they are done eating, I spend some time playing with them before returning to my workshop. The first thing I do is summon the 2 gardener golems and reprogram them. Learning from Jarvis is one thing, but I need to actually use that knowledge. However, the gardener golems are too simple to give me any decent experience. So, once they are reprogrammed, I switch to working on building a new golem. The frames and components are going to be made from metal, but the skin will be stone. I am making gargoyles to be the protectors of the castle, and I am basing them off of one of my favorite cartoons as a kid. They will be controlled by Jarvis, so their programming won't be too complicated. That is, except for the combat programming. That is going to be fairly complex. After all, they are meant to fight, meaning that they need actual combat skills. Not only that, I want them to be able to learn from fighting and get stronger. This is going to be really important later if I want to make a golem army. For the skin of the golems, I actually decide to use stone from the castle itself. This will link the golems directly to the castle and make it easier for Jarvis to control them. I am hoping that it will also make it so that Jarvis can repair them even if they get smashed to pieces. That is just a guess on my part, and I won't know until it is tested once they are done. The downside is that they won't be able to operate outside of the castle's area of influence. However, I think that is an acceptable limitation since they are meant as guards. To start with, I only build and program 2 of them. I will make more if everything works out. They won't be intelligent, so I don't bother naming them. They will all be identical anyway. Although, if it ends up being hard for Jarvis to control all of them, that might change. When the 2 golems are finished, I take them out to the courtyard and have them fight each other. For now, that is the only order I give them so I can see how closely they need to be controlled. From the looks of it, they will fight until ordered to stop, but they won't use tactics. Chapter 1097. That means that Jarvis will need to issue tactical orders, or I need to make a tactical golem. I didn't include tactics in Jarvis's programming, but I think he can learn it on his own. He is adaptable and should be able to learn anything that I want to teach him. Jarvis, do you want me to teach you tactics so you can command the golems? Or do you want me to make a commander for them? Jarvis says, I would prefer to learn tactics. Since that is his decision, I start explaining about tactical thinking, but I stick to small unit tactics. After all, Jarvis will only be controlling around 20 golems. Army tactics are pointless. Once he has the basics, I create a chess set and play several games against him. At first I win easily, but after that, each game gets harder and harder to win. Jarvis is learning at an impressive rate, which is exactly what I was hoping for. Jarvis actually wins the 20th game, and after that, he wins about half the time. When I get bored of playing chess, I create a different strategic board game. We play until Jarvis reminds me that it is time for me to create a soulscape. So, I have him return time to normal, create the soulscape, and invite everyone. Nothing unusual happens in the soulscape, and once everyone is worn out, I end it. As soon as I am out, I have Jarvis return the time dilation to 5 times. I don't know how the time dilation would affect a soulscape, but I get a bad feeling when I think about it. I plan to trust my instinct and only open a soulscape in normal time, just to be safe. Since the soulscape has time dilation of its own, there would probably be a conflict between the two. The last thing I want to do is mess up time. That never goes well in any story. With my luck, something horrible is sure to happen if I mess around with time. When I am thinking about it, even my curiosity stays silent, which is a bad sign. Then and there, I promise myself that I won't do anything with time beyond time dilation. I head outside to check on the 2 combat golems, who are still fighting each other. Their skills have improved quite a bit, but after fighting for so long, they are both heavily damaged. I order them to stop and then have Jarvis see if he can repair them using the castle's enchants. He is able to completely repair the both of them, and it only takes a few seconds. After that, I do different levels of damage to the 2 of them until Jarvis can't repair them. It looks like the threshold where they can't be repaired is around 70%. I take the 2 of them down to my workshop and repair them by hand. Then I start making more. I am planning to have a total of 20 of them. I complete 4 more golems before Lynn comes looking for me and drags me off to bed. In my opinion, this is the best part about having time dilation, not needing to rush. Not only can we take our time with our fun, but I can sleep afterwards. Normally, I would feel guilty about wasting time sleeping. But now it isn't such a big deal. I won't need to only sleep every 3 days. I can sleep every night if we are in the castle. Of course, it isn't actually a full night, since it isn't even 2 hours of real time. Still, it makes it much easier to relax, now that I know I have plenty of time. When I wake up, Lynn is still asleep, but I can't be sure how long I have slept. I check the time with Jarvis and find out that I slept for about 7 hours. That is plenty of time, so I climb back into bed and proceed to wake Lynn up. After a while, we head downstairs for breakfast even though it is the middle of the night. It is going to be difficult to keep track of days and nights while under the time dilation. There is almost no way to keep any kind of normal pattern with time moving so fast. However, that is a price that I am totally willing to pay for being able to catch up. My list of things that I need or want to do was getting a little too long. It had already gotten to the point where it was stressing me out, but now all I feel is relief. It turns out that the kids already woke up and ate using the table, so it is just Lynn and I. Mushu, Nala, and Albion are playing, but when they notice us, they come over for some attention. After a few minutes, they return to their game and leave us to finish eating. I wonder where Mulan is. Line says, she is probably in my tower. I taught her several exercises to help her control her power. She has been working hard on them ever since. That is not too surprising. She seemed really worried about burning someone accidentally. Lin says, yeah, I think she has a trauma about it from one of her previous lives, but I can't be sure. That would explain it. As long as she learns to control her power, that fear should fade away. Is there anything I can do to help? Lin says, nope, I've got this. All right, I will be in the workshop if you need me. After getting a nod from Lin, I head downstairs and go back to making more golems. This time, I don't get interrupted and manage to finish all of the combat golems. Then, I instruct Jarvis to take them outside and have them spar to improve their combat skills. This will also give Jarvis the chance to practice controlling and commanding them. The combat golems have a standby mode, so they don't have to be active all the time. That way, when they aren't needed, they can just sleep until they are activated. I did that to prevent any problems from them having nothing to do for long periods of time. They might not be sentient, but since they have some ability to learn, I still want to take precautions. The last thing I want is a bunch of combat golems going insane and running amok. Once the golems leave, I start crafting another golem. But this one is much more complicated. In fact, I am still not sure if I can even make the core that it will need to have. This is meant to be for Athena, but the ship's core isn't something I can match. With Jarvis, it was fairly easy to make a matching core, but for Athena, I need to try something else. Luckily, Athena is sentient and has the ability to use magic, so I can cheat. At least that is the idea, to make the core something that Athena's magic can match with. Chapter 1098. That will allow her to take control of the core of the golem through magic instead? As long as Athena can interface with the core, she shouldn't have any problem controlling the golem. Whether or not she will be able to use magic through the golem remains to be seen. I am hoping that she will be able to, and if she can, it might help me figure out how to give Jarvis magic. Or at least help me figure out what my golems are missing. I am still learning after all. The golem for Athena is a lot more complicated than the combat models and takes me a lot longer to build. When I get hungry, I don't stop working. I just eat lunch as I keep going. Since this body is for Athena, I want to make sure that it is just as good as the one I made for Jarvis. I don't want either one of them getting jealous of the other and causing problems. So far, from what little I have seen, they are getting along fairly well and I want it to stay that way. I certainly don't want to mess things up between them because I didn't think things through. So I make Athena's golem as close of a match as I can to Jarvis' golem. The only real difference between them is the golem's core and how the body looks. After all, I can't give Athena a male body, so I make the golem look as much like her as I can. Once she has control of the golem, she should be able to make it suit her. If I can figure out from her what Jarvis's body is missing, he should be able to customize his appearance as well. Well, that is what I am hoping for, but I will have to wait and see how it goes. Even though I am using the same materials and the same design, the new golem ends up different. It must be because my skills have gotten better, but this golem is higher quality. Although, I find it weird that I haven't gotten a skill related to golems or anything else. When I first arrived in this world, it was really easy to get new skills, but lately there has been nothing. It could be because there is a maximum number of skills allowed, but that doesn't feel right. I think it is more likely that the system just gave up on tracking my skills. Although, I do still occasionally manage to level up a skill, so that might not be it either. Wait, the goddesses told me that the system was the creation of my soul. It was to help me adapt to this world, so maybe I have adapted enough that I no longer need as much help. If that is the case, then I should be prepared for the system to disappear completely. To be honest, I don't use it much other than to keep track of my stats and things like that. Most of the time, I don't even look at it, even though I keep forgetting all sorts of things. I wonder if it might have something to do with me increasing my soul level. I can't remember if I have gotten any new skills since I increased my soul level. I have gotten new spells, but that seems to be completely different from skills. Oh crap. I forgot that I was supposed to be removing the connection to Bones from my soul. In fact, I forgot about Bones altogether. No wonder he wants to be free. Now that I have remembered, I stop working on the golem and enter into meditation. Then I access my soul and look for the connection to Bones. Luckily, it hasn't moved. I was worried that I would have to start all over, but it looks like that isn't the case. So, I start working on moving the connection and push until it hurts. I want to go further, but I just can't risk damaging my soul. It takes too long to heal. Based on the distance I can move it, I should be able to remove the connection after 2 more sessions. I can't help but wonder what Bones is going to want to do once he is free. Hopefully, he doesn't decide to attack me, but I would completely understand if he did. After all, I have forgotten about him several times now. That can't feel good. I guess I will just have to wait and see what happens. But I need to make sure I don't forget again. Now I am worried about what else I might have forgotten, but nothing comes to mind. So, I exit my meditation and go back to putting the finishing touches on the golem. Once the golem is finished, I start putting all of the enchantments on it. After the enchantments are done, I take the golem and exit the castle before calling Athena. Athena says, "You called." "Master." "Yes, I finished your golem and wanted you to test it out." "I know it doesn't look exactly like you, but once you gain control of it, you should be able to fix that." Athena says, "All right. What do I need to do?" "You just need to imprint your magic onto the golem's core. That should allow you to control the golem and its enchantments." After listening to my instructions, Athena sticks her arm into the golem. After a minute, she disappears, and then the golem starts to move around. As she is testing out the movements of the golem, I notice its face changing. Soon the golem looks exactly like Athena, meaning that she has properly imprinted with the core. Unfortunately, when I ask her to test it, I find that she can't use magic through the golem. That means that there is something wrong with my design, but I have no idea what. I will have to do some experimenting and see if I can figure out where I went wrong. Aside from not being able to use magic, how does it feel? Athena says, "It feels fairly odd, but not in a bad way. Well, give it some time. See if you get used to it. If, in the end, you don't like it, you don't have to use it." Athena says, "All right. Do you have any orders for me?" "No, not really." "Oh, wait. I haven't told you where we are going, have I?" Athena says. "Number your only orders so far were to head west. I create an illusion of the map so that we don't have to go upstairs and then look for the area Almort told me about. Then I find the closest part of the coast to it and point it out to Athena. Head for here." Athena says, "Understood." Lynn and I will be spending a majority of our time in the castle. If you need something, come find us or send a message through Jarvis. The same goes for the others, if they need anything. Athena says, "Understood." Athena gets an odd look on her face, and I realize that she just tried to leave the room. However, her new body can't teleport like that, and she just realized it. She walks over, clumsily opens the door, and walks out. Chapter 1099. I can't help but chuckle as I return to the castle and head for Lynn's tower. The first thing I see when I enter is Mulan sitting with a dozen doll-sized figures made of fire. They are floating in front of her and dancing around as she smiles. It is probably a way to practice fine control. But it also looks like she is having fun. Lynn is sitting in a comfy-looking chair with a book in her hands, not paying attention to anything else. Seeing a perfect opportunity, I sneak over and give her a surprise kiss. Lynn says, "Ah, what are you doing?" "Sorry, you just looked so cute that I couldn't resist." Lynn pouts and says, "What do you want?" "I came to borrow some books." Lynn says, "Oh, what books?" "Those ones you mentioned about spell armor, and any you have on detection-type spells." Lynn says, "Jarvis." Jarvis says, "Yes, Lady Lynn, I will get them." Lynn says, "Thank you, Jarvis." He currently knows the library better than I do, but I am catching up slowly. "Are you going to read in here?" "No, I was planning to read in the main room and keep the other kids company." Mulan says, "I will come with you. I have a pretty good handle on my power now. Besides, I want to show off a little." Lynn says, "That is fine. As long as you practice a little more, you shouldn't need any more help. Going to join us." Lynn says, "I may as well. It won't be long before it is time for dinner anyway." Jarvis carries 2 decent-sized stacks of books over and hands them to me. Then we all head into the main room where Mushu, Nala, and Albion are playing. When they spot us, they come running over for some attention until they get bored. Then they go back to playing and Mulan joins them. But she creates a new game. She creates a bunch of fire figures for the other three to chase around. Mushu is the most excited, but that is because when he catches a figure, he eats it. Now that the kids are distracted, I pick up one of the books and start reading. I decided to read about detection magic, since that is slightly more important right now. Armor isn't as important since I can basically go without it and just trust my healing. Normally, the pain involved would be a factor, but since I barely feel pain, it isn't important. Lynn is also reading, but we both look up occasionally to watch the kids. Mostly, it is when we are turning pages, which is fairly frequently since we are both fast readers. Unfortunately, the first book is a disappointment, and I hand it to Jarvis when I finish it. Before I start the next book, I call the kids over and we all have dinner together. After eating, the kids go back to their game and I pick up the next book. Mushu is the first one to quit playing the game and go into the nest to sleep. That might have something to do with him eating over 20 of the flame figures. After Mushu quits, Mulan stops using her powers and plays with the other two normally. Shortly after I move on to the third book, the three of them join Mushu and go to sleep. The second book was just as disappointing as the first one, and I am wondering if I will find anything useful. Since we are not feeling tired, both Lynn and I just keep reading our books. I doubt that Lynn will quit while she can still keep her eyes open unless I make her. Since I am busy reading my own book, I don't even think about being tired. The only reason I have problems is that parts of the book are extremely boring. The third book ends up being handed to Jarvis as well. It didn't have anything useful. It isn't until I get close to the end of the fourth book that I finally find something useful. The spell I find is complete crap, but luckily they included the research behind it. The research and theory are absolutely brilliant, and the mage who wrote them is a genius. It is all about mana fluctuations, vibrations caused whenever mana interacts with things. Normally, they are too small to be detectable, but this theory is about how to do so. Even if something isn't alive or is absorbing the mana, it will still create fluctuations. Despite thinking about it for a while, I can't come up with a way to block mana fluctuations. That should mean that a spell based on detecting them should be impossible to hide from. The spell he made from this theory should work, but it could only scan a tiny area. It works within a few feet at most. That is why I think it is a crap spell. I can do much better. Before getting to work on it, I read through the last book so that I don't miss anything. Then I head down to my workshop to start experimenting with the theory. It doesn't take me long to figure out a better spell, but the area still isn't enough. Eventually, I figure out a way to make it work over a large area, but there is a downside. Basically, I have to send out a wave to do the detecting, but it makes a lot of noise. Not real noise, magical noise, meaning that anytime I use it, I will be giving away my location. However, if I am in a situation where I need to hide, I can just use normal mana scanning. The only other problem with the new spell is that it requires more mana than scanning. However, since nothing should be able to hide from it, that is a fair trade. For the most part, I will use scanning regularly and only use detect when I need to. Between the two spells, I should be able to handle any situation that comes up. So, with that settled, I pick one of the other books and start reading. Figuring out an armor spell that satisfies me isn't going to be as easy. I want something at least close to the Fire God spell, even if I have to use Divine Power. The only thing I am not willing to do is mix the two powers, since I promised not to. Come to think of it, I wonder which kind of power the dragon uses, or is it something else? Lynn says, I finished my book. I am going to bed. Are you joining me? Of course I am. Before that, do you know if dragons use mana or something else? Lynn says, how am I supposed to know? Aren't you the one with a dragon friend? Ask him. That is true. I will have to ask him the next time I visit him. I have plenty of questions for him anyway. All right, let's go to bed. Lynn just smiles as she turns and heads back upstairs, but her clothes change as she does. As soon as I see that, a grin appears on my face and I go running after her. I wasn't actually planning on sleeping, but Lynn manages to wear me out and I end up falling asleep. Chapter 1100. As usual, I wake up before Lynn. But after last night, I decide to let her sleep, so I quietly leave the room and head down to the main room where I find Milan awake. The rest of the kids are still curled up, asleep in the nest, so I try to be quiet. Morning, Milan, Milan says. Morning, Dad. Do you want to join me for breakfast? Mulan says. Sure, but if you take out food, the others will wake up. That is fine. They can eat with us. As soon as I start taking food out of my pouch, Mulan is proven right as the others wake up. They join us for breakfast, and then, after they are done, they start playing. I head back to my workshop, grab the books, and then return to the main room to read. Even if I am not playing with them, the kids deserve for me to be around as much as I can. At one point, when I am watching them, I notice that Mushu has gotten bigger. Since Eckhard still hasn't grown any, it means that Mushu is growing because of the fire energy. That means that I need to find shadow energy to feed to Eckhard for him to grow. The problem is that I haven't really run into any shadow energy other than in the shadow plane. I wouldn't mind taking another trip there. The problem is finding the time to do so. If I can't find the time, maybe I can send someone else there to collect energy. Either cores from beasts or water from that river would be best based on how Eckhard's egg acted. The problem is, who would be best to send into the shadow plane? My first choice would be Kachara, but she can't be away from the mountain for long. Asuna would be my second choice, but she is too easily distracted by things. I definitely can't send her alone, but maybe if someone else went with her, I will have to think about that more after we get back to the peninsula. It is either that, or Eckhard is going to need to go into the shadow plane himself. Of course, he would need someone to go with him and protect him. With all the experience I have had, making a gate that leads to the shadow plane should be easy enough. In fact, I can probably make a device that will allow other people to go there without me. That would probably be a good idea, and I will need to make something to allow people to return. Now that I think about it, the shadow plane would actually make a decent training ground. At least it would for the stronger troops, which includes my kids. Although, I am sure that by now the Beastman troops will have gotten a lot stronger. After all, they have basically been fighting a war against the Empire all this time. Those that have survived are sure to have gotten stronger, otherwise they would have died. A war is not something you survive just based on luck, although luck certainly helps. After making up my mind, I put aside the books and start making a new type of gate. The base is just like the other platforms, but then I add a large ring above it. The ring will act to control the size of the gate and make it easier to keep open. Luckily, the shadow plane is already connected to this world, so it's easy to target. For any other plane, I would first need to figure out where it is in relation to this world. That isn't entirely impossible, but I would need to go to that plane first. I program the new gate to go to the shadow plane, but I leave room to add other destinations. The main problem is that I cannot target a specific location on the shadow plane. That means that each time a gate is opened, it will open at a random location. However, the only other option would be to go to the shadow plane and build a destination platform. The problem is that if I did that, it would then need to be guarded all the time. I don't want to have to station people in the Shadow Realm, so I will stick with random. To make it a little safer, I am pretty sure I can make it only open, where there are no life forms. That should prevent the situation where someone gets attacked as soon as they step through. That should be enough. The people who will be going through are not going to be weak newbies. Now I just need to figure out how they are going to be able to return easily. After thinking for a few minutes, I decide to create a remote control that will call the gate. It will activate the gate, but act as the destination so the gate opens nearby. That will be much easier than making them go to a specific spot to be able to return. It will also act as a means of quick escape in case anyone gets into a dangerous situation. That should make exploring the Shadow Realm a little bit safer, as long as they don't lose the remote. Thinking of that, I need to add some safety features to the remotes, so no one else can use them. I will also give each one a unique mana signature so they are easy to find if they get lost. While I am working on the remotes, I try to think of anything else that could go wrong. Lynn runs in and says, "I did it! I did it! Good morning! You did what?" In answer, Lynn holds up a couple of CD cases, still with the plastic wrap on them. At first, I don't even recognize them, and even once I do, it takes me a minute to realize what it means. "Wait, you summoned those?" Lynn says, "Yes, these are what I need for music, right?" "Yes, those have music on them. You figured out how to use the spell to summon items." "All right, hold on." I quickly create a soulscape, invite Lynn, and then create a typical store that would carry CDs. Then I proceed to show her how to tell what music is where so she knows what to target. I also show her what CD players and speakers look like so she can get them too. Lynn says, "All right, I will go summon more. Is there anything else that I need to get?" "Nope. Once you get a player, I will enchant it so that it will work." "Oh, did you figure out how to send people back?" Lynn says, "Yeah, that is actually really easy. Figuring out how to target just the items I want is what took me so long to figure out. If a person is returned using your spell, will they retain their powers?" Lynn says, "Yes, they should. At least, I am fairly sure that they will, but I don't have a way to test it." "Why? Do you want to go home?" "No, never. That place is not my home. My home is here with you. I was just curious. I plan to offer the chance to go home to all of the other summoned." Chapter 11:01. Lynn says, "Good answer. Anything else? If not, I am going to go summon more music." "Ah, yes, actually." I quickly create a bookstore and show Lynn what manga books look like. I am hoping that she can find some that have come out since I was summoned. It has been so long since I got to read new manga. Just the thought has me excited. Even if she only finds ones that I have read before, it would still make me happy. There are plenty of manga that I enjoyed, but can't remember well enough to recreate. Reading those will be more relaxing than anything I can think of. I can't wait. Lynn says, "All right. I will see what I can find." "How is the spell? Does it take a lot of mana?" Lynn says, "It is not too bad. The hardest part is knowing where to look." "Oh, I can help with that too." With a thought, I create an entire city from memory and start showing Lynn how to navigate. At this point, I will do anything I can to increase the chance of getting new manga. While I am at it, I show her where to find DVDs so that she can get more movies. After I have explained everything I can think of, Lynn leaves, and I end the Soulscape. After Lynn leaves, I try to go back to work, but I can't get my mind to settle down. All I can think of is the possibility of getting new manga, so I give up on my work. However, when I try to go into Lynn's tower to see how she is doing, I find the door locked. It is only then that I remember that Lynn promised the goddesses that she wouldn't let me learn the spell. Lynn is smart enough to know that I could learn the spell by watching, so she locked me out. It is a smart move on her part. I would have definitely tried to figure out the spell. Even if I didn't mean to, my curiosity would have ended up making me do it. The problem now is that I have to sit and wait for her to finish, which will be torture. In an attempt to distract myself, I head to the main room and start playing with the kids. The kids don't seem to mind that I am distracted. They just us the advantage to win. I hear it as soon as the lock on Lynn's tower opens and I rush to meet her. She laughs as soon as she sees me, but steps out of the way to let me into the tower. When I step into the tower, I am amazed at the massive piles of stuff waiting there. There are two massive piles, one of CDs and one of DVDs, and there is also a mountain of manga. Besides the piles, there are boxes as well, a stereo system, a DVD player, and a decent-sized television. However, I ignore all of that and rush to start sorting through the manga. I am delighted to find that there are manga that I haven't read before, but that is not all. There are several of my favorite series, and some of them even have new books. After seeing that, I jump up, run over to Lynn, and kiss her repeatedly. Then I gather up all the manga and carry it down to my workshop. However, I don't start reading right away. Instead, I check the books for mana capacity. Luckily, the paper used is decent enough to allow it to hold some mana. Enough for me to put a few enchantments on them, which is what I was hoping for. The two enchantments that I add are self-repair and protection from fire. They just barely fit. But that makes me happy because now I can read in the bath. As soon as I am done enchanting them, I pick a series and take them with me into the bath. I drop shapeshift before I get into the bath and then use mana to float the first book to where I can read it. I also use my mana to turn the pages. I don't want the book to get too close to the lava. I could only fit protection from fire, so the books will still burn if I am not careful. Being able to read manga while soaking in the heat of the bath feels like heaven. The only thing that I can compare it to is being with Lynn. Nothing else comes close. The best part is that now I don't have to feel guilty because I am wasting time. I can actually spend the time relaxing without worrying, just like Lynn wanted me to. Before I know it, several hours have passed, and I only notice when I get hungry. So I finish reading the current book and then climb out of the bath. I head upstairs, planning to eat, but Lynn has a task for me before I am allowed to eat. She has waited long enough. She wants me to enchant the CD and DVD players. Since she let me read my manga without interruption, I don't argue and enchant them for her. The DVD player and television get set up in the main room so the kids can watch things. Lynn wants the stereo put in her tower, and I don't argue with her. I just do as she says. When I return to the main room to sit down and eat, I find the kids sitting and watching cartoons. They are completely enthralled, and for once they don't even notice my presence. I don't mind. In fact, I find myself watching the cartoons as I eat. They bring back memories. I have no idea where Lynn managed to find cartoons that I watched as a kid. However, cartoons can't compare to manga, so I head downstairs as soon as I am done reading. My workshop isn't exactly a comfortable place to read, so I take the manga up to the bedroom. Then I lay down on the bed, get comfortable, and start reading the next book in the series. The next thing I know, I have finished the last book, although that isn't the end of the series. Luckily, it isn't too bad of a cliffhanger, and it felt really satisfying to read more of the series. Where I left off in my old life was a horrible stopping point, enough to make me pull my hair. I am tempted to start another series, but it would probably be a bad idea. It is late, I still haven't eaten dinner, and Lynn should be wanting to go to bed sometime soon. Come to think of it, she hasn't left her tower since I set up the stereo for her, so I go looking for her. I find her curled up in her favorite chair with a book in hand and music playing in the background. Surprisingly, she notices me as I walk over and puts her book down. When she lifts her head, I oblige by leaning down and giving her a long kiss. "Did you eat dinner yet?" Lynn says. "Nope. I didn't even notice how late it was." "Want to join me then?" "I did the same thing," Lynn says, of course. We head down to the main room, but we find the kids are already sound asleep. So we head back up to the bedroom and have dinner together. Then we have dessert before falling asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 11:02. In the morning, I intentionally sleep in and let Lynn be the one to wake me up. Then we have breakfast in bed together before Lynn heads for her tower and I head to my workshop. As I pass through the main room, I see the kids all watching cartoons together, so I let them be. What I really want to do is immediately start reading another manga series. However, I know that if I do that, I won't accomplish anything else for the rest of the day. Therefore, I plan to work for at least a few hours on things before I start reading. Picking up where I left off earlier, I start making the remotes. Although they don't look like remotes, they are simple rods made of metal and covered in runes, but I still think of them as remotes. Once they are made, there is only one thing left to do. They need to be tested. I inform Jarvis of what I am planning to do, just in case Lynn comes looking for me. Then, I open up the gate to the Shadow Realm and step through once it is open. Not only is the gate perfectly stable, it goes to the Shadow Plane exactly as planned. It is easy to tell that it is the Shadow Plane just from how it looks, but I wasn't too worried. The part I am worried about is the remotes, but since I can gate home on my own, it isn't a big deal. However, the first thing that I do is scan the area with my mana looking for beasts. The scan shows a few beasts, but they are far enough away to not be an immediate threat. Just to be sure, I use a detection pulse, but it doesn't show anything hidden. This means that the gate succeeded in opening in an area away from any life, just as planned. Once I verify that, I pick a random direction and fly for a few minutes to reach a new area. After all, testing the remote in the same place the gate already opened isn't a proper test. Once I am a decent distance away, I land again and activate the remote. It takes a little time, but the gate does open a few feet away from where I am standing. When I walk through the gate, I end up back in my workshop, exactly as planned. Both the gate and the remotes worked perfectly, which was not expected. I was sure that there would be at least one or two things that I would need to fix. It looks like I am getting better at coming up with new magical tricks and items. Then again, I have already done a lot of work and experimenting with gates. I will have to talk to Brightfire later and see if she wants to take some elves through to get more XP, as long as they are careful. It shouldn't be a problem to explore the Shadow Plane a bit. For now, I make some more remotes. 5 total should be enough, I think. If we have more than 5 groups going through at once, then I can make more. Although, that would increase the odds of 2 groups trying to use the remotes at the same time. Only one gate can open at a time, so I am not sure what would happen. The odds of it happening are fairly low, but I should plan for it just in case. The solution is simple, as all I need to do is add a key to the gate, so whoever hits the remote second just has to wait a bit. I made sure that the remotes have their own mana. That way someone without mana can still activate them. I can't think of anything else that I need to account for. So back to reading it is. I still need to read through all the books about armor created by spells. Knowing that I have new manga to read makes these spell books even more boring. It is a struggle to get through each page, and I have to force myself to keep reading. It makes it even worse when the spell I am reading about doesn't give me any useful information. Still, I force myself to finish the book and start the next one. Luckily, this one is a bit better. Once I finish the second book, I head upstairs to have lunch and spend some time with the kids. They are still watching cartoons, but I don't mind, as long as they are having fun. Once I am done eating, I finally let myself start reading the next manga series. I read the first 2 books in the main room. Then I take a bath while reading the next ones. I fly through 3 more books while I am in the bath, and then move to the bedroom. Luckily, this series is complete, and I am able to read all the way to the end. When I finish the series, it is already well past time for dinner, at least inside the castle. Outside, it is just barely past breakfast. It is really strange trying to keep track of the time difference. Going by the time inside the castle, I have another 2 days before I have to open the Soulscape. Lynn walks in and says, "Done reading." "Yep, I finished this series, you?" Lynn says, "No, but I am too hungry to keep reading." "You skipped lunch, didn't you?" Lynn says. "I guess I did." "All right, let's go eat." Lynn says, "Sure. Did you do anything besides read today?" "Oh, I made a gate to the Shadow Plane." Lynn says, "You what?" "You made a planar gate." "How?" "I just made a more advanced version of the platform." Lynn says, "But how did you even know where the Shadow Plane was?" "Oh, I've been there before. How do you think I got Eckhard?" Lynn says, "You never told me this story. Come on, Spill." So, as we are eating dinner, I tell Lynn about my brief adventure in the Shadow Plane. Once I am done, she asks me a bunch of questions, but I can't answer any of them. It turns out that Lynn has never left this plane. All she has done is read about other planes. "Do you want to explore the Shadow Plane?" Lynn says, "Yes, I do, but not with you. You are too powerful. You would take all the fun out of it." "All right, I understand. How about you take the kids with you?" Lynn says, "I can do that. In fact, I think I will do that tomorrow." "All right." Since she is going to be using it, I make sure to explain how the remotes work. Not that I am worried. Lynn should be able to gate back on her own if she needs to. Actually, it would be better for one of the kids to hold on to it in case they get separated. Once we are both done eating and talking, we head up to bed and have some fun. The next morning, when we head down for breakfast, Lynn asks the kids if they want to go. Of course. They all answer in the affirmative, and so the plan is set. Chapter 11:03. After breakfast, Lynn takes the kids and heads through the gate to do a little exploring. I escort them down to the gate, give Mulan a remote, and then open the gate for them. Once they are through, I sit down planning to read until they return from their adventure. However, I quickly realize that, thanks to the time dilation, they are going to be gone for a while. If they just explore for an hour, 5 hours will have passed for me. That is a lot of reading. The chances of them returning after just an hour of exploring are fairly small. I wouldn't be surprised if they spent several hours exploring the Shadow Plane. In fact, an entire day might pass for me before they bother to come back. It makes it kind of hard for me to know if they are in trouble and need my help. It looks like I will just have to trust in Lynn and the kids. But I am still going to worry. For now, I read the next magic book while keeping an ear out for the gate opening. Most of the book is disappointing, but there is one spell inside that is pretty decent. There is a big problem that I need to figure out, and that is how the fire god made his armor. Making armor with magic is easy. The hard part is the fact that he used fire for his armor. Fire is not normally a defensive element. Its major property is destruction, if possible. I want to make armor using both fire and lightning, since they are my primary elements. The problem is that both are destructive, hence why I need to figure out how the fire god did it. I am hoping that one of these books will have a spell that also uses a destructive element. If I can just figure out that part of it, the rest of creating the spell would be easy. It can use mana or divine power. I don't really care since I already have both. Although, I normally only use my divine power when I am healing, so that would be better. After all, there have already been several times when I have run completely out of mana, so I would prefer it if my defensive spell didn't require mana, just in case. After thoroughly studying the interesting spell, I put that book aside and pick up the next one. As I am reading, Jarvis takes the books I have finished and returns them to the library. Unfortunately, this book has nothing of use to me, so it doesn't take me long to go through it. Once I am done reading it, I take a short break and have myself some lunch. After lunch, I am really tempted to read some manga, but I force myself to pick up the next book. There is only this book, and one more left, and then I will be done reading. Lynn and the kids still haven't returned by the time I finish the last book. Unfortunately, neither book had what I was looking for, so I won't be making an armor spell for now. I did learn quite a bit about armor spells, but not enough to be able to do what I want. It isn't a big deal. I am tough enough that I don't really need armor to keep me alive. The most an armor spell would do is decrease how often I need to use my healing spells. Honestly, I only really want the Fire God's armor spell because it looked totally awesome. I could probably just come up with a spell that looks similar, but doesn't do much else. The only way I could try and make the spell now would be to go find the Fire God. Maybe if I fought with him for a few rounds, I could figure out how his armor works. However, Lynn and the goddesses would probably get mad at me if they knew I even thought about doing that. Not to mention, I can't be sure that the Fire God can't just outright kill me. Although, I would like to try absorbing some of his fire just to see what would happen. Now that I know that the source of the evolution points matters, I will have to be more careful. I absolutely will not be absorbing any more insects, or anything demonic for that matter. I certainly don't want to turn back into some kind of demon. That would cause a lot of problems. I would prefer it if I could find something with dragon-like qualities to get points from. Drake's would be perfect, but I don't know how Eckhart and Mushu would feel about that. Me hunting something that they would consider family might not sit well with them, so I will either need to find something else that is similar, or hunt them when the kids aren't around. Not that drakes are all that common. Considering I have only seen 2 or 3 total, I do know where some shadow drakes live, but those really are Eckhard's family. Considering how they helped me out, I don't plan to go picking a fight with them. Even if I could find a dragon other than the one I know, I wouldn't be dumb enough to start a fight. That would be even dumber than picking a fight with the Fire God. My musings are interrupted when Jarvis enters and moves to stand in front of me. Jarvis says, "Maker, Athena requested that I notify you that a swarm of demonic beasts is approaching the ship. They seem to be the same ones that forced her to flee previously. All right, I will go help. Wait. This might be a good chance for us to test the castle's defenses. If I position the castle in the sky above the ship, you can provide covering fire for the ship. You can also dispatch the gargoyles to get some combat experience." Jarvis says, "I would be more than happy to assist Big Sis Athena." Good. I exit the castle and take it with me when I leave the cabin and shout for Athena. As soon as I spot her, I order her to bring the ship to a full stop and prepare for battle. The ship stops fairly quickly, faster than a wooden ship should. And once it does, I throw the castle into the air. The castle returns to its full size and hovers just above the ship, making all the elves stare up at it. I drop shapeshift, fly up to the castle, and land on the top of Lynn's tower. Jarvis soon joins me, since this is the best vantage point, and we both look at the incoming enemies. The swarm looks to be just as big as the one that attacked Demon Hunter City. In fact, the beasts look like the same type as well. It makes me wonder if the same demon is behind it. I didn't think the demon would be able to gather a swarm this big this fast, but maybe I was wrong. Chapter 11:04. Jarvis says, "Maker, what are your orders?" "No orders. How you fight is up to you." "Use this opportunity to test everything out and try out your own tactics," Jarvis says. "Understood. What are my goals?" "Preserve the lives of the elves and kill the enemies." Jarvis says, as you wish. Shortly, Athena in her spirit form appears on the tower, and she talks to Jarvis. They come up with a plan together, and then we all just wait for the swarm to arrive. I could probably use this chance to get myself some XP, but I feel it is more important for them to instead. Unlike when I was in Demon Hunter City, we don't have to wait for the swarm to get us close. The ship's siege engines have a lot more range than those in use in the city. Thanks to that, Athena is able to open fire and start thinning the swarm's numbers. Siege weapons aren't all that accurate, but with so many targets, it is almost impossible to miss. Of course, the shots also don't stop with just killing one tiny beast. They kill multiple. Still, it is just a drop in the bucket compared to the swarm, but it adds up quickly. The ship is able to fire dozens of times before the swarm gets close enough for the archers to join in. When the archers open fire, it is like a river of arrows from the ship to the swarm. Unfortunately, not all of the archers are able to kill a beast with every arrow. Still, the number of beasts dying increases by a lot, but the swarm keeps coming. The next group to open fire is the elves using the wands. At the same time, Jarvis opens fire. Spells start exploding all across the sky, and the swarm suffers from them. Some beasts drop below the spells to try and reach the ship. Others go over and approach the castle. Most of the ones headed for the ship get picked off by the archers. Only a few make it. Those are handled by Brightfire and her knights. Those that aren't archers, the beasts coming towards the castle get intercepted by the gargoyle golems. Nothing manages to reach the castle, and I am honestly a little disappointed. I am glad that Jarvis is doing well, but I was looking forward to acting as the last line of defense. The way things are looking, I won't be needed at all unless something changes. In the end, although the swarm tries a few things, they get wiped out without me doing anything. Even though I end up being bored, I am proud of Jarvis and the elves. They handled everything perfectly, and the elves involved should have earned a few levels at least. I kept my eyes open, but I didn't see any sign of the demon that commanded the swarm in the city. This swarm seemed to be acting on its own instead of being controlled. Athena says, should I resume our course? Yes, go ahead. Jarvis, how was commanding the castle? Jarvis says, educational. Am I allowed to make suggestions for changes to the defensive enchantments? Of course. As soon as I agree, Jarvis begins giving me a list of changes to the existing enchantments. Then, he gives me his ideas for additional enchantments that he wants added. I check, but Lynn and the kids aren't back yet, so I start modifying the castle's enchantments. All of the suggestions that Jarvis made make sense to me, so I do everything he asked. When I think about it, all the changes make sense. I just didn't think of them before. It is not like I have any experience in defending a castle. All I had to go on was things from movies. Also, when I designed the enchantments, I never expected to end up making it a floating castle. Jarvis's suggestions will turn the castle into more of a floating battle fortress. I am totally fine with that. In fact, it may end up being extremely useful later. I am in the middle of adding the new enchantments when Lynn and the kids finally return. I pause what I am doing and go to meet them, mainly so I can be sure they are safe. One look at their faces, and I can tell that they all enjoyed themselves. After greeting Lynn with a kiss, we move to the table to have dinner together. While we are eating, Lynn and the kids tell me all about their adventure in the Shadow Realm. When they finally run out of words, I give them the highlights of the battle against the swarm. Lynn says, "You sound upset. What happened?" "Oh, I am just a little disappointed that I didn't get to do anything." Lynn says, "That figures. Using the castle to support the ship was a good idea. It sounds like the modifications will make it even more useful next time." "Yeah, they should." "Are you planning to explore the Shadow Realm again?" Lynn says yes. "It was fun." "I want to go back at least one more time." "Why?" "Oh, I was planning to let Brightfire take some squads through to get some experience. I figured if you didn't want to go again that the kids could go with them since they enjoyed it so much." Lynn says, "That is a good idea. I will take the kids again tomorrow, and after that they can go with the elves." "How come you don't want to go through?" "I've already been there, but I probably will at some point. There are just other things that I want to do more." Lynn says, reading manga, right? "Not just that, there are other things too." Lynn just laughs at me. She obviously doesn't believe me, probably because she knows me. She is right that reading manga is the thing I most want to be doing right now. However, it is kind of late to start a new series, otherwise I won't sleep at all. Instead, since we are all finished eating, I go back and finish the new enchantments. When I return to the main room, the kids are all watching cartoons, and Lynn is gone. I head up to check the bedroom, but Lynn isn't there either. She must be in the tower. When I peek into the tower, I find her in her usual spot with a book in hand. Since she is reading, I turn and head back to my workshop to find something to do. However, I can't really think of anything that I have left that I need to do. I already created my new detection spell, and I've given up on making an armor spell for now. Since that is off the table, I go up and check on the gargoyle golems and check their programming. Only their combat programming has had any changes. Everything else looks fine. Chapter 11:05. After making sure there are no errors, I head back down and start going through Jarvis's programming. His has changed a lot, but I was expecting that, especially after the battle. However, there is a lot less that I can learn from his programming at this point. What I really need is more experience with programming new golems. To do that, I will need to build more golems. The question is, what kind should I make? I don't want to start making an army. I still haven't decided about that, so I called Jarvis. Jarvis says yes, Maker. Jarvis, based on the battle, do you think you could control more golems? Jarvis says, as long as they are of the same type so I can keep the orders simple, I can probably control 10 more. So, do you want 10 more gargoyles? Jarvis says, number to complement the other defenses. I think a ranged attacker would be best. So, archer golems. Jarvis says, archers would work, or other ranged attackers. All right, I will see what I can come up with. Oh, the enchantments are all done. You should test them out. That was all I needed, Jarvis says. Understood. Oh, wait. I never moved the castle back to the cabin. Where is the castle now? Jarvis says, still floating above the ocean. So the ship left? Jarvis says, affirmative. Crap. Okay, I will handle it. I quickly exit the castle, shrink it down, put it in my pouch, and start flying after the ship. The castle can't do anything but float. It has no ability to move at all. Maybe I should work on something so that it can at least move, even if it is slow. I should be able to do that with an enchantment, meaning no need to build anything. That is probably my best option. Building engines and propellers would eat up a lot of materials. Although, a steampunk flying castle would be pretty awesome looking. It doesn't take me long to catch up to the ship, and once I do, I land on the balcony. Then, I take the castle out of my pouch and release it to float in the corner of the cabin. When I take human form and enter the castle, I find Lynn waiting for me. From the way she is smirking at me, I am guessing Jarvis told her what happened. However, she doesn't say anything. She just turns and leads the way to the bedroom. I obediently follow her, and then I help her relieve all of her stress from the day in the shadow plane. In the morning, after breakfast, I start working on the enchantment to allow the castle to move. I expect that a wind-based enchantment is my best bet, but I plan to experiment first, mainly because I want to play around a bit. My knowledge has increased a lot lately. With no sails to work with, wind is actually not as effective as I was thinking it would be. Of course, I could add sails, but that just wouldn't look right on a castle. Instead, I decide to go with fire as a means of propulsion for the castle. Luckily, with the cheat that is magic, it is a lot easier than trying to create jet engines. A simple disc enchanted with fire magic gives the same effect as the engine would. Once I am done experimenting, I start making and enchanting the discs. When they are done, I install them on all 4 sides of the pyramid that the castle rests on. Once they are in place, I tie them to the castle's core to provide power to them. After that, I have Jarvis practice moving the castle around the cabin to test it out. After testing it out, I remove the discs so that I can make some improvements. I add a thin wall around the discs to help direct the flames and generate more thrust. As I am working on it, I realize that I can use the same thing when I make the ship fly. In fact, I have already learned several things that will make Phase 2 of the ship easier. Of course, I will have to be a bit more careful since the ship is made of wood. Once the modifications are done, I reinstall the thrusters and have Jarvis test them again. The castle will be slow, but it is able to move faster than I was expecting. It will make a good mobile command center for us to use during the war. Lynn comes looking for me, but she stops when she realizes that the castle is moving. Lynn says, What is going on? I added some thrusters so that the castle can move, although it is a little on the slow side. Did you want something, Han? Lynn says, I was just coming to let you know that the kids and I will be going through the gate. Did you do this just in case you forget to put the castle back again? No, it is so that we can use it as a mobile command venter during the war, Lynn says. Did you think of that excuse before or after you modified the castle? After, I guess. Lynn says, that is what I thought. Anyway, we should be in the shadow plane for a few hours, maybe longer. Try not to do anything too crazy while we are gone. No worries. I plan to spend the rest of the day reading manga. Lynn says good. That will at least keep you out of trouble. Lynn then gives me a long kiss, her way of telling me that she is just teasing me. I follow her down to the workshop and send her and the kids off. Once they are gone, I start thinking about what type of ranged golem I want to build for Jarvis. While archers would be the easiest, since there is only going to be 10 of them, it just doesn't seem like enough. I also can't make mages since I still haven't figured out what I am missing to let a golem use magic. I could just make wands for a golem, but that doesn't seem very efficient. The main problem with using archers is the low rate of fire, but the energy bows help with that. If I apply the same thing to a crossbow and put one on each arm, that would give them decent firepower. 20 bolts at a time with rapid fire would provide decent ranged support. As soon as I think of that, I start picturing a medieval-looking super battle droid. Once I have that thought, I immediately start drawing up a blueprint to match. Of course, that can't be their only weapon. I don't want them to be defenseless in melee combat. Since ranged attacks are more of a dexterity type of thing, I decide to go with daggers for melee. I also slim down the design and make some improvements to make it more agile. It ends up looking more like a commando droid than a super, but I am okay with that. Chapter 11:06. However, even when the blueprint is done, I don't start building the golem yet. Instead, I start working out the programming that the golem is going to need. As I am working out the programming, I come up with a few modifications for the design. When I get to the point that I can't think of any other changes to make, I stop working on it. Instead, I pick up the first book of the next manga series and go upstairs. I start reading it while eating some lunch to give myself a bit of a break. I finish eating, but I don't move until I have finished reading the entire book. Then I get up, head back to my workshop, and look over the blueprint again. Unfortunately, I still can't think of any more improvements for the design. Figuring that means that it is as good as I can make it, I start building the first golem. After working on the golem for a couple of hours, I stop and take another break. I read the second book in the series and then go back to working on the golem, or at least I try to. But I find I can't focus. The second book ended in a cliffhanger. I try to focus for a few minutes, but then I give up and start reading the third book. I am about halfway through the book when the gates opens and Lynn and the kids return. When the kids spot me, they immediately rush over and start telling me about their adventure. Lynn just laughs and watches. She doesn't add anything until the kids run out of steam. Even Milan is excited and acting like a kid again, which is super cute. Once the kids quiet down, Lynn fills in the details that they missed in their rambling. Apparently, this time they ran into a few stronger beasts and had some decent fights. Luckily, the kids have had plenty of combat training and they handled themselves well. After this second trip, do you think you would be up to briefing others? Lynn says. What do you mean? If Brightfire organizes some groups, could you brief them on what kind of things to watch out for? Just enough to make them more likely to survive. Lynn says, yeah, I think I can do that. Are you still planning on letting the kids go with the groups? If you aren't going anymore, yes, only if they want to, of course. The kids all say, I want to, Lynn says. I guess that answers that. Did you already talk to Brightfire? Nope, not yet. I will, now that we have decided. Lynn says, all right. I am going to go relax and read until dinner. Okay, Jarvis. Can you invite Brightfire to come see me? Jarvis says, of course. I go back to reading my manga until Brightfire arrives, and then I explain things to her. She thinks that it is a good idea and leaves to go see how many elves want to participate. I go back to reading and I move on to the fourth book before she returns. Brightfire says, all right, I have 4 well-balanced groups. I would have had more, but we don't have many healers. Okay, You can set a time with Lynn to get them briefed, and then they can go exploring. My kids are going to want to go as well. If there are 4 groups, then 1 kid can go with each. Brightfire says, that works. I will take Mushu with my group and keep an eye on him since he is the smallest. Thanks. Brightfire leaves to go talk to Lynn and I sit staring at the half-finished golem. Something Brightfire said gave me an idea, so I decide to try a new experiment. I finish the golem without any weapons and then use it to test my idea. It takes a lot of trial and error, and I even have to ask Saronia for a little help. However, the experiment ends up being a success. I managed to create a golem using no magic. Instead, the enchantments and programming are all done using divine power. The idea came from Brightfire's comment about not having many healers. I decided to try and see if I could make a golem healer, but not by using wands. The only reason I was even able to try the experiment is because the goddesses taught me the full language. Without that, there would be no way for me to program the golem even if I could enchant it. Now, the only thing left to do is activate the golem and see if it works. However, before I can do that, Lynn comes into my workshop to talk to me. Hey, is it time for dinner already? Lynn says, Ash, the kids and I just finished breakfast. You worked throughout the night. I tried to come get you for dinner, but Jarvis said you were working on something dangerous and shouldn't be disturbed. It has been that long. It wasn't that dangerous. I was just experimenting with divine power. Lynn says, didn't you promise not to do anything crazy? Don't worry. I spoke with Saronia. She not only approved, she helped me figure some things out. Lynn says, she did? What exactly was this experiment? I made a golem using only divine power. Lynn says, oh, okay. That is interesting. But was there a point? Yes. I wanted to see if I could make a golem that can act as a healer, Lynn says. Couldn't you just make a normal golem and equip it with healing wands? That would be far too limited. If it works, this thing will have all of my healing spells and even my healing aura. Lynn says, that sounds super useful, but you don't sound very confident. The theory is sound, but it required a lot of divine runes I haven't used before. It should work, but I won't know until I actually turn it on. Lynn says, well, what are you waiting for? Turn it on. With a chuckle at her excitement, I do as I am told and activate the golem. At first, nothing happens and Lynn looks disappointed, but after a minute, the golem starts moving. It is not meant to be a sentient golem, so it just stands up and waits for orders. While Lynn watches, I order the golem to test out all of its abilities one by one. It actually works perfectly. It is able to cast all of the divine spells that I programmed into it. Once it is done testing all of its spells, I have the golem shut itself down. Lynn says, what did you do that for? It was working, wasn't it? Yes, but it isn't complete. This is an experiment. I only programmed it to cast spells on command. It needs a lot more programming before it can act as a healer for a group. It will also need combat programming so that it can defend itself. Chapter 11:07. Lynn says, oh, I thought it was finished. Nope, not yet anyway. After all, I didn't want to waste time doing everything else until I knew if this much would even work. Lynn says, fair enough. Anyway, I should get going. I have to go teach the 4 groups about the shadow plane. I will be taking the kids with me? All right, I think I will take a nap before I do any more work. Lynn says, good plan. When I get back, I will come and wake you up. Her wink makes me grin. But as soon as she is gone, I realize there is a problem. Teaching the groups is bound to take at least a couple of hours, which will be 10 for me. I may be fairly tired right now, but I doubt I will sleep for 10 hours. Since I want to be asleep when she gets back, that means I can't take a nap just yet. Luckily, I still have manga to read, and as soon as I start reading, I no longer feel tired. So, I read for a few hours, have a small snack, and then I go take a nap. Hours later, Lynn wakes me up as promised, and I wake up with a huge smile on my face. A couple of hours pass, and then Lynn and I head downstairs to have dinner with the kids. After dinner, I go and move the gate to the shadow plane out to the castle's courtyard. I have already added the elves that are in the groups from a list that Brightfire gave me. They can now enter the castle, but I don't want them trooping through my workshop. Once that is done, I go back to working on the healer golem, there is still a lot for me to do. For one thing, I am going to have to give it some intelligence and personality. Casting spells is one thing, but I can't just program when to use those spells. That kind of decision-making is something that requires actual intelligence. If it were a normal golem, the programming wouldn't be too hard. But doing it in Divine Runes is much harder. Unfortunately, the Divine Rune language is ancient and doesn't have any modern words. I also can't just go and create new runes. I've tried, and it was a horrible experience. Not only did it not work, but trying got me lectured for an hour by Saronia. So, I have to use a lot of runes to try and explain each modern concept. This makes the programming a lot more complicated, which also means there are more chances for errors. On the plus side, I am getting a lot more adept at using the Divine Rune language. This allows me to spot and correct a few errors that I made in the earlier programming. Hopefully, this will allow me to catch and fix any other errors that I make. Now I have to figure out what kind of personality I want to give to the golem. I am going to make it female, and I want it to be something that cares about its party members. It also needs to be brave enough to fight when it needs to, but without being a battle maniac. The last thing any party wants is a healer that rushes into battle when they don't need to. Besides, it is better to have a caring personality. It reduces the chances of it going rogue. I don't want to make the golem to be on the level of an artificial spirit, but more like a droid. I have to be careful and restrain myself. Otherwise, I will end up with a sentient golem. Instead of trying to program specific personality traits, I keep to general traits. If I get too specific, I will end up putting too much programming into the golem, and it will definitely become sentient. In the end, I decide to go with an anime-type personality. But not a main character. A side character, the helpful girl behind the guild counter type of character. After making up my mind, I take a short break to eat some lunch, and then get to programming. Now that I have a plan, doing the programming gets easier, but it still takes time. While I am working, Jarvis comes and informs me that Brightfire's 4 groups have returned with no casualties. She plans to take the groups into the Shadow Plane every day, as long as the castle is available. That is fine by me. This will allow the elves in the groups to level up and get stronger. It will also give the kids a chance to get some experience fighting with different people. The kids may not be able to level up, but they have other ways of getting stronger. What they need the most is practice and experience in using their abilities in combat. This will give them that for sure, and they might even find things that they need in the Shadow Plane. Mulan and Mushu can get stronger by eating strong magical fires from what I have seen. Albion gets stronger by purifying corrupt things, and Nala gets stronger by eating beasts. Other than that, they also seem to slowly get stronger just by growing older. Albion is going to be the hardest to help. He has the hardest requirement to find. Now that we have people going into the Shadow Plane, Eckhard will be easy to help. However, I have no idea where I can find corrupted things for Albion to purify. I am not even sure what would count as corruption that he could gain strength from. Maybe he will get lucky and find something corrupted in the Shadow Plane. Other than that, I don't know of any way that I can help him currently. I will just have to keep my eyes open for any possibility that comes up. There is nothing I can do for now, so I go back to finishing the golem's programming. Once it is done, I go back through it a couple of times, fixing the errors. I also make the final adjustments to the golem's body, making it of female features. I don't go as far as making it anatomically correct. This isn't going to be that type of golem. Although, if I hadn't met Lynn, I would probably be trying to make something like that by now. I am glad that I met her for that, and many other reasons I should make sure she knows that. Even if she already knows, which isn't wise to assume, it never hurts to tell her. Women like hearing things like that, or at least that is what my limited experience has led me to believe. So, instead of activating the golem, I go looking for Lynn to see what she is up to. However, as soon as I go upstairs, the kids spot me and run over to intercept me. They tell me all about their trip into the Shadow Plane, and then ask me a bunch of questions. It seems that they are having trouble figuring out how to fight alongside normal people. Chapter 11:08. I spend a while talking with them about how a normal group tends to fight. Then, I give them some suggestions about how to use their abilities to fight with a group. Albion is the easiest. He has mostly support-like abilities. The others are all combat-based. Nala, Mulan, and Mushu just have to learn to be more aware of what the rest of their groups are doing. They also need to be sure to always keep their powers under control to avoid hurting their groups. As long as they can do that, they should be fine with just a little practice. I talk with them for quite a while and manage to give them quite a bit of advice. The fact that they came to me for advice makes me feel pretty good, and I am glad I could help. It looks like the shadow plane is going to end up being a good thing for the kids. Now that the kids have gotten their answers, they go back to watching cartoons. I go back to looking for Lynn, although I already know where she is and what she is doing. As expected, I find her sitting in her favorite chair, reading a book. However, when I go over and start whispering in her ear, she quickly puts the book down. She really likes what I have to say. In fact, she likes it so much that we end up having some fun right there. The strength of her reaction tells me that I have been failing to communicate properly. From now on, I need to make sure to vocalize my affection instead of just showing it physically. After having our fun in her favorite chair, we get dressed and head downstairs. We drag the kids away from their cartoons and have dinner together. As soon as they are done eating, the kids go straight back to their cartoons. Lynn and I join them once we are done eating and spend some time with them. However, between a busy day and a full stomach, it doesn't take long before they are all asleep. Lynn and I move them to their nest and make sure they are comfortable. Then, I take the equivalent of strawberries and cream out of my pouch and invite Lynn upstairs for dessert. She agrees with a smile and follows me upstairs to continue our fun from earlier. Jarvis wakes me up in the middle of my sleep to give me a reminder to open a soulscape. Outside it is late evening. It is disorienting that while it has been several days to us, not even a day has passed outside. Luckily, people can enter the soulscape even if they are asleep, so it won't be a problem. I have Jarvis turn the time dilation off, and then I open a soulscape before inviting everyone. The kids start playing, but I notice that Eckhart is not in a good mood once he sees Mushu. He is probably jealous that Mushu has grown more than he has despite being younger. I take Eckhart aside and explain to him why he isn't growing as fast as Mushu. Then I reassure him that I will be able to help him grow as soon as we get home. His mood improves instantly, and I am once again glad I had the idea of making the gate. Once he returns to playing, I explain to Brightfire and Miria about the time dilation. I mainly want Brightfire to know about it, but I don't want Miria to feel left out. Once the kids have worn themselves out, I end the soulscape, reactivate the time dilation, and go back to sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, I accompany Lynn into the library to spend more time with her. We curl up together in her chair, and she reads her magic books while I read manga. We spend hours like that, only moving when we need to switch books. I was expecting Lynn to question me about the reason behind the sudden change in attitude. However, she doesn't say a word about it. She just snuggles against me and keeps reading. We keep reading until her stomach growls loud enough to distract me from my manga. With a laugh, I suggest that we take a break and go have some lunch, to which she agrees. We could just eat right there, but we decide to go eat with the kids instead. However, when we get downstairs, there is no sign of the kids anywhere. Jarvis, where are the kids? Jarvis says, Maker. They went through the gate a little while ago. What? Alone? Jarvis says, no. They took your new golem with them. Lynn says, why would they do that? Is the golem even finished? It is, but I haven't tested it yet. Please tell me that they took a remote with them? Jarvis says yes, they did. Great. Let's go, Lynn says. We are going after them. Of course. I made the remotes, so I can track them easily. Lynn says, if we go after them, won't it mean that we don't trust them? They didn't ask if they could go, and they certainly didn't have permission to take an untested golem. Why should I trust them to be safe? Lynn says fair enough, but why do you think they did it? We can ask once we make sure they are safe. Lynn says, all right, let's go. I don't bother using the gate in the workshop. I simply rip open a rift to the shadow plane. Lynn follows me through, and as soon as I am on the other side, I drop shapeshift. I wait for Lynn to climb into the saddle, then I take off and start scanning. The remote is well outside of my normal scanning range, but is different when I am looking for it specifically. Since each remote has a specific frequency, I can scan for it from much farther away. If need be, I can scan the entire shadow plane. It just costs more mana. I can't get a specific location because of the range, but I can get a general direction. As soon as I get that, I start flying towards it at full speed. Surprising Lynn. She has to use magic to protect herself from the wind generated by my speed. Luckily, none of the shadow beasts that we come across are dumb enough to get in my way. In fact, quite a few beasts take off running as soon as they spot me. They can probably sense that I am a predator and that I am stronger than them. A few of them look interesting and I would hunt them if I wasn't in a rush. Although, it would just be XP since I don't want to gain shadow abilities if I absorb them. Fire and lightning is enough for me. If I get too many abilities, it will be hard to reach my goal. In fact, to become a proper dragon, I am probably going to have to choose just one to focus on. That is going to be a hard choice to make. I really like both fire and lightning. Although, it is easier to find beasts that are fire-based than lightning-based. Chapter 11. 09. However, now is not the time to be thinking about that. I need to find the kids. Despite how fast I am flying, they are still a long way away, at least a few 100 miles. That is just down to bad luck since the gate destination is random. Lynn, do you have any spells that will help me fly faster? Lynn says, aren't we already going fast enough? Number at this rate. It will take hours to reach the kids. Lynn says, let me think. I recently read about a spell that reduces wind resistance. Would that help? Yes. Do you remember it well enough to teach it to me? Lynn says, I do, but I can just cast it on you. Thanks, but my wind spells gain an extra boost. Lynn says, all right. She starts telling me the spell, but I only pay attention to the main part of the spell. It doesn't actually remove wind resistance. It is more like a wind blade that cuts the wind. However, that works just fine for me, since if I don't have to fight the wind, I can fly faster. Of course, the spell is meant for a human to use. I need to beef it up to work for me. That isn't much of a problem since my wind spells are already more powerful. After a few small tweaks, the spell is ready to go and I cast it on myself. The spell creates a wind blade a few feet in front of me that cuts the air, reducing the pressure against me. I am only expecting a small boost in speed, but I was underestimating the air pressure. Not only does my speed increase by a decent amount, but I also don't have to work as hard. It makes me remember something from watching racing in my old world. I think it is called drafting. The front car breaks the wind, allowing the following car an easier time. I never really thought much about it, but now that I am experiencing it, I finally understand it. The wind blade is doing most of the work for me, and it only takes a little mana to maintain. As an added bonus, Lynn no longer needs to maintain her spell to protect her from the wind. She is sitting right behind my shoulders, so now the wind is going mostly over her. However, despite how well it is working, I still don't feel like I am going fast enough. As I am trying to think of other ways to speed up, I come up with a crazy idea. I quickly pull some metal out of my pouch and start shaping it into thrusters. They are smaller than the ones I made for the castle, but they are the same design. Even though I have had practice making them, it is still tricky to do it while flying. In fact, in order to do the enchanting, I have to lock my wings and glide for a minute. Lynn says, Ash, what are you doing? Making some thrusters so I can go even faster. Lynn says, is that a good idea? Sure it is. I am immune to fire so they can't hurt me. Lynn says, and what about me? I will be putting them on my feet. You will be fine. Although, if it works, you will probably need your protection spell again. Oh, make sure to belt yourself in. Lynn says, Ash, you are making me nervous. Don't worry. I would never let anything happen to you. Lynn grumbles at me a bit, but she does do as I asked as I quickly finish the thrusters. Controlling my clothes, I shapeshift them to include holders on my feet for the thrusters. As soon as they are in place, I direct a small flow of mana into them to activate them. Despite me still having my wings locked, I quickly start picking up speed. My speed keeps increasing as I direct more and more mana into the thrusters. When the thrusters are maxed out, I am going about 3 times as fast as I was before. Lynn, are you all right? Lynn says, other than barely being able to hear you? Yes. I just hope this is as fast as you are planning to go. Yeah, this seems to be the max speed I can manage with the thrusters. In order to go faster, I would probably have to make bigger thrusters. Lynn says, no, this is fast enough. If I had bigger thrusters, I think I could actually break the sound barrier. Lynn says, I am not sure what that is. But it sounds like a bad idea to me. I explain what the sound barrier is, and in return, Lynn smacks me in the back of the head. I guess she doesn't like how excited I sounded as I was explaining it. If I do try it, I will have to do it when Lynn isn't around, but it should be possible. Sumbi Thun says, don't think I can't tell you are still thinking about it. The kids are now in range. I have a fix on them, or at least the remote. We should be there in 20 minutes or so, Lynn says. Can you tell if they are all right? I focus for a minute and scan specifically in the kids' direction. I can tell all 4 of them are alive. That is about it from this distance. Lynn says, as long as they are alive, that is the important part. The next 15 minutes are pure torture, and I can't help but keep scanning over and over. At that point, we get close enough that I can tell the kids are in a fight, but they seem to be all right. I turn off the thrusters to start slowing down since I don't have any brakes. There are only a couple of beasts fighting the kids, and they die before we get much closer. I can also sense the healing golem, but since it isn't alive, I can't tell much from here. However, from the strength of the kids' life forces, I can tell that they aren't seriously injured. That helps me to worry less, but then my anger starts getting stronger. This causes me to not slow down as much as I probably should have. I drop out of the sky like a bullet, and I hit the ground so hard that I create a crater. Luckily, I had the presence of mind to put a barrier around Lynn to protect her from the impact. However, it has the desired effect. The kids look absolutely terrified. They quickly realize that I am not an enemy, but they don't look any less scared. However, I don't get the chance to say anything because Lynn jumps down and starts yelling at them. I am guessing that the landing scared her a bit, and she is venting her fear by yelling. I should probably apologize to her as soon as we are away from the kids. For now, I just stand there looking angry while Lynn lectures the kids about what they did. Not surprisingly, when asked whose idea it was, the 3 younger kids all point to Mulan. I was kind of guessing that this might be some kind of teenage rebellion thing. Chapter 11:10. Lynn says, Mulan, what were you even thinking? Mulan says, we were just trying to get some Shadow Beast cores. We were being careful. Lynn says, why sneak in? Why not wait and go with the elves? Mulan says, the elves won't go again for days. Besides, the elves take all the stuff we get. Lynn says, did you even ask the elves to give you a share? They probably assumed that you didn't need anything if you didn't speak up. Mulan blushes and says, Lynn says, I am sure the elves would be fine with giving you guys a fair share. They probably just think you don't need anything, being Ash's kids. But why do you need Shadow Beast cores? Mulan says, we wanted to get them for Eckhard. He told us that is the only way he can get bigger and stronger. That is because that is what I told him. I also told him that I would take care of helping him once we reached the peninsula. Mulan says, oh, he didn't tell us that part. Lynn says, you would have known if you had talked to us about wanting to come to the Shadow Plane. It is not like we would have stopped you. We would have just taken steps to keep you safe. Mulan says, for some reason, being sneaky just felt more exciting. Lynn says, I get that, but was risking your siblings' lives worth it? Mulan says, I wasn't risking their lives. I am strong enough to protect them. I am much stronger than the beasts here. Oh, so you are stronger than a full-grown drake? Mulan says, a drake? There is a drake here? There are dozens. Where do you think Eckhard came from? And the drakes might not be the strongest things here? Never think that you are the strongest thing around. I've made that mistake a few times, Mulan says. Surely there is nothing here stronger than you. That is an assumption that I won't make. They may be rare, but there are definitely things stronger than me. My answer seems to stun Mulan. She really didn't think things through. I completely understand her wanting to be adventurous. I just want her to think things through first. I think we have given her enough shocks to get that point across. For a while, at least. By the way, what possessed you to take an untested golem with you? Mulan says. That was an accident. Albion bumped into it and it activated. It followed us when we used the gate and wouldn't go back when we ordered it to. Did it just follow you? Or did it heal you when you got hurt? Mulan says. It healed us. It even helped in one of the fights. Good. Sounds like it is working properly. Lynn says, Ash, that is not the point. What is their punishment going to be? You four are grounded for a week, and that includes no cartoons. Lynn, I trust you can find some educational books for them to read. Lynn says, Oh, absolutely. The kids let out groans and start complaining, but I ignore them and open a gate back to the castle. I don't really want to punish them, but it is the only way I can think of to make sure they don't do it again. Just a lecture isn't enough to outweigh the fun of sneaking off on an adventure. Once we are through the gate, I let Lynn watch the kids while I turn my attention to the golem. It shouldn't have activated just from being bumped. In fact, the kids shouldn't have been able to activate it at all. However, when I take a look at its programming and body, I can't find anything wrong. Other than the golem activating, the other thing bothering me is that it didn't obey the kids. Not that I mind it staying to heal the kids, but it shouldn't have been capable of ignoring orders. When I can't find anything wrong with the golem, I do a mana scan and use detection. Honestly, I was just being thorough and didn't expect to find anything. However, detection finds a mana signature within the golem that isn't a part of the golem. When I focus on it and take a closer look, I find that it is in control of the golem. Who are you? What are you? How did you get control of my golem? For that matter, how did you get into the castle? Says my apologies. It wasn't my intention to invade your castle or to take control of this golem. I was drawn to the golem by a power beyond my control. In answer to what I am, I guess the closest answer I can give is that I am a ghost. A ghost? Then how did you get here? We are pretty far from land. Says in life I was a cleric of the goddess of healing and also a member of a group of adventurers. We were hired to defend a ship that was looking for a route around to the southern ports. Such a route would greatly expand trade and make a fortune for the one to discover it. I can understand that. I am guessing that the mission didn't go well? Says, not at all. We were attacked and overwhelmed by a swarm of demonic beasts. Despite doing everything we could, the beasts wiped us out and sank the ship. I am not sure why, but all of the ship's crew in our group became ghosts after we died. However, we couldn't leave the wreck of our ship. That is until something pulled me to this golem. What did it feel like? Says, like something reached out, grabbed a hold of me, and dragged me straight into the golem. To be honest, I am not even sure where I am, but when I saw how those kids were acting, I couldn't ignore them. They were obviously up to something, and I got the feeling that they would be in danger. Well, I appreciate you protecting them and keeping them safe. For that, I am willing to try and help you, but I don't really know much about ghosts. Do you have some kind of unfinished business that is keeping you in this world? Says no. Not really. I believe enough time has passed that everyone I knew has already passed on. About the only thing I would do if I could would be to find a way to release my friends. Honestly, I don't know enough about ghosts to know if that is even possible. I will do some research and see what I can find out. For now, you can stay in the golem until we figure out what is going on. Oh, you never did tell me your name. Says, that is because I haven't been able to remember it yet. Oh, then do you want me to give you a name? Says, number for now, just call me Golem. I can feel that staying in this body will allow my memories to return. Remembering my name should only be a matter of time.